Chapter 18 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 18. Colonel de Craye. Clara came along chatting and laughing with Colonel de Craye, young Crossjay's hand under one of her arms, and her parasol flashing, a dazzling offender, as if she wished to compel the spectator to recognise the dainty rogue in porcelain, really insufferably fair, perfect in height and grace of movement, exquisitely tressed, red-lipped, the colour striking out to a distance from her ivory skin. A sight to set the woodland dancing, and turn the heads of the town. Though beautiful, a jury of art critics might pronounce her not to be. Irregular features are condemned in beauty. Beautiful figure, they could say. A description of her figure and her walking would have won her any praises. And she wore a dress cunning to embrace the shape, and flutter loose about it, in the spirit of a summer's day. Calypso-clad, Dr. Middleton would have called her. See the silver birch in a breeze. Here it swells, there it scatters, and it is puffed to a round, and it streams like a pennon, and now gives the glimpse and shine of the white stems lying within, now hurries over it, denying that it was visible, with a chatter along the sweeping folds, while still the white peeps through. She had the wonderful art of dressing to suit the season and the sky. To-day the art was ravishingly companionable with her sweet lighted face, too sweet, too vividly meaningful for pretty, if not of the strict severity for beautiful. Millinery would tell us that she wore a fichu of thin white muslin, crossed in front on a dress of the same light stuff, trimmed with deep rose. She carried a grey silk parasol, traced at the borders with green creepers, and across the arm devoted to Crossjay a length of trailing ivy, and in that hand a bunch of the first long grasses. These hues of red rose and pale green ruffled and pouted in the billowy white of the dress, ballooning and valleying softly, like a yacht before the sail bends low. But she walked not like one blown against, resembling rather the day of the south-west driving the clouds, gallantly firm in commotion, interfusing colour and varying in her features from laugh to smile and look of settled pleasure, like the heavens above the breeze. Sir Willoughby, as he frequently had occasion to protest to Clara, was no poet. He was a more than commonly candid English gentleman in his avowed dislike of the poet's nonsense, verbiage, verse, not one of those latterly terrorized by the noise made about the fellow into silent contempt, a sentiment that may sleep and has not to be defended. He loathed the fellow, fought the fellow, but he was one with the poet upon that prevailing theme of verse, the charms of women. He was, to his ill luck, intensely susceptible, and where he led men after him to admire, his admiration became a fury. He could see at a glance that Horace de Craye admired Miss Middleton. Horace was a man of taste, could hardly, could not, do other than admire. But how curious that in the setting forth of Clara and Miss Dale, to his own contemplation and comparison of them, Sir Willoughby had given but a nodding approbation of his bride's appearance. He had not attached weight to it recently. Her conduct, and foremost, if not chiefly, her having been discovered, positively met by his friend Horace, walking on the high road without companion or attendant, increased a sense of pain so very unusual with him that he had cause to be indignant. Coming on this condition, his admiration of the girl who wounded him was as bitter a thing as a man could feel. Resentment, fed from the mainsprings of his nature, turned it to wormwood, and not a whit the less was it admiration when he resolved to chastise her with a formal indication of his disdain. Her present gaiety sounded to him like laughter heard in the shadow of the pulpit. "You have escaped," he said to her, while shaking the hand of his friend Horace, and cordially welcoming him, "my dear fellow. And, by the way, you had a squeak for it, I hear from Flitch." "I, Willoughby? Not a bit," said the Colonel. "We get into a fly to get out of it, and Flitch helped me out as well as in, good fellow, just dusting my coat as he did it. The only bit of bad management was that Miss Middleton had to step aside a trifle hurriedly." "You knew Miss Middleton at once?" "Flitch did me the favour to introduce me. He first precipitated me at Miss Middleton's feet, and then he introduced me, in old Oriental fashion, to my sovereign." Sir Willoughby's countenance was enough for his friend Horace. Quarter wheeling to Clara, he said, "'Tis the place I'm to occupy for life, Miss Middleton, though one is not always fortunate to have a bright excuse for taking it at the commencement." Clara said, "Happily you were not hurt, Colonel De Craye." "I was in the hands of the Loves, not the Graces, I'm afraid. I've an image of myself. Dear no, my dear Willoughby, you never made such a headlong declaration as that. It would have looked like a magnificent impulse, if the posture had only been choicer. And Miss Middleton didn't laugh, at least I saw nothing but pity." "You did not write," said Willoughby. "Because it was a toss-up of a run to Ireland or here, and I came here not to go there. And, by the way, fetched a jug with me to offer up to the gods of ill luck, and they accepted the propitiation." "Wasn't it packed in a box?" "No, it was wrapped in paper, to show its elegant form. I caught sight of it in the shop yesterday, and carried it off this morning, and presented it to Miss Middleton at noon, without any form at all." Willoughby knew his friend Horace's mood when the Irish tongue in him threatened to wag. "You see what may happen," he said to Clara. "As far as I am in fault, I regret it," she answered. "Flitch says the accident occurred through his driving up the bank to save you from the wheels." "Flitch may go and whisper that down the neck of his empty whisky flask," said Horace De Craye, "and then let him cork it. The consequence is that we have a porcelain vase broken. You should not walk on the road alone, Clara. You ought to have a companion always. It is the rule here." "I had left Miss Dale at the cottage." "You ought to have had the dogs." "Would they have been any protection to the vase?" Horace De Craye crowed cordially. "I am afraid not, Miss Middleton. One must go to the witches for protection to vases, and they're all in the air now, having their own way with us, which accounts for the confusion in politics and society, and the rise in the price of broomsticks, to prove it true, as they tell us, that every nook and corner wants a mighty sweeping." "Miss Dale looks beaming," said De Craye, wishing to divert Willoughby from his anger with sense as well as nonsense. "You have not been visiting Ireland recently?" said Sir Willoughby. "No, nor making acquaintance with an actor in an Irish part, in a drama cast in the Green Island. 'Tis Flitch, my dear Willoughby, has been and stirred the native in me, and will present him to you for the like good office, when we hear after a number of years that you've not wrinkled your forehead once at your liege lady. Take the poor old dog back home, will you? He's crazed to be at the Hall. I say, Willoughby, it would be a good bit of work to take him back. Think of it. You'll do the popular thing, I'm sure. I've a superstition that Flitch ought to drive you from the church door. If I were in luck, I'd have him drive me. The man's a drunkard, Horace. He fuddles his poor nose. 'Tis merely unction to the exile, sober struggles below. He drinks to rock his heart, because he has one. Now let me intercede for poor Flitch. Not a word of him. He threw up his place. To try his fortune in the world, as the best of us do, though livery runs after us to tell us there's no being an independent gentleman, and comes a cold day we haul on the metal-button coat again, with a good haw of satisfaction. You'll do the popular thing. Miss Middleton joins in the pleading." "No pleading. When I vowed upon my eloquence, Willoughby, I'd bring you to pardon the poor dog. Not a word of him. Just one." Sir Willoughby battled with himself to repress a state of temper that put him to marked disadvantage beside his friend Horace in high spirits. Ordinarily he enjoyed these fits of Irish of him, which were Horace's fun and play, at times involuntary, and then they indicated a recklessness that might embrace mischief. De Craye, as Willoughby had often reminded him, was properly Norman. The blood of 2 or 3 Irish mothers in his line, however, was enough to dance him, and, if his fine profile spoke of the stiffer race, his eyes, and the quick run of the lip in the cheek, and a number of his qualities, were evidence of the maternal legacy. "My word has been said about the man," Willoughby replied. "But I've wagered on your heart against your word, and can't afford to lose, and there's a double reason for revoking for you. I don't see either of them. Here are the ladies. You'll think of the poor beast, Willoughby. I hope for better occupation. If he drives a wheelbarrow at the Hall, he'll be happier than on board a chariot at large. He's broken-hearted. He's too much in the way of breakages, my dear Horace. Oh, the vase, the bit of porcelain," sung De Craye. "Well, we'll talk him over by and by, if it pleases you, but my rules are never amended." "Inalterable, are they? Like those of an ancient people, who might as well have worn a jacket of lead for the comfort they had of their boast. The beauty of laws for human creatures is their adaptability to new stitchings." Colonel De Craye walked at the heels of his leader, to make his bow to the ladies Eleanor and Isabel. Sir Willoughby had guessed the person who inspired his friend Horace to plead so pertinaciously and inopportunely for the man Flitch, and it had not improved his temper, or the pose of his rejoinders. He had winced under the contrast of his friend Horace's easy, laughing, sparkling, musical air and manner with his own stiffness, and he had seen Clara's face too, scanning the contrast. He was fatally driven to exaggerate his discontentment, which did not restore him to serenity. He would have learned more from what his abrupt swing round of the shoulder precluded his beholding. There was an interchange between Colonel De Craye and Miss Middleton, spontaneous on both sides. His was a look that said, "You were right." Hers, "I knew it." Her look was calmer, and after the first instant clouded as by wearifulness of sameness. His was brilliant, astonished, speculative, and admiring, pitiful. A look that poised over a revelation, called up the hosts of wonder to question strange fact. It had passed unseen by Sir Willoughby. The observer was the one who could also supply the key of the secret. Miss Dale had found Colonel De Craye in company with Miss Middleton at her gateway. They were laughing and talking together like friends of old standing, De Craye as Irish as he could be, and the Irish tongue and gentlemanly manner are an irresistible challenge to the opening steps of familiarity when accident has broken the ice. Flitch was their theme, and oh, but if we go tip to Willoughby hand in hand, and bob a courtesy to him, and beg his pardon for Mr. Flitch, won't he melt to such a pair of suppliants? Of course he will." Miss Middleton said he would not. Colonel De Craye wagered he would. He knew Willoughby best. Miss Middleton looked simply grave, a way of asserting the contrary opinion that tells of rueful experience. "We'll see," said the Colonel. They chatted like a couple unexpectedly discovering in one another a common dialect among strangers. Can there be an end to it when those two meet? They prattle, they fill the minutes, as though they were violently to be torn asunder at a coming signal, and must have it out while they can. It is a meeting of mountain brooks, not a colloquy, but a chasing. Impossible to say which flies, which follows, or what the topic, so interlinguistic are they, and rapidly counterchanging. After their conversation of an hour before, Laetitia watched Miss Middleton, in surprise at her lightness of mind. Clara bathed in mirth. A boy in a summer stream shows not hearty refreshment of his whole being. Laetitia could now understand Vernon's idea of her wit, and it seemed that she also had Irish blood. Speaking of Ireland, Miss Middleton said she had cousins there, her only relatives. "The laugh told me that," said Colonel De Craye. Laetitia and Vernon paced up and down the lawn. Colonel De Craye was talking with English sedateness to the ladies Eleanor and Isabel. Clara and young Crossjay strayed. "If I might advise, I would say, do not leave the Hall immediately, not yet," Laetitia said to Vernon. "You know, then?" "I cannot understand why it was that I was taken into her confidence." "I counselled it." "But it was done without an object that I can see." "The speaking did her good." "But how capricious! How changeful!" "Better now than later." "Surely she has only to ask to be released, to ask earnestly, if it is her wish." "You are mistaken." "Why does she not make a confidant of her father?" "That she will have to do. She wished to spare him." "He cannot be spared if she is to break the engagement." She thought of sparing him the annoyance. Now there's to be a tussle, he must share in it. Or she thought he might not side with her. She has not a single instinct of cunning. You judge her harshly. She moved me on the walk out. Coming home, I felt differently." Vernon glanced at Colonel De Craye. "She wants good guidance," continued Laetitia. "She has not an idea of treachery." "You think so? It may be true, but she seems one born devoid of patience, easily made reckless. There is a wildness. I judge by her way of speaking. That at least appeared sincere. She does not practise concealment. He will naturally find it almost incredible. The change in her, so sudden, so wayward, is unintelligible to me. To me it is the conduct of a creature untamed. He may hold her to her word, and be justified." "Let him look out, if he does." "Is not that harsher than anything I have said of her?" "I am not appointed to praise her. I fancy I read the case, and it's a case of opposition of temperaments. We never can tell the person quite suited to us. It strikes us in a flash." "That they are not suited to us? Oh no, that comes by degrees." "Yes, but the accumulation of evidence, or sentience, if you like, is combustible. We don't command the spark, it may be late in falling. And you argue in her favour. Consider her as a generous and impulsive girl, outwearied at last." "By what?" "By anything. By his loftiness, if you like. He flies too high for her, we will say. Sir Willoughby, an eagle. She may be tired of his eyrie." The sound of the word in Vernon's mouth smote on a consciousness she had of his full grasp of Sir Willoughby, and her own timid knowledge, though he was not a man who played on words. If he had eased his hurt in stressing the first syllable, it was only temporary relief. He was heavy-browed enough. "But I cannot conceive what she expects me to do by confiding her sense of her position to me," said Laetitia. "We none of us know what will be done. We hang on Willoughby, who hangs on whatever it is that supports him, and there we are in a swarm. You see the wisdom of staying, Mr. Whitford." "It must be over in a day or two. Yes, I stay." she inclines to obey you. I should be sorry to stake my authority on her obedience. We must decide something about Crossjay, and get the money for his crammer, if it is to be got. If not, I may get a man to trust me. I mean to drag the boy away. Willoughby has been at him with the tune of gentlemen, and has laid hold of him by one ear. When I say her obedience, she is not in a situation, nor in a condition, to be led blindly by anybody. She must rely on herself, to do everything herself. It's a knot that won't bear touching by any hand save hers." "I fear," said Laetitia. "Have no such fear. If it should come to his positively refusing, he faces the consequences. You do not think of her." Vernon looked at his companion. Chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 19. Colonel De Craye and Clara Middleton. Miss Middleton finished her stroll with Crossjay by winding her trailer of ivy in a wreath round his hat, and sticking her bunch of grasses in the wreath. She then commanded him to sit on the ground beside a big rhododendron, there to await her return. Crossjay had informed her of a design he entertained to be off with a horde of boys nesting in high trees, and marking spots where wasps and hornets were to be attacked in autumn. She thought it a dangerous business, and as the boy's dinner bell had very little restraint over him when he was in the flush of a scheme of this description, she wished to make tolerably sure of him through the charm she not unreadily believed she could fling on lads of his age. "Promise me you will not move from here until I come back, and when I come I will give you a kiss." Crossjay promised. She left him and forgot him. Seeing by her watch 15 minutes to the ringing of the bell, a sudden resolve that she would speak to her father without another minute's delay had prompted her like a superstitious impulse to abandon her aimless course and be direct. She knew what was good for her. She knew it now more clearly than in the morning. To be taken away instantly was her cry. There could be no further doubt. Had there been any before? But she would not in the morning have suspected herself of a capacity for evil, and of a pressing need to be saved from herself. She was not pure of nature. It may be that we breed saintly souls which are. She was pure of will, fire rather than ice. And in beginning to see the elements she was made of, she did not shuffle them to a heap with her sweet looks to front her. She put to her account some strength, much weakness. She almost dared to gaze unblinking at a perilous evil tendency. The glimpse of it drove her to her father. He must take me away at once, tomorrow. She wished to spare her father. So unsparing of herself was she, that in her hesitation to speak to him of her change of feeling for Sir Willoughby, she would not suffer it to be attributed in her own mind to a daughter's anxious consideration about her father's loneliness, an idea she had indulged formerly. Acknowledging that it was imperative she should speak, she understood that she had refrained, even to the inflicting upon herself of such humiliation as to run dilating on her woes to others, because of the silliest of human desires, to preserve her reputation for consistency. She had heard women abused for shallowness and flightiness. She had heard her father denounce them as veering weather vanes, and his oft-repeated quid femina possit. For her sex's sake, and also to appear an exception to her sex, this reasoning creature desired to be thought consistent. Just on the instant of her addressing him, saying "Father," a note of seriousness in his ear, it struck her that the occasion for saying all had not yet arrived, and she quickly interposed, "Papa," and helped him look lighter. The petition to be taken away was uttered. "To London," said Dr. Middleton. "I don't know who'll take us in." "To France, papa." "That means hotel life." "Only for 2 or 3 weeks." "Weeks? I am under an engagement to dine with Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson 5 days hence. That is on Thursday."
"Could we not find an excuse?"
"Break an engagement? No, my dear, not even to escape drinking a widow's wine."
"Does a word bind us?"
"Why, what else should?"
"I think I am not very well."
"We'll call in that man we met at dinner here, Corney, a capital doctor, an old-fashioned anecdotal doctor. How is it you are not well, my love? You look well. I cannot conceive your not being well."
"It is only that I want a change of air, papa."
"There we are, a change. Semper eadem. Women will be wanting a change of air in paradise. A change of angels, too, I might surmise. A change from quarters like these to a French hotel would be a descent. This the seat, this mournful gloom for that celestial light. I am perfectly at home in the library here. That excellent fellow Whitford and I have real days, and I like him for showing fight to his elder and better."
"He is going to leave."
"I know nothing of it, and I shall append no credit to the tale until I do know. He is headstrong, but he answers to a rap."
Clara's bosom heaved. The speechless insurrection threatened her eyes. A southwest shower lashed the window panes and suggested to Dr. Middleton shuddering visions of the Channel passage on board a steamer.
"Corney shall see you. He is a sparkling draught in person. Probably illiterate, if I may judge from one interruption of my discourse when he sat opposite me, but lettered enough to respect learning and write out his prescription. I do not ask more of men or of physicians."
Dr. Middleton said this rising, glancing at the clock and at the back of his hands.
"Quod autem secundum litteras difficilimum esse artificium." But what after letters is the more difficult practice? "Ego puto medicum." The medicus next to the scholar, though I have not to my recollection required him next me, nor ever expected child of mine to be crying for that milk. Daughter she is, of the unexplained sex. We will send a messenger for Corney. Change, my dear, you will speedily have, to satisfy the most craving of women, if Willoughby, as I suppose, is in the neoteric fashion of spending a honeymoon on a railway. Apt image, exposition and perpetuation of the state of mania conducting to the institution. In my time we lay by to brood on happiness. We had no thought of chasing it over a continent, mistaking hurly-burly clothed in dust for the divinity we sought. A smaller generation sacrifices to excitement. Dust and hurly-burly must perforce be the issue. And that is your modern world. Now, my dear, let us go and wash our hands. Midday bells expect immediate attention. They know of no ante-room of assembly." Clara stood gathered up, despairing at opportunity lost. He had noticed her contracted shape and her eyes, and had talked magisterially to smother and overbear the something disagreeable prefigured in her appearance. "You do not despise your girl, father?" "I do not. I could not. I love her. I love my girl. But you need not sing to me like a gnat to propound that question, my dear." "Then, father, tell Willoughby today we have to leave tomorrow. You shall return in time for Mrs. Mountstuart's dinner. Friends will take us in. The Daltons, the Erpinghams. We can go to Oxford, where you are sure of welcome. A little will recover me. Do not mention doctors. But you see, I am nervous. I'm quite ashamed of it. I am well enough to laugh at it, only I cannot overcome it. And I feel that a day or two will restore me. Say you will. Say it in first lesson book language. Anything above a primer splits my foolish head today." Dr. Middleton shrugged, spreading out his arms. "The office of ambassador from you to Willoughby, Clara. You decree me to the part of ball between two bats. The play being assured, the prologue is a bladder of wind. I seem to be instructed in one of the mysteries of erotic esotery, yet on my word I am no wiser. If Willoughby is to hear anything from you, he will hear it from your lips." "Yes, father, yes. We have differences. I am not fit for contests at present. My head is giddy. I wish to avoid an illness. He and I accuse myself." "There is the bell," ejaculated Dr. Middleton. "I'll debate on it with Willoughby." "This afternoon?" "Somewhen before the dinner bell. I cannot tie myself to the minute hand of the clock, my dear child. And let me direct you for the next occasion, when you shall bring the vowels I and A in verbally detached letters into collision, that you do not fill the hiatus with so pronounced a Y. It is the vulgarization of our tongue, of which I accuse you. I do not like my girl to be guilty of it." He smiled to moderate the severity of the correction, and kissed her forehead. She declared her inability to sit and eat. She went to her room, after begging him very earnestly to send her the assurance that he had spoken. She had not shed a tear, and she rejoiced in her self-control. It whispered to her of true courage, when she had given herself such evidence of the reverse. Shower and sunshine alternated through the half-hours of the afternoon, like a procession of dark and fair holding hands and passing. The shadow came, and she was chill; the light yellow in moisture, and she buried her face not to be caught up by cheerfulness. Believing that her head ached, she afflicted herself with all the heavy symptoms, and oppressed her mind so thoroughly that its occupation was to speculate on Laetitia Dale's modest enthusiasm for rural pleasures, for this place especially, with its rich foliage and peeps of scenic peace. The prospect of an escape from it inspired thoughts of a lovable round of life, where the sun was not a naked ball of fire, but a friend clothed in woodland, where park and meadow swept to well-known features east and west, and distantly circling hills, and the hearts of poor cottagers too, sympathy with whom assured her of goodness, were familiar, homely to the dweller in the place, morning and night. and she had the love of wild flowers, the watchful happiness in the seasons. Poets thrilled her, books absorbed. She dwelt strongly on that sincerity of feeling. It gave her root in our earth. She needed it as she pressed a hand on her eyeballs, conscious of acting the invalid, though the reasons she had for languishing under headache were so convincing that her brain refused to disbelieve in it and went some way to produce positive throbs. Otherwise she had no excuse for shutting herself in her room. Vernon Whitford would be sceptical. Headache or none, Colonel De Craye must be thinking strangely of her. She had not shown him any signs of illness. His laughter and his talk sung about her and dispersed the fiction. He was the very sea wind for bracing unstrung nerves. Her ideas reverted to Sir Willoughby, and at once they had no more cohesion than the foam on a torrent water. But soon she was undergoing a variation of sentiment. Her maid, Berkeley, brought her this pencilled line from her father: "Factum est, laetus est, amantium irae, et cetera." That it was done, that Willoughby had put on an air of glad acquiescence, and that her father assumed the existence of a lover's quarrel, was wonderful to her at first sight. Simple the succeeding minute. Willoughby indeed must be tired of her, glad of her going. He would know that it was not to return. She was grateful to him for perhaps hinting at the amantium irae, though she rejected the folly of the verse. And she gazed over dear homely country through her windows now. Happy the lady of the place, if happy she can be in her choice. Clara Middleton envied her the double-blossom wild cherry-tree, nothing else. One sprig of it, if it had not faded and gone to dust-colour like crusty alpine snow in the lower hollows, and then she could depart, bearing away a memory of the best here. Her fiction of the headache pained her no longer. She changed her muslin dress for silk. She was contented with the first bonnet Berkeley presented. Amicable towards everyone in the house, Willoughby included, she threw up her window, breathed, blessed mankind, and she thought, if Willoughby would open his heart to nature, he would be relieved of his wretched opinion of the world. Nature was then sparkling, refreshed in the last drops of a sweeping rain-curtain, favourably disposed for a background to her joyful optimism. A little nibble of hunger within, real hunger, unknown to her of late, added to this healthy view, without precipitating her to appease it. She was more inclined to foster it, for the sake of the sinewy activity of mind and limb it gave her, and in the style of young ladies very light of heart, she went downstairs like a cascade, and like the meteor observed in its vanishing trace, she alighted close to Colonel De Craye, and entered one of the rooms off the hall. He cocked an eye at the half-shut door. Now you only have to be reminded that it is the habit of the sportive gentleman of easy life, bewildered as he would otherwise be by the tricks, twists, and windings of the hunted sex, to parcel out fair women into classes, and some are flyers and some are runners. These birds are wild on the wing, those exposed their bosoms to the shot. For him there is no individual woman. He grants her a characteristic only to enrol her in a class. He is our immortal dunce at learning to distinguish her as a personal variety, of a separate growth. Colonel De Craye's cock of the eye at the door said that he had seen a raging coquette go behind it, He had his excuse for forming the judgment. She had spoken strangely of the fall of his wedding present, strangely of Willoughby, or there was a sound of strangeness in an allusion to her appointed husband, and she had treated Willoughby strangely when they met. Above all, her word about Flitch was curious. And then that look of hers. And subsequently she transferred her polite attentions to Willoughby's friend. After a charming colloquy, the sweetest give-and-take rattle he had ever enjoyed with a girl, she developed headache to avoid him, and next she developed blindness for the same purpose. He was feeling hurt, but considered it preferable to feel challenged. Miss Middleton came out of another door. She had seen him when she had passed him, and when it was too late to convey her recognition, and now she addressed him with an air of having bowed as she went by. "No one," she said. "Am I alone in the house?" "There is a figure naught," said he, "but it's as good as annihilated, and no figure at all, if you put yourself on the wrong side of it, and wish to be alone in the house." "Where is Willoughby?" "Away on business." "Riding?" "Achmet is the horse, and pray don't let him be sold, Miss Middleton. I am deputed to attend on you." "I should like a stroll." "Are you perfectly restored?" "Perfectly." "Strong?" "I was never better." It was the answer of the ghost of the wicked old man's wife when she came to persuade him he had one chance remaining. "Then," says he, "I'll believe in heaven if ye'll stop that bottle," and hurls it, and the bottle broke, and he committed suicide, not without suspicion of her laying a trap for him. These showers curling away and leaving sweet scents are divine, Miss Middleton. I have the privilege of the Christian name on the nuptial day. This park of Willoughby's is one of the best things in England. There's a glimpse over the lake that smokes of a corner of Killarney. Tempts the eye to dream, I mean. De Craye wound his finger spirally upward like a smoke wreath. "Are you for Irish scenery?" "Irish, English, Scottish." "All's one so long as it's beautiful. Yes, you speak for me. Cosmopolitanism of races is a different affair. I beg leave to doubt the true union of some. Irish and Saxon, for example. Let Cupid be the master of the ceremonies, and the dwelling place of the happy couple at the mouth of a cornucopia. Yet I have seen a flower of Erin worn by a Saxon gentleman proudly, and the Hibernian courting a Rowena. So we'll undo what I said, and consider it cancelled." "Are you of the rebel party, Colonel De Craye?" "I am Protestant and conservative, Miss Middleton." "I have not a head for politics." "The political heads I have seen would tempt me to that opinion." "Did Willoughby say when he would be back?" "He named no particular time. Dr. Middleton and Mr. Whitford are in the library upon a battle of the books." "Happy battle!" "You are accustomed to scholars. They are rather intolerant of us poor fellows." "Of ignorance, perhaps, not of persons." "Your father educated you himself, I presume?" "He gave me as much Latin as I could take. The fault is mine that it is little." "Greek?" "A little Greek." "Ah, and you carry it like a feather." "Because it is so light." "Miss Middleton, I could sit down to be instructed, old as I am. When women beat us, I verily believe we are the most beaten dogs in existence." "You like the theatre?" "Ours." "Acting, then?" "Good acting, of course." "May I venture to say you would act admirably?" "The venture is bold, for I have never tried." Let me see. There is Miss Dale and Mr. Whitford. You and I. Sufficient for a 2-act piece. The Irishman in Spain would do." He bent to touch the grass as she stepped on it. "The lawn is wet." She signified that she had no dread of wet, and said, "English women afraid of the weather might as well be shut up." De Craye proceeded. "Patrick O'Neill passes over from Hibernia to Iberia, a disinherited son of a father in the claws of the lawyers, with a letter of introduction to Don Beltran d'Aragon, a grandee of the first class, who has a daughter, Dona Serafina, Miss Middleton, the proudest beauty of her day, in the custody of a duenna, Miss Dale, and plighted to Don Fernan of the Guzman family, Mr. Whitford. There you have our dramatis personae. You are Patrick, Patrick himself, and I lose my letter, and I stand on the Prado of Madrid with the last portrait of Britannia in the palm of my hand, and crying in the purest brogue of my native land, 'It's all through dropping a letter. I'm here in Iberia instead of Hibernia. Worst luck to the spelling.'" "But Patrick will be sure to aspirate the initial letter of Hibernia." "That is clever criticism, upon my word, Miss Middleton. So he would. And there we have 2 letters dropped. But he'd do it in a groan, so that it wouldn't count for more than a ghost of 1. And everything goes on the stage, since it's only the laugh we want on the brink of the action. Besides, you are to suppose the performance before a London audience, who have a native opposite to the aspirate, and wouldn't bear to hear him spoil a joke, as if he were a lord or a constable. It's an instinct of the English democracy. So, with my bit of coin turning over and over in an undecided way, whether it shall commit suicide to supply me a supper, I behold a pair of Spanish eyes like violet lightning in the black heavens of that favoured clime. Won't you have violet? Violet forbids my impersonation, but the lustre on black is dark violet blue. You remind me that I have no pretension to black." Colonel De Craye permitted himself to take a flitting gaze at Miss Middleton's eyes. "Chestnut," he said. "Well, and Spain is the land of chestnuts. Then it follows that I am a daughter of Spain." "Clearly." "Logically." "By positive deduction." "And do I behold Patrick?" "As one looks upon a beast of burden." "Oh!" Miss Middleton's exclamation was louder than the matter of the dialogue seemed to require. She caught her hands up. In the line of the outer extremity of the rhododendron, screened from the house windows, young Crossjay lay at his length, with his head resting on a doubled arm and his ivy-wreathed hat on his cheek, just where she had left him, commanding him to stay. Half way toward him up the lawn she saw the poor boy, and the spur of that pitiful sight set her gliding swiftly. Colonel De Craye followed, pulling an end of his moustache. Crossjay jumped to his feet. "My dear, dear Crossjay," she addressed him and reproached him. "And how hungry you must be! And you must be drenched. This is really too bad." "You told me to wait here," said Crossjay in shy self-defence. "I did, and you should not have done it, foolish boy. I told him to wait for me here before luncheon, Colonel De Craye, and the foolish, foolish boy, he has had nothing to eat, and he must have been wet through 2 or 3 times, because I did not come to him." "Quite right, and the lava might overflow him and take the mould off him, like the sentinel at Pompeii, if he's of the true stuff." He may have caught cold. He may have a fever. He was under your orders to stay." "I know, and I cannot forgive myself. Run in, Crossjay, and change your clothes. Oh, run! Run to Mrs. Montague, and get her to give you a warm bath, and tell her from me to prepare some dinner for you. And change every garment you have. This is unpardonable of me. I said not for politics. I begin to think I have not a head for anything. But could it be imagined that Crossjay would not move for the dinner bell, through all that rain? I forgot you, Crossjay. I am so sorry, so sorry. You shall make me pay any forfeit you like. Remember, I am deep, deep in your debt. And now let me see you run fast. You shall come in to dessert this evening." Crossjay did not run. He touched her hand. "You said something." "What did I say, Crossjay?" "You promised." "What did I promise?" "Something." "Name it, my dear boy." He mumbled, "Kiss me." Clara plumped down on him, enveloped him and kissed him. The affectionately remorseful impulse was too quick for a conventional note of admonition to arrest her from paying that portion of her debt. When she had sped him off to Mrs. Montague, she was in a blush. "Dear, dear Crossjay," she said, sighing. "Yes, he's a good lad," remarked the colonel. "The fellow may well be a faithful soldier and stick to his post, if he receives promise of such a solde. He is a great favourite with you." "He is. You will do him a service by persuading Willoughby to send him to one of those men who get boys through their naval examination. And, Colonel De Craye, will you be kind enough to ask at the dinner table that Crossjay may come in to dessert?" "Certainly," said he, wondering. "And will you look after him while you are here? See that no one spoils him. If you could get him away before you leave, it would be much to his advantage. He is born for the Navy, and should be preparing to enter it now." "Certainly, certainly," said De Craye, wondering more. "I thank you in advance." "Shall I not be usurping—" "No, we leave tomorrow." "For a day?" "For longer." "Two?" "It will be longer." "A week? I shall not see you again." "I fear not." Colonel De Craye controlled his astonishment. He smothered a sensation of veritable pain, and amiably said, "I feel a blow, but I am sure you would not willingly strike. We are all involved in the regrets." Miss Middleton spoke of having to see Mrs. Montague, the housekeeper, with reference to the bath for Crossjay, and stepped off the grass. He bowed, watched her a moment, and for parallel reasons, running close enough to hit one mark, he commiserated his friend Willoughby. The winning or the losing of that young lady struck him as equally lamentable for Willoughby. End of chapter 19. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 20 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 20. An Aged and a Great Wine. The leisurely promenade up and down the lawn, with ladies and deferential gentlemen in anticipation of the dinner bell, was Dr. Middleton's evening pleasure. He walked as one who had formerly danced, in Apollo's time and the young god Cupid's, elastic on the muscles of the calf and foot, bearing his broad iron-grey head in grand elevation. The hard labour of the day approved the cooling exercise and the crowning refreshments of French cookery and wines of known vintages. He was happy at that hour in dispensing wisdom or nougat to his hearers, like the western sun, whose habit it is, when he is fairly treated, to break out in quiet splendours which by no means exhaust his treasury. Blessed indeed above his fellows by the height of the bow-winged bird in a fair-weather sunset sky above the pecking sparrow, is he that ever in the recurrent evening of his day sees the best of it ahead and soon to come. He has the rich reward of a youth and manhood of virtuous living. Dr. Middleton misdoubted the future as well as the past of the man who did not, in becoming gravity, exult to dine. That man he deemed unfit for this world and the next. An example of the good fruit of temperance, he had a comfortable pride in his digestion, and his political sentiments were attuned by his veneration of the powers rewarding virtue. We must have a stable world where this is to be done. The Reverend Doctor was a fine old picture, a specimen of art peculiarly English, combining in himself piety and epicurism, learning and gentlemanliness, with good room for each and a seat at one another's table. For the rest, a strong man, an athlete in his youth, a keen reader of facts and no reader of persons, genial, a giant at a task, a steady worker besides, but easily discomposed. He loved his daughter and he feared her. However much he liked her character, the dread of her sex and age was constantly present to warn him that he was not tied to perfect sanity while the damsel Clara remained unmarried. Her mother had been an amiable woman, of the poetical temperament nevertheless, too enthusiastic, imaginative, impulsive, for the repose of a sober scholar. An admirable woman, still, as you see, a woman, a firework. The girl resembled her. Why should she wish to run away from Patterne Hall for a single hour? Simply because she was of the sex born mutable and explosive. Her husband was her proper custodian, justly relieving a father. With demagogues abroad and daughters at home, philosophy is needed for us to keep erect. Let the girl beat Cicero's Tullia. Well, she dies. The choicest of them will furnish us examples of a strange perversity. Miss Dale was beside Dr. Middleton. Clara came to them and took the other side. "I was telling Miss Dale that the signal for your subjection is my enfranchisement," he said to her, sighing and smiling. "We know the date. The date of an event to come certifies to it as a fact to be counted on." "Are you anxious to lose me?" Clara faltered. "My dear, you have planted me on a field where I am to expect the trumpet, and when it blows I shall be quit of my nerves no more." Clara found nothing to seize on for a reply in these words. She thought upon the silence of Laetitia. Sir Willoughby advanced, appearing in a cordial mood. "I need not ask you whether you are better," he said to Clara, sparkled to Laetitia, and raised a key to the level of Dr. Middleton's breast, remarking, "I am going down to my inner cellar." "An inner cellar!" exclaimed the doctor. "Sacred from the butler. It is interdicted to stonemen. Shall I offer myself as guide to you? My cellars are worth a visit." "Cellars are not catacombs. They are, if rightly constructed, rightly considered, cloisters, where the bottle meditates on joys to bestow, not on dust misused. Have you anything great?" "A wine aged 90." "Is it associated with your pedigree that you pronounce the age with such assurance?" "My grandfather inherited it." "Your grandfather, Sir Willoughby, had meritorious offspring, not to speak of generous progenitors. What would have happened had it fallen into the female line? I shall be glad to accompany you. Port? Hermitage?" "Port." "Ah, we are in England." "There will just be time," said Sir Willoughby, inducing Dr. Middleton to step out. A chirrup was in the Reverend Doctor's tone. "Hocks, too, have compassed age. I have tasted senior hocks. Their flavours are as a brook of many voices. They have depth also. Senatorial port, we say. We cannot say that of any other wine. Port is deep sea deep. It is in its flavour deep. Mark the difference. It is like a classic tragedy, organic in conception. An ancient Hermitage as the light of the antique. The merit that it can grow to an extreme old age. A merit. Neither of Hermitage nor of Hock can you say that it is the blood of these long years, retaining the strength of youth with the wisdom of age. To Port for that. Port is our noblest legacy. Observe, I do not compare the wines. I distinguish the qualities. Let them live together for our enrichment. They are not rivals like the Idaean Three. Were they rivals, a fourth would challenge them. Burgundy has great genius. It does wonders within its period. It does all except to keep up in the race. It is short-lived. An aged Burgundy runs with a beardless Port. I cherish the fancy that Port speaks the sentences of wisdom, Burgundy sings the inspired ode. Or put it, that Port is the Homeric hexameter, Burgundy the Pindaric dithyramb. What do you say?" "The comparison is excellent, sir." "The distinction, you would remark. Pindar astounds, but his elder brings us the more sustaining cup. One is a fountain of prodigious ascent. One is the unsounded purple sea of marching billows. A very fine distinction. I conceive you to be now commending the similes. They pertain to the time of the first critics of those poets. Touch the Greeks, and you can touch nothing new. All has been said. Graiis praeter laudem nullius avaris. Genius dedicated to fame is immortal. We, sir, dedicate genius to the cloacaline floods. We do not address the unforgetting gods, but the popular stomach." Sir Willoughby was patient. He was about as accordantly coupled with Dr. Middleton in discourse as a drum duetting with a bass viol, and when he struck in he received correction from the pedagogue instrument. If he thumped affirmative or negative, he was wrong. However, he knew scholars to be an unmannered species, and the doctor's learnedness would be a subject to dilate on. In the cellar it was the turn for the drum. Dr. Middleton was tongue-tied there. Sir Willoughby gave the history of his wine in heads of chapters, whence it came to the family originally, and how it had come down to him in the quantity to be seen. Curiously, my grandfather, who inherited it, was a water drinker. My father died early. "Indeed, dear me," the doctor ejaculated in astonishment and condolence. The former glanced at the contrariety of man. The latter embraced his melancholy destiny. He was impressed with respect for the family. This cool vaulted cellar, and the central square block, or enceinte, where the thick darkness was not penetrated by the intruding lamp, but rather took it as an eye, bore witness to forethoughtful practical solidity in the man who had built the house on such foundations. A house having a great wine stored below lives in our imaginations as a joyful house, fast and splendidly rooted in the soil. And imagination has a place for the heir of the house. His grandfather a water drinker, his father dying early, present circumstances to us arguing predestination to an illustrious heirship and career. Dr. Middleton's musings were coloured by the friendly vision of glasses of the great wine. His mind was festive, it pleased him, and he chose to indulge in his whimsical, robustious, grandiose, airy style of thinking, from which the festive mind will sometimes take a certain print that we cannot obliterate immediately. Expectation is grateful, you know. In the mood of gratitude we are waxen. And he was a self-humouring gentleman. He liked Sir Willoughby's tone in ordering the servant at his heels to take up those 2 bottles. It prescribed, without overdoing it, a proper amount of caution, and it named an agreeable number. Watching the man's hand keenly, he said, "But here is the misfortune of a thing super-excellent. Not more than 1 in 20 will do it justice." Sir Willoughby replied, "Very true, sir, and I think we may pass over the 19. Women, for example, and most men." "This wine would be a sealed book to them." "I believe it would. It would be a grievous waste." "Vernon is a claret man, and so is Horace de Craye. They are both below the mark of this wine. They will join the ladies. Perhaps you and I, sir, might remain together." "With the utmost good will on my part." "I am anxious for your verdict, sir." "You shall have it, sir, and not out of harmony with the chorus preceding me, I can predict. Cool, not frigid." Dr. Middleton summed the attributes of the cellar on quitting it. "North side and south. No musty damp, a pure air. Everything requisite. One might lie down oneself and keep sweet here." Of all our venerable British of the 2 Isles professing a suckling attachment to an ancient port wine, lawyer, doctor, squire, rosy admiral, city merchant, the classic scholar is he whose blood is most nuptial to the webbed bottle. The reason must be that he is full of the old poets. He has their spirit to sing with, and the best that time has done on earth to feed it. He may also perceive a resemblance in the wine to the studious mind, which is the obverse of our mortality, and throws off acids and crusty particles in the piling of the years, until it is fulgent by clarity. Port hymns to his conservatism. It is magical. At 1 sip he is off swimming in the purple flood of the ever-youthful antique. By comparison, then, the enjoyment of others is brutish. They have not the soul for it. But he is worthy of the wine, as are poets of beauty. In truth, these should be severally apportioned to them, scholar and poet, as his own good thing. Let it be so. Meanwhile Dr. Middleton sipped. After the departure of the ladies, Sir Willoughby had practised a studied curtness upon Vernon and Horace. "You drink claret," he remarked to them, passing it round. "Port, I think, Dr. Middleton. The wine before you may serve for a preface. We shall have your wine in 5 minutes." The claret jug empty, Sir Willoughby offered to send for more. De Craye was languid over the question. Vernon rose from the table. "We have a bottle of Dr. Middleton's port coming in," Willoughby said to him. "Mine, you call it?" cried the doctor. "It's a royal wine that won't suffer sharing," said Vernon. "We'll be with you, if you go into the billiard-room, Vernon." "I shall hurry my drinking of good wine for no man," said the Reverend Doctor. "Horace?" "I'm beneath it. Ephemeral, Willoughby. I'm going to the ladies." Vernon and De Craye retired upon the arrival of the wine, and Dr. Middleton sipped. He sipped and looked at the owner of it. "Some 30 dozen," he said. 50. The doctor nodded humbly. "I shall remember, sir," his host addressed him, "whenever I have the honour of entertaining you, I am cellarer of that wine." The Reverend Doctor set down his glass. "You have, sir, in some sense an enviable post. It is a responsible one, if that be a blessing. On you it devolves to retard the day of the last dozen. Your opinion of the wine is favourable, sir." "I will say this. Shallow souls run to rhapsody. I will say that I am consoled for not having lived 90 years back, or at any period but the present, by this one glass of your ancestral wine." "I am careful of it," Sir Willoughby said modestly. "Still its natural destination is to those who can appreciate it. You do, sir." "Still, my good friend, still it is a charge. It is a possession, but part in trusteeship. Though we cannot declare it an entailed estate, our consciences are in some sort pledged that it shall be a succession not too considerably diminished." "You will not object to drink it, sir, to the health of your grandchildren? And may you live to toast them in it on their marriage day." "You colour the idea of a prolonged existence in seductive hues. Ha! It is a wine for Tithonus. This wine would speed him to the rosy morning. Ha! ha!" "I will undertake to see you through it up to morning," said Sir Willoughby, innocent of the Bacchic nuptiality of the allusion. Dr. Middleton eyed the decanter. There is a grief in gladness, for a premonition of our mortal state. The amount of wine in the decanter did not promise to sustain the starry roof of night and greet the dawn. Old wine, my friend, denies us the full bottle. "Another bottle is to follow." "No." "It is ordered." "I protest." "It is uncorked." "I entreat." "It is decanted." "I submit. But mark, it must be honest partnership. You are my worthy host, sir, on that stipulation. Note the superiority of wine over Venus. I may say the magnanimity of wine. Our jealousy turns on him that will not share. But the corks, Willoughby, the corks excite my amazement." "The corking is examined at regular intervals. I remember the occurrence in my father's time. I have seen to it once." "It must be perilous as an operation for tracheotomy, which I should assume it to resemble in surgical skill and firmness of hand, not to mention the imminent gasp of the patient." A fresh decanter was placed before the doctor. He said, "I have but a girl to give." He was melted. Sir Willoughby replied, "I take her for the highest prize this world affords." "I have beaten some small stock of Latin into her head, and a note of Greek. She contains a savour of the classics. I hoped once. But she is a girl. The nymph of the woods is in her. Still she will bring you her flower cup of Hippocrene. She has that aristocracy, the noblest. She is fair, a beauty, some have said, who judge not by lines. Fair to me, Willoughby. She is my sky. There were applicants. In Italy she was besought of me. She has no history. You are the first heading of the chapter. With you she will have her one tale, as it should be. Mulier tum bene olet, you know. Most fragrant she that smells of naught. She goes to you from me alone, from her father to her husband. Ut flos in septis secretus nascitur ortis. He murmured on the lines to Sic virgo, dum, I shall feel the parting. She goes to one who will have my pride in her, and more. I will add, who will be envied. Mr. Whitford must write you a Carmen Nuptiale." The heart of the unfortunate gentleman listening to Dr. Middleton set in for irregular leaps. His offended temper broke away from the image of Clara, revealing her as he had seen her in the morning beside Horace de Craye, distressingly sweet, sweet with the breezy radiance of an English soft-breathing day, sweet with sharpness of young sap. Her eyes, her lips, her fluttering dress that played happy mother across her bosom, giving peeps of the veiled twins, and her laughter, her slim figure, peerless carriage, all her terrible sweetness touched his wound to the smarting quick. Her wish to be free of him was his anguish. In his pain he thought sincerely. When the pain was easier, he muffled himself in the idea of her jealousy of Laetitia Dale, and deemed the wish a fiction. But she had expressed it. That was the wound he sought to comfort, for the double reason that he could love her better after punishing her, and that to meditate on doing so masked the fear of losing her. The dread abyss she had succeeded in forcing his nature to shudder at, as a giddy edge possibly near, in spite of his arts of self-defence. "What I shall do tomorrow evening!" he exclaimed. "I do not care to fling a bottle to Colonel De Craye and Vernon. I cannot open one for myself. To sit with the ladies will be sitting in the cold for me. When do you bring me back my bride, sir?" "My dear Willoughby," the Reverend Doctor puffed, composed himself, and sipped. "The expedition is an absurdity. I am unable to see the aim of it. She had a headache, vapours. They are over, and she will show a return of good sense. I have ever maintained that nonsense is not to be encouraged in girls. I can put my foot on it. My arrangements are for staying here a further 10 days, in the terms of your hospitable invitation, and I stay." "I applaud your resolution, sir. Will you prove firm?" "I am never false to my engagement, Willoughby." "Not under pressure?" "Under no pressure." "Persuasion, I should have said." "Certainly not. The weakness is in the yielding either to persuasion or to pressure. The latter brings weight to bear on us, the former blows at our want of it." "You gratify me, Dr. Middleton, and relieve me." "I cordially dislike a breach in good habits, Willoughby. But I do remember, was I wrong, informing Clara that you appeared light-hearted in regard to a departure, or gap in a visit, that was not, I must confess, to my liking?" "Simply, my dear doctor, your pleasure was my pleasure. But make my pleasure yours, and you remain to crack many a bottle with your son-in-law." "Excellently said. You have a courtly speech, Willoughby. I can imagine you to conduct a lover's quarrel with a politeness to read a lesson to well-bred damsels. Aha!" "Spare me the futility of the quarrel." "All's well." "Clara," replied Sir Willoughby in dramatic epigram, "is perfection." "I rejoice," the Reverend Doctor responded, taught thus to understand that the lovers' quarrel between his daughter and his host was at an end. He left the table a little after 11 o'clock. A short dialogue ensued upon the subject of the ladies. They must have gone to bed. Why, yes, of course they must. It is good that they should go to bed early to preserve their complexions for us. Ladies are creation's glory, but they are anticlimax, following a wine of a century old. They are anticlimax, recoil, cross-current. Morally they are repentance, penance. Imagerially, the frozen north on the young brown buds bursting to green. What know they of a critic in the palate? and a frame all revelry. And mark you, revelry in sobriety, containment in exultation, classic revelry. Can they, dear though they be to us, light up candelabras in the brain, to illuminate all history and solve the secret of the destiny of man? They cannot. They cannot sympathize with them that can. So therefore this division is between us. Yet we are not turbaned Orientals, nor are they inmates of the harem. We are not Moslem. Be assured of it in the contemplation of the table's decanter. Dr. Middleton said, "Then I go straight to bed." "I will conduct you to your door, sir," said his host. The piano was heard. Dr. Middleton laid his hand on the banisters and remarked, "The ladies must have gone to bed." Vernon came out of the library and was hailed, "Fellow student." He waved a good night to the doctor, and said to Willoughby, "The ladies are in the drawing-room." "I am on my way upstairs," was the reply. "Solitude and sleep after such a wine as that, and forfend us human society," the doctor shouted. "But, Willoughby—" "Sir?" "One tomorrow." "You dispose of the cellar, sir." "I am fitted to drive the horses of the sun. I would rigidly counsel one and no more. We have made a breach in the 50th dozen. Daily one will preserve us from having to name the 40th quite so unseasonably. The couple of bottles per diem prognosticates disintegration, with its accompanying recklessness. Constitutionally, let me add, I bear 3. I speak for posterity." During Dr. Middleton's allocution, the ladies issued from the drawing-room, Clara foremost, for she had heard her father's voice, and desired to ask him this in reference to their departure. "Papa, will you tell me the hour tomorrow?" She ran up the stairs to kiss him, saying again, "When will you be ready tomorrow morning?" Dr. Middleton announced a stoutly deliberative mind in the bugle notes of a repeated "ahem." He bethought him of replying in his doctorial tongue. Clara's eager face admonished him to brevity. It began to look starved. Intruding on his vision of the houris couched in the inner cellar to be the reward of valiant men, it annoyed him. His brows joined. He said, "I shall not be ready tomorrow morning." "In the afternoon?" "Nor in the afternoon." "When?" "My dear, I am ready for bed at this moment, and know of no other readiness. Ladies," he bowed to the group in the hall below him, "may fair dreams pay court to you this night." Sir Willoughby had hastily descended and shaken the hands of the ladies, directed Horace De Craye to the laboratory for a smoking-room, and returned to Dr. Middleton. Vexed by the scene, uncertain of his temper if he stayed with Clara, for whom he had arranged that her disappointment should take place on the morrow in his absence, he said "Good night, good night" to her with due fervour, bending over her flaccid finger-tips, then offered his arm to the Reverend Doctor. "Ay, son Willoughby, in friendliness, if you will, though I am a man to bear my load," the father of the stupefied girl addressed him. "Candles, I believe, are on the first landing. Good night, my love. Clara." "Papa." "Good night." "Oh!" She lifted her breast with the interjection, standing in shame of the curtained conspiracy and herself. "Good night." Her father wound up the stairs. She stepped down. "There was an understanding that papa and I should go to London tomorrow early," she said unconcernedly to the ladies, and her voice was clear, but her face too legible. De Craye was heartily unhappy at the sight. Chapter 21. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Chapter 21 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Egoist, a comedy in narrative by George Meredith. Chapter 21. Clara's Meditations. Two were sleepless that night, Miss Middleton and Colonel De Craye. She was in a fever, lying like stone, with her brain burning. Quick natures run out to calamity in any little shadow of it flung before. Terrors of apprehension drive them. They stop not short of the uttermost when they are on the wings of dread. A frown means tempest, a wind wreck. To see fire is to be seized by it. When it is the approach of their loathing that they fear, they are in the tragedy of the embraced at a breath. And then is the wrestle between themselves and horror, between themselves and evil which promises aid, themselves and weakness which calls on evil, themselves and the better part of them which whispers no beguilement. The false course she had taken through sophistical cowardice appalled the girl. She was lost. The advantage taken of it by Willoughby put on the form of strength, and made her feel abject reptilious. She was lost, carried away on the flood of the cataract. He had won her father for an ally. Strangely, she knew not how, he had succeeded in swaying her father, who had previously not more than tolerated him. Son Willoughby on her father's lip meant something that scenes and scenes would have to struggle with, to the outwearying of her father and herself. She revolved on the son Willoughby through moods of stupefaction, contempt, revolt, subjection. It meant that she was vanquished. It meant that her father's esteem for her was forfeited. She saw him a gigantic image of discomposure. Her recognition of her cowardly feebleness brought the brood of fatalism. What was the right of so miserable a creature as she to excite disturbance, let her fortunes be good or ill? It would be quieter to float, kinder to everybody. Thank heaven for the chances of a short life. Once in a net, desperation is graceless. We may be brutes in our earthly destinies. In our endurance of them we need not be brutish. She was now in the luxury of passivity, when we throw our burden on the powers above, and do not love them. The need to love them drew her out of it, that she might strive with the unbearable, and by sheer striving, even though she were graceless, come to love them humbly. It is here that the seed of good teaching supports a soul, for the condition might be mapped, and where kismet whispers us to shut eyes, and instruction bids us look up, is at a well-marked cross-road of the contest. Quick of sensation, but not courageously resolved, she perceived how blunderingly she had acted. For a punishment it seemed to her that she who had not known her mind must learn to conquer her nature, and submit. She had accepted Willoughby, therefore she accepted him. The fact became a matter of the past, past debating. In the abstract this contemplation of circumstances went well. A plain duty lay in her way. And then a disembodied thought flew round her, comparing her with Vernon, to her discredit. He had for years borne much that was distasteful to him, for the purpose of studying, and with his poor income helping the poorer than himself. She dwelt on him in pity and envy. He had lived in this place, and so must she, and he had not been dishonoured by his modesty. He had not failed of self-control, because he had a life within. She was almost imagining she might imitate him, when the clash of a sharp physical thought, the difference, the difference, told her she was woman and never could submit. Can a woman have an inner life apart from him she is yoked to? She tried to nestle deep away in herself, in some corner where the abstract view had comforted her, to flee from thinking as her feminine blood directed. It was a vain effort. The difference, the cruel fate, the defencelessness of women, pursued her, strung her to wild horses' backs, tossed her on savage wastes. In her case duty was shame, hence it could not be broadly duty. That intolerable difference proscribed the word. But the fire of a brain burning high and kindling everything lighted up herself against herself. Was one so volatile as she a person with a will? Were they not a multitude of flitting wishes that she took for a will? Was she, feather-headed that she was, a person to make a stand on physical pride? If she could yield her hand without reflection, as she conceived she had done from incapacity to conceive herself doing it reflectively, was she much better than purchasable stuff that has nothing to say to the bargain? Furthermore, said her incandescent reason, she had not suspected such art of cunning in Willoughby. Then might she not be deceived altogether? Might she not have misread him? Stronger than she had fancied, might he not be likewise more estimable? The world was favourable to him. He was prized by his friends. She reviewed him. It was all in one flash. It was not much less intentionally favourable than the world's review and that of his friends. But beginning with the idea of them, she recollected, heard Willoughby's voice pronouncing his opinion of his friends and the world, of Vernon Whitford and Colonel De Craye, for example, and of men and women. An undefined agreement to have the same regard for him as his friends and the world had, provided that he kept at the same distance from her, was the termination of this phase, occupying about a minute in time, and reached through a series of intensely vivid pictures. His face at her petition to be released, lowering behind them for a background and a comment. I cannot, she cried aloud, and it struck her that her repulsion was a holy warning. Better be graceless than a loathing wife, better appear inconsistent. Why should she not appear such as she was? Why? We answer that question usually in angry reliance on certain superb qualities, injured fine qualities of ours undiscovered by the world, not much more than suspected by ourselves, which are still our fortress, where pride sits at home, solitary and impervious as an octogenarian conservative. But it is not possible to answer it so, when the brain is raging like a pine torch, and the devouring illumination leaves not a spot of our nature covert. The aspect of her weakness was unrelieved, and frightened her back to her loathing. From her loathing, as soon as her sensations had quickened to realize it, she was hurled on her weakness. She was graceless, she was inconsistent, she was volatile, she was unprincipled, she was worse than a prey to wickedness, capable of it. She was only waiting to be misled. Nay, the idea of being misled suffused her with languor, for then the battle would be over, and she a happy weed of the sea, no longer suffering those tugs at the roots, but leaving it to the sea to heave and contend. She would be like Constantia then, like her in her fortunes, never so brave, she feared. Perhaps very like Constantia in her fortunes. Poor troubled bodies waking up in the night to behold visually the spectre cast forth from the perplexed machinery inside them, stare at it for a space, till touching consciousness they dive down under the sheets with fish-like alacrity. Clara looked at her thought, and suddenly headed downward in a crimson gulf. She must have obtained absolution, or else it was oblivion below. Soon after the plunge her first object of meditation was Colonel De Craye. She thought of him calmly. He seemed a refuge. He was very nice. He was a holiday character. His lithe figure, neat firm footing of the stag, swift intelligent expression, and his ready frolicsomeness, pleasant humour, cordial temper, and his Irishry whereon he was at liberty to play, as on the emblem harp of the isle, were soothing to think of. The suspicion that she tricked herself with this calm observation of him was dismissed. Issuing out of torture, her young nature eluded the irradiating brain in search of refreshment, and she luxuriated at a feast in considering him, shower on a parched land that he was. He spread new air abroad. She had no reason to suppose he was not a good man. She could securely think of him. Besides, he was bound by his prospective office in support of his friend Willoughby to be quite harmless. And besides, you are not to expect logical sequences. The showery refreshment in thinking of him lay in the sort of assurance it conveyed, that the more she thought, the less would he be likely to figure as an obnoxious official, that is, as the man to do by Willoughby at the altar what her father would, under the supposition, be doing by her. Her mind reposed on Colonel De Craye. His name was Horace. Her father had worked with her at Horace. She knew most of the odes and some of the satires and epistles of the poet. They reflected benevolent beams on the gentleman of the poet's name. He too was vivacious, had fun, common sense, elegance, loved rusticity, he said, sighed for a country life, fancied retiring to Canada to cultivate his own domain. Modus agri non ita magnus, a delight. And he too, when in the country, sighed for town. There were strong features of resemblance. He had hinted in fun at not being rich, que virtus et quanta sit vivere parvo. But that quotation applied to and belonged to Vernon Whitford. Even so little disarranged her meditations. She would have thought of Vernon as her instinct of safety prompted, had not his exactions been excessive. He proposed to help her with advice only. She was to do everything for herself, do and dare everything, decide upon everything. He told her flatly that so would she learn to know her own mind, and flatly that it was her penance. She had gained nothing by breaking down and pouring herself out to him. He would have her bring Willoughby and her father face to face, and be witness of their interview, herself the theme. What alternative was there? Obedience to the word she had pledged. He talked of patience, of self-examination and patience. But all of her, she was all marked urgent. This house was a cage, and the world, her brain, was a cage, until she could obtain her prospect of freedom. As for the house, she might leave it, yonder was the dawn. She went to her window to gaze at the first colour along the grey. Small satisfaction came of gazing at that or at herself. She shunned glass and sky. One and the other stamped her as a slave in a frame. It seemed to her she had been so long in this place that she was fixed here. It was her world, and to imagine an Alp was like seeking to get back to childhood. Unless a miracle intervened, here she would have to pass her days. Men are so little chivalrous now that no miracle ever intervenes. Consequently she was doomed. She took a pen and began a letter to a dear friend, Lucy Darleton, a promised bridesmaid, bidding her countermand orders for her bridal dress, and proposing a tour in Switzerland. She wrote of the mountain country with real abandonment to imagination. It became a visioned loophole of escape. She rose and clasped the shawl over her nightdress to ward off chillness, and sitting to the table again, could not produce a word. The lines she had written were condemned. They were ludicrously inefficient. The letter was torn to pieces. She stood very clearly doomed. After a fall of tears upon looking at the scraps, she dressed herself, and sat by the window, and watched the blackbird on the lawn, as he hopped from shafts of dewy sunlight to the long stretched dewy tree shadows, considering in her mind that dark dews are more meaningful than bright, the beauty of the dews of woods more sweet than meadow dews. It signified only that she was quieter. She had gone through her crisis in the anticipation of it. That is how quick natures will often be cold and hard, or not much moved, when the positive crisis arrives, and why it is that they are prepared for astonishing leaps over the gradations which should render their conduct comprehensible to us, if not excusable. She watched the blackbird throw up his head stiffly, and peck to right and left, dangling the worm on each side his orange beak. Speckle-breasted thrushes were at work, and a wagtail that ran as with Clara's own rapid little steps. Thrush and blackbird flew to the nest. They had wings. The lovely morning breathed of sweet earth into her open window, and made it painful in the dense twitter, chirp, cheep, and song of the air, to resist the innocent intoxication. Oh, to love was not said by her, but if she had sung, as her nature prompted, it would have been. Her war with Willoughby sprang of a desire to love repelled by distaste. Her cry for freedom was a cry to be free to love. She discovered it, half shuddering. To love! Oh, no, no shape of man, nor impalpable nature either, but to love unselfishness and helpfulness, and planted strength in something. Then loving and being loved a little, what strength would be hers! She could utter all the words needed to Willoughby and to her father, locked in her love, walking in this world, living in that. Previously she had cried, despairing, "If I were loved!" Jealousy of Constantia's happiness, envy of her escape, ruled her then; and she remembered the cry, though not perfectly her plain speaking to herself. She chose to think she had meant, if Willoughby were capable of truly loving, for now the fire of her brain had sunk, and refuges and subterfuges were round about it. The thought of personal love was encouraged. She chose to think, for the sake of the strength it lent her to carve her way to freedom. She had just before felt rather the reverse, but she could not exist with that feeling, and it was true that freedom was not so indistinct in her fancy as the idea of love. Were men, when they were known, like him she knew too well? The arch tempter's question to her was there. She put it away. Wherever she turned it stood observing her. She knew so much of one man, nothing of the rest. Naturally she was curious. Vernon might be sworn to be unlike, but he was exceptional. What of the other in the house? Maidens are commonly reduced to read the masters of their destinies by their instincts, and when these have been edged by over activity they must hoodwink their maidenliness to suffer themselves to read, and then they must dupe their minds, else men would soon see they were gifted to discern. Total ignorance being their pledge of purity to men, they have to expunge the writing of their perceptives on the tablets of the brain. They have to know not when they do know. The instinct of seeking to know, crossed by the task of blotting knowledge out, creates that conflict of the natural with the artificial creature to which their ultimately revealed double face, complained of by ever dissatisfied men, is owing. Wonder in no degree that they indulge a craving to be fools, or that many of them act the character. Jeer at them as little for not showing growth. You have reared them to this pitch, and at this pitch they have partly civilized you. Supposing you to want it done wholly, you must yield just as many points in your requisitions as are needed to let the wits of young women reap their due harvest and be of good use to their souls. You will then have a fair battle, a braver with better results. Clara's inner eye traversed Colonel De Craye at a shot. She had immediately to blot out the vision of Captain Oxford in him, the revelation of his laughing contempt for Willoughby, the view of mercurial principles, the scribbled histories of light love passages. She blotted it out, kept it from her mind, so she knew him to be a sweeter and a variable Willoughby, a generous kind of Willoughby, a Willoughby butterfly, without having the free mind to summarize him and picture him for a warning. Scattered features of him, such as the instincts call up, were not sufficiently impressive. Besides, the clouded mind was opposed to her receiving impressions. Young Crossjay's voice in the still morning air came to her ears. The dear Gillis chatter of the boy's voice. Why, assuredly it was young Crossjay who was the man she loved, and he loved her, and he was going to be an unselfish, sustaining, true, strong man, the man she longed for anchorage. Oh, the dear voice, woodpecker and thrush in one! He never ceased to chatter to Vernon Whitford, walking beside him with a swinging stride off to the lake for their morning swim. Happy couple! The morning gave them both a freshness and innocence above human. They seemed to Clara made of morning air and clear lake water. Crossjay's voice ran up and down a diatonic scale, with here and there a query in semitone, and a laugh on a ringing note. She wondered what he could have to talk of so incessantly, and imagined all the dialogue. He prattled of his yesterday, to day, and to morrow, which did not imply past and future, but his vivid present. She felt like one vainly trying to fly in hearing him. She felt old. The consolation she arrived at was to feel maternal. She wished to hug the boy. Trot and stride, Crossjay and Vernon entered the park, careless about wet grass, not once looking at the house. Crossjay ranged ahead and picked flowers, bounding back to show them. Clara's heart beat at a fancy that her name was mentioned. If those flowers were for her, she would prize them. The two bathers dipped over an undulation. Her loss of them rattled her chains. Deeply dwelling on their troubles has the effect upon the young of helping to forgetfulness, for they cannot think without imagining their imaginations are saturated with their pleasures, and the collision, though they are unable to exchange sad for sweet, distills an opiate. Am I solemnly engaged? She asked herself. She seemed to be awakening. She glanced at her bed, where she had passed the night of ineffectual moaning, and out on the high wave of grass, where Crossjay and his good friend had vanished. Was the struggle all to be gone over again? Little by little her intelligence of her actual position crept up to submerge her heart. I am in his house, she said. It resembled a discovery, so strangely had her opiate and power of dreaming wrought through her tortures. She said it gasping. She was in his house, his guest, his betrothed, sworn to him. The fact stood out cut in steel on the pitiless daylight. That consideration drew her to be an early wanderer in the wake of Crossjay. Her station was among the beeches on the flank of the boy's return, and while waiting there, the novelty of her waiting to waylay any one, she who had played the contrary part, told her more than it pleased her to think. Yet she could admit that she did desire to speak with Vernon, as with a counsellor, harsh and curt, but wholesome. The bathers reappeared on the grass ridge, raising and flapping wet towels. Some one hailed them. A sound of the galloping hoof drew her attention to the avenue. She saw Willoughby dash across the park level, and dropping a word to Vernon, ride away. Then she allowed herself to be seen. Crossjay shouted. Willoughby turned his head, but not his horse's head. The boy sprang up to Clara. He had swum across the lake and back. He had raced Mr. Whitford, and beaten him. How he wished Miss Middleton had been able to be one of them. Clara listened to him enviously. Her thought was, we women are nailed to our sex. She said, and you have just been talking to Sir Willoughby? Crossjay drew himself up to give an imitation of the baronet's hand moving in adieu. He would not have done that had he not smelled sympathy with the performance. She declined to smile. Crossjay repeated it and laughed. He made a broader exhibition of it to Vernon approaching. I say, Mr. Whitford, who's this? Vernon doubled to catch him. Crossjay fled and resumed his magnificent air in the distance. Good morning, Miss Middleton. You are out early, said Vernon, rather pale and stringy from his cold swim, and rather hard-eyed with the sharp exercise following it. She had expected some of the kindness she wanted to reject, for he could speak very kindly, and she regarded him as her doctor of medicine, who would at least present the futile drug. Good morning, she replied. Willoughby will not be home till the evening. You could not have had a finer morning for your bath. No. I will walk as fast as you like. I'm perfectly warm. But you prefer fast walking. Out. Ah, yes, that I understand. The walk back. Why is Willoughby away to day? He has business. After several steps she said, he makes very sure of papa. Not without reason, you will find, said Vernon. Can it be? I'm bewildered. I had papa's promise. To leave the Hall for a day or two. It would have been. Possibly. But other heads are at work as well as yours. If you had been in earnest about it, you would have taken your father into your confidence at once. That was the course I ventured to propose, on the supposition.
In earnest, I cannot imagine that you doubt it. I wish to spare him.
This is a case in which he can't be spared.
If I had been bound to any other. I did not know then who held me a prisoner. I thought I had only to speak to him sincerely.
Not many men would give up their prize for a word. Willoughby the last of any.
Prize rang through her thrillingly from Vernon's mouth, and soothed her degradation. She would have liked to protest that she was very little of a prize, a poor prize, not one at all in general estimation, only one to a man reckoning his property, no prize in the true sense. The importunity of pain saved her. Does he think I can change again? Am I treated as something won in a lottery? To stay here is indeed more than I can bear. And if he is calculating, Mr. Whitford, if he calculates on another change, his plotting to keep me here is inconsiderate, not very wise. Changes may occur in absence.
Wise or not, he has the right to scheme his best to keep you.
She looked on Vernon with a shade of wondering reproach. Why, what right?
The right you admit when you ask him to release you.
He has the right to think you deluded, and to think you may come to a better mood if you remain, a mood more agreeable to him. I mean, he has that right absolutely. You are bound to remember also that you stand in the wrong. You confess it when you appeal to his generosity, and every man has the right to retain a treasure in his hand if he can. Look straight at these facts.
You expect me to be all reason?
Try to be. It's the way to learn whether you are really in earnest.
I will try. It will drive me to worse.
Try honestly. What is wisest now is, in my opinion, for you to resolve to stay. I speak in the character of the person you sketched for yourself as requiring. Well, then, a friend repeats the same advice. You might have gone with your father. Now you will only disturb him and annoy him. The chances are he will refuse to go.
Are women ever so changeable as men, then? Papa consented. He agreed. He had some of my feeling. I saw it. That was yesterday, and at night. He spoke to each of us at night in a different tone from usual. With me he was hardly affectionate. But when you advise me to stay, Mr. Whitford, you do not perhaps reflect that it would be at the sacrifice of all candour.
Regard it as a probational term.
It has gone too far with me.
Take the matter into the head. Try the case there.
Are you not counselling me as if I were a woman of intellect?
The crystal ring in her voice told him that tears were near to flowing. He shuddered slightly. You have intellect, he said, nodded, and crossed the lawn. Leaving her, he had to dress.
She was not permitted to feel lonely, for she was immediately joined by Colonel De Craye. End of chapter 21. Read by Lars Rolander.
Chapter 22 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Egoist, a comedy in narrative by George Meredith. Chapter 22. The Ride. Crossjay darted up to her, a nose ahead of the Colonel.
I say, Miss Middleton, we're to have the whole day to ourselves after morning lessons. Will you come and fish with me and see me bird's nest?
Not for the satisfaction of beholding another cracked crown, my son, the Colonel interposed, and bowing to Clara. Miss Middleton is handed over to my exclusive charge for the day, with her consent?
I scarcely know, said she.
consulting a sensation of languor that seemed to contain some reminiscence. "If I am here, my father's plans are uncertain. I will speak to him. If I am here, perhaps Crossjay would like a ride in the afternoon." "Oh yes," cried the boy. "Out over Bournden, through Mewsey, up to Closharn Beacon, and down to Aspenwell, where there's a common for racing, and ford the stream."
"An inducement for you," De Craye said to her. She smiled and squeezed the boy's hand. "We won't go without you, Crossjay."
"You don't carry a comb, my man, when you bathe?"
At this remark of the Colonel's, young Crossjay conceived the appearance of his matted locks in the eyes of his adorable lady. He gave her one dear look through his redness and fled.
"I like that boy," said De Craye.
"I love him," said Clara. Crossjay's troubled eyelids in his honest young face became a picture for her.
"After all, Miss Middleton, Willoughby's notions about him are not so bad, if we consider that you will be in the place of a mother to him."
"I think them bad."
"You are disinclined to calculate the good fortune of the boy in having more of you on land than he would have in crown and anchor buttons."
"You have talked of him with Willoughby?"
"We had a talk last night."
Of how much, thought she. "Willoughby returns?" she said.
"He dines here. I know, for he holds the key of the inner cellar, and Dr. Middleton does him the honour to applaud his wine. Willoughby was good enough to tell me that he thought I might contribute to amuse you."
She was brooding in the stupefaction on her father and the wine, as she requested Colonel De Craye to persuade Willoughby to take the general view of Crossjay's future and act on it.
"He seems fond of the boy too," said the De Craye musingly.
"You speak in doubt?"
"Not at all. But is he not, men are queer fish, make allowance for us, a trifle tyrannical, pleasantly, with those he is fond of?"
"If they look right and left?" It was meant for an interrogation. It was not with the sound of one that the words dropped. "My dear Crossjay," she sighed, "I would willingly pay for him out of my own purse, and I will do so rather than have him miss his chance. I have not mustered resolution to propose it."
"I may be mistaken, Miss Middleton. He talked of the boy's fondness of him."
"He would."
"I suppose he is hardly peculiar in liking to play pole star."
"He may not be."
"For the rest, your influence should be all powerful."
"It is not." De Craye looked with a wondering eye at the heavens.
"We are having a spell of weather perfectly superb, and the odd thing is that whenever we have splendid weather at home, we are all for rushing abroad. I'm booked for a Mediterranean cruise, postponed to give place to your ceremony."
"That?" She could not control her accent.
"What worthier?"
She was guilty of a pause. De Craye saved it from an awkward length.
"I have written half an essay on honeymoons, Miss Middleton."
"Is that the same as a half written essay, Colonel De Craye?"
"Just the same, with the difference that it's a whole essay written all on one side."
"On which side?"
"The bachelor's."
"Why does he trouble himself with such topics?"
"To warm himself for being left out in the cold."
"Does he feel envy?"
"He has to confess it."
"He has liberty."
"A commodity he can't tell the value of if there's no one to buy."
"Why should he wish to sell?"
"He's bent on completing his essay."
"To make the reading dull?"
There we touch the key of the subject, for what is to rescue the pair from a monotony multiplied by two? And so a bachelor's recommendation, when each has discovered the right sort of person to be dull with, pushes them from the church door on a round of adventures containing a spice of peril, if 'tis to be had. Let them be in danger of their lives the first or second day. A bachelor's loneliness is a private affair of his own.
He hasn't a look into a face to be ashamed of feeling it and inflicting it at the same time. 'Tis his pillow. He can punch it an he pleases, and turn it over t'other side, if he's for a mighty variation. There's a dream in it. But our poor couple are staring wide awake. All the dreaming's done. They've emptied their bottle of elixir or broken it, and she has a thirst for the use of the tongue, and he to yawn with a crony, and they may converse, they're not aware of it, more than the desert that has drunk a shower. So as soon as possible she's away to the ladies, and he puts on his club. That's what your bachelor sees, and would like to spare them, and if he didn't see something of the sort he'd be off with a noose round his neck, on his knees in the dew to the morning milkmaid."
"The bachelor is happily warned, and on his guard," said Clara, diverted as she wished her to be. "Sketch me a few of the adventures you propose."
"I have a friend who rowed his bride from the Houses of Parliament up the Thames to the Severn on into North Wales. They shot some pretty weirs and rapids."
"That was nice."
"They had an infinity of adventures, and the best proof of the benefit they derived is that they forgot everything about them except that the adventures occurred."
"Those two must have returned bright enough to please you."
"They returned and shone like a wrecker's beacon to the mariner. You see, Miss Middleton, there was the landscape, and the exercise, and the occasional bit of danger. I think it's to be recommended. The scene is always changing, and not too fast, and 'tis not too sublime, like big mountains, to tire them of their everlasting big O's. There's the difference between going into a howling wind and launching among zephyrs. They have fresh air and movement, and not in a railway carriage. They can take in what they look on, and she has the steering ropes, and that's a wise commencement. And my lord is all day making an exhibition of his manly strength, bowing before her some 60 to the minute, and she, to help him, just inclines when she's in the mood, and they're face to face in the nature of things, and are not under the obligation of looking the unutterable, because, you see, there's business in hand, and the boat's just the right sort of third party, who never interferes, but must be attended to, and they feel they're labouring together to get along, all in the proper proportion, and whether he has to labour in life or not, he proves his ability. What do you think of it, Miss Middleton?"
"I think you have only to propose it, Colonel De Craye."
"And if they capsize, why, 'tis a natural ducking."
"You forgot the lady's dressing bag."
"The stain on the metal for a constant reminder of his prowess in saving it. Well, and there's an alternative to that scheme, and a finer. This, then: they read dramatic pieces during courtship, to stop the saying of things over again, till the drum of the ear becomes nothing but a drum to the poor head. And a little before they affix their signatures to the fatal registry book of the vestry, they enter into an engagement with a body of provincial actors to join the troupe on the day of their nuptials, and away they go in their coach and four, and she is Lady Kitty Caper for a month, and he Sir Harry Highflyer. See the honeymoon spinning! The marvel to me is that none of the young couples do it. They could enjoy the world, see life, amuse the company, and come back fresh to their own characters, instead of giving themselves a dose of Africa without a savage to diversify it, an impression they never get over, I'm told. Many a character of the happiest auspices has irreparable mischief done it by the ordinary honeymoon. For my part, I rather lean to the second plan of campaign."
Clara was expected to reply, and she said, "Probably because you are fond of acting. It would require capacity on both sides."
"Miss Middleton, I would undertake to breathe the enthusiasm for the stage and the adventure."
"You are recommending it generally."
Let my gentleman only have a fund of enthusiasm. The lady will kindle. She always does at a spark.
If he has not any?
Then I'm afraid they must be mortally dull.
She allowed her silence to speak. She knew that it did so too eloquently, and could not control the personal adumbration she gave to the one point of light revealed in "if he has not any." Her figure seemed immediately to wear a cap and cloak of dulness. She was full of revolt and anger. She was burning with her situation. If sensible of shame now at anything that she did, it turned to wrath and threw the burden on the author of her desperate distress. The hour for blaming herself had gone by, to be renewed ultimately perhaps in a season of freedom. She was bereft of her insight within at present, so blind to herself that while conscious of an accurate reading of Willoughby's friend, she thanked him in her heart for seeking simply to amuse her, and slightly succeeding. The afternoon's ride with him and Crossjay was an agreeable beguilement to her in prospect. Laetitia came to divide her from Colonel De Craye. Dr. Middleton was not seen before his appearance at the breakfast table, where a certain air of anxiety in his daughter's presence produced the semblance of a raised map at intervals on his forehead. Few sights on earth are more deserving of our sympathy than a good man who has a troubled conscience thrust on him. The Reverend Doctor's perturbation was observed. The ladies Eleanor and Isabel, seeing his daughter to be the cause of it, blamed her, and would have assisted him to escape; but Miss Dale, whom he courted with that object, was of the opposite faction. She made way for Clara to lead her father out. He called to Vernon, who merely nodded while leaving the room by the window with Crossjay. Half an eye on Dr. Middleton's pathetic exit in captivity sufficed to tell Colonel De Craye that parties divided the house. At first he thought how deplorable it would be to lose Miss Middleton for 2 days or 3, and it struck him that Vernon Whitford and Laetitia Dale were acting oddly in seconding her, their aim not being discernible; for he was of the order of gentlemen of the obscurely clear in mind, who have a predetermined acuteness in their watch upon the human play, and mark men and women as pieces of a bad game of chess, each pursuing an interested course. His experience of a section of the world had educated him as gallant, frank, and manly a comrade as one could wish for, up to this point. But he soon abandoned speculations, which may be compared to a shaking anemometer that will not let the troubled indicator take station. Reposing on his perceptions and his instincts, he fixed his attention on the chief persons, only glancing at the others to establish a postulate, that where there are parties in a house, the most bewitching person present is the origin of them. It is ever Helen's achievement. Miss Middleton appeared to him bewitching beyond mortal, sunny in her laughter, shadowy in her smiling, a young lady shaped for perfect music with a lover. She was that, and no less, to every man's eye on earth. High breeding did not freeze her lovely girlishness, but Willoughby did. This reflection intervened to blot luxurious picturings of her, and made itself acceptable by leading him back to several instances of an evident want of harmony of the pair. And now, for purely undirected impulse, all within us is not, though we may be eye-bandaged agents under direction, it became necessary for an honourable gentleman to cast vehement rebukes at the fellow who did not comprehend the jewel he had won. How could Willoughby behave like so complete a donkey? De Craye knew him to be in his interior stiff, strange, exacting. Women had talked of him. He had been too much for one woman, the dashing Constantia.
he had won one woman, sacrificing far more for him than Constantia to death. Still, with such a prize as Clara Middleton, Willoughby's behaviour was past calculating in its contemptible absurdity. And during courtship! And courtship of that girl! It was the way of a man 10 years after marriage. The idea drew him to picture her dotingly in her young matronly bloom 10 years after marriage, without a touch of age, matronly wise, womanly sweet, perhaps with a couple of little ones to love, never having known the love of a man. To think of a girl like Clara Middleton never having at 29 and with 2 fair children, known the love of a man or the loving of a man, possibly, became torture to the Colonel. For a pacification he had to reconsider that she was as yet only 19, and unmarried. But she was engaged, and she was unloved. One might swear to it, that she was unloved, and she was not a girl to be satisfied with a big house and a high-nosed husband. There was a rapid alteration of the sad history of Clara, the unloved matron, solaced by 2 little ones. A childless Clara tragically loving and beloved flashed across the dark glass of the future. Either way, her fate was cruel. Some astonishment moved De Craye in the contemplation of the distance he had stepped in this morass of fancy. He distinguished the choice open to him of forward or back, and he selected forward. But fancy was dead. The poetry hovering about her grew invisible to him. He stood in the morass, that was all he knew, and momently he plunged deeper, and he was aware of an intense desire to see her face. That he might study her features again, he understood no more. It was the clouding of the brain by the man's heart which had come to the knowledge that it was caught. A certain measure of astonishment moved him still. It had hitherto been his portion to do mischief to women, and avoid the vengeance of the sex. What was there in Miss Middleton's face and air to ensnare a veteran handsome man of society, numbering 36 years, nearly as many conquests? Each bullet has got its commission. He was hit at last. That accident effected by Mr. Flitch had fired the shot. Clean through the heart does not tell us of our misfortune, till the heart is asked to renew its natural beating. It fell into the condition of the porcelain vase over a thought of Miss Middleton standing above his prostrate form on the road, and walking beside him to the hall. Her words? What have they been? She had not uttered words, she had shed meanings. He did not for an instant conceive that he had charmed her. The charm she had cast on him was too thrilling for coxcombry to lift a head. Still she had enjoyed his prattle. In return for a touch upon the Irish fountain in him, he had manifestly given her relief. And could not one see that so sprightly a girl would soon be deadened by a man like Willoughby? Deadened she was. She had not responded to a compliment on her approaching marriage. An allusion to it killed her smiling. The case of Mr. Flitch, with a half wager about his reinstation in the service of the hall, was conclusive evidence of her opinion of Willoughby. It became again necessary that he should abuse Willoughby for his folly. Why was the man worrying her? In some way he was worrying her. What if Willoughby as well as Miss Middleton wished to be quit of the engagement? For just a second the handsome woman-flattered officer proved his man's heart more whole than he supposed it. That great organ, instead of leaping at the thought, suffered a check. Bear in mind that his heart was not merely man's, it was a conqueror's. He was of the race of amorous heroes, who glory in pursuing, overtaking, subduing, wresting the prize from a rival, having her ripe from exquisitely feminine inward conflicts, plucking her out of resistance in good old primitive fashion. You win the creature in her delicious flutterings. He liked her thus, in cooler blood, because of society's admiration of the capturer, and somewhat because of the strife, which always enhances the value of a prize, and refreshes our vanity in recollection. Moreover, he had been matched against Willoughby. The circumstance had occurred 2 or 3 times. He could name a lady he had won, a lady he had lost. Willoughby's large fortune and grandeur of style had given him advantages at the start. But the start often means the race with women and a bit of luck. The gentle check upon the galloping heart of Colonel De Craye endured no longer than a second. A simple side glance in a headlong pace. Clara's enchantingness for a temperament like his, which is to say, for him specially, in part through the testimony her conquest of himself presented as to her power of sway over the universal heart, known as man's, assured him she was worth winning even from a hand that dropped her. He had now a double reason for exclaiming at the folly of Willoughby. Willoughby's treatment of her showed either temper or weariness. Vanity and judgment led De Craye to guess the former. Regarding her sentiments for Willoughby, he had come to his own conclusion. The certainty of it caused him to assume that he possessed an absolute knowledge of her character. She was an angel, born supple. She was a heavenly soul, with half a dozen of the tricks of earth. Skittish filly was among his phrases, but she had a bearing and a gaze that forbade the dip in the common gutter for wherewithal to paint the creature she was. Now, then, to see whether he was wrong for the first time in his life. If not wrong, he had a chance. There could be nothing dishonourable in rescuing a girl from an engagement she detested. An attempt to think it a service to Willoughby faded midway. De Craye dismissed that chicanery. It would be a service to Willoughby in the end, without question. There was that to soothe his manly honour. Meanwhile he had to face the thought of Willoughby as an antagonist, and the world looking heavy on his honour as a friend. Such considerations drew him tenderly close to Miss Middleton. It must, however, be confessed that the mental ardour of Colonel De Craye had been a little sobered by his glance at the possibility of both of the couple being of one mind on the subject of their betrothal. Desirable as it was that they should be united in disagreeing, it reduced the romance to platitude, and the third person in the drama to the appearance of a stick. No man likes to play that part. Memoirs of the favourites of goddesses, if we had them, would confirm it of men's tastes in this respect. Though the divinest be the prize, we behold what part they played. De Craye chanced to be crossing the hall from the laboratory to the stables when Clara shut the library door behind her. He said something whimsical, and did not stop, nor did he look twice at the face he had been longing for. What he had seen made him fear there would be no ride out with her that day. Their next meeting reassured him. She was dressed in her riding habit, and wore a countenance resolutely cheerful. He gave himself the word of command to take his tone from her. He was of a nature as quick as Clara's. Experience pushed him farther than she could go in fancy. But experience laid a sobering finger on his practical steps, and bade them hang upon her initiative. She talked little. Young Crossjay cantering ahead was her favourite subject. She was very much changed since the early morning. His liveliness, essayed by him at a hazard, was unsuccessful. Grave English pleased her best. The descent from that was naturally to melancholy. She mentioned a regret she had that the veil was interdicted to women in Protestant countries. De Craye was fortunately silent. He could think of no other veil than the Moslem, and when her meaning struck his witless head, he admitted to himself that devout attendance on a young lady's mind stupefies man's intelligence. Half an hour later he was as foolish in supposing it a confidence. He was again saved by silence. In Aspenwell village she drew a letter from her bosom and called to Crossjay to post it. The boy sang out, "Miss Lucy Darleton! What a nice name!" Clara did not show that the name betrayed anything. She said to De Craye, "It proves he should not be here thinking of nice names." Her companion replied, "You may be right." He added, to avoid feeling too subservient, "Boys will." "Not if they have stern masters to teach them their daily lessons, and some of the lessons of existence."
"Vernon Whitford is not stern enough?"
"Mr. Whitford has to contend with other influences here."
"With Willoughby?"
"Not with Willoughby." He understood her. She touched the delicate indication firmly. The man's heart respected her for it. Not many girls could be so thoughtful, or dare to be so direct. He saw that she had become deeply serious, and he felt her love of the boy to be maternal, past maiden sentiment. By this light of her seriousness, the posting of her letter in a distant village, not entrusting it to the Hall post box, might have import. Not that she would apprehend the violation of her private correspondence, but we like to see our letter of weighty meaning pass into the mouth of the public box. Consequently this letter was important. It was to suppose a sequency in the conduct of a variable damsel. Coupled with her remark about the veil, and with other things, not words, breathing from her, which were the breath of her condition, it was not unreasonably to be supposed. She might even be a very consistent person, if one only had the key of her. She spoke once of an immediate visit to London, supposing that she could induce her father to go. De Craye remembered the occurrence in the hall at night, and her aspect of distress. They raced along Aspenwell Common to the ford, shallow to the chagrin of young Crossjay, between whom and themselves they left a fitting space for its rapture in leading his pony to splash up and down, lord of the stream. Swiftness of motion so strikes the blood on the brain that our thoughts are lightnings, the heart is master of them. De Craye was heated by his gallop to venture on the angling question.
"Am I to hear the names of the bridesmaids?"
The pace had nerved Clara to speak to it sharply. "There's no need."
"Have I no claim?"
She was mute.
"Miss Lucy Darleton, for instance, whose name I am almost as much in love with as Crossjay."
"She will not be bridesmaid to me."
"She declines? Add my petition, I beg."
"To all, or to her?"
"Do all the bridesmaids decline?"
"The scene is too ghastly."
"A marriage?"
"Girls have grown sick of it."
"Of weddings? We'll overcome the sickness."
"With some."
"Not with Miss Darleton? You tempt my eloquence."
"You wish it?"
"To win her consent? Certainly."
"The scene?"
"Do I wish that?"
"Marriage!" exclaimed Clara, dashing into the ford, fearful of her ungovernable wildness, and of what it might have kindled. "You, father! You have driven me to unmaidenliness." She forgot Willoughby in her father, who would not quit a comfortable house for her all but prostrate beseeching, would not bend his mind to her explanations, answered her with the horrid iteration of such deaf misunderstanding as may be associated with a tolling bell. De Craye allowed her to catch Crossjay by herself. They entered a narrow lane, mysterious with possible birds' eggs in the May green hedges. As there were not room for three abreast, The Colonel made up the rear guard, and was consoled by having Miss Middleton's figure to contemplate. But the readiness of her joining in Crossjay's pastime of the nest hunt was not so pleasing to a man that she had wound to a pitch of excitement. Her scornful accent on marriage rang through him. Apparently she was beginning to do with him just as she liked, herself entirely unconcerned. She kept Crossjay beside her till she dismounted, and the Colonel was left to the procession of elephantine ideas in his head, whose ponderousness he took for natural weight. We do not with impunity abandon the initiative. Men who have yielded it are like cavalry put on the defensive. A very small force with an ictus will scatter them. Anxiety to recover lost ground reduced the dimensions of his ideas to a practical standard. Two ideas were opposed like duellists, bent on the slaughter of one another. Either she amazed him by confirming the suspicions he had gathered of her sentiments for Willoughby in the moments of his introduction to her, or she amazed him as a model for coquettes the married and the widow might apply to her for lessons. These combatants exchanged shots, but remained standing. The encounter was undecided. Whatever the result, no person so seductive as Clara Middleton had he ever met. Her cry of loathing, "Marriage!" coming from a girl, rang faintly clear of an ancient virginal aspiration of the sex to escape from their coil, and bespoke a pure, cold, savage pride that transplanted his thirst for her to higher fields. End of chapter 22. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 23 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Egoist, a comedy in narrative by George Meredith. Chapter 23. Treats of the union of temper and policy. Sir Willoughby meanwhile was on a line of conduct suiting his appreciation of his duty to himself. He had deluded himself with the simple notion that good fruit would come of the union of temper and policy. No delusion is older, none apparently so promising, both parties being eager for the alliance. Yet the theorist upon human nature will say, they are obviously of adverse disposition. And this is true, inasmuch as neither of them will submit to the joke of an established union. As soon as they have done their mischief, they set to work tugging for a divorce. But they have attractions, the one for the other, which precipitate them to embrace whenever they meet in a breast. Each is earnest with the owner of it to get him to officiate forthwith as wedding priest. And here is the reason. Temper, to warrant its appearance, desires to be thought as deliberately as policy, and policy, the sooner to prove its shrewdness, is impatient for the quick blood of temper. It will be well for men to resolve at the first approaches of the amorous but fickle pair upon interdicting even an accidental temporary junction. For the astonishing sweetness of the couple, when no more than the ghosts of them have come together in a projecting mind, is an intoxication beyond fermented grape juice or a witch's brewage. And under the guise of active wits, they will lead us to the parental meditation of antics, compared with which a pagan Saturnalia were less impious in the sight of sanity. This is full-mouthed language. But on our studious way through any human career, We are subject to fits of moral elevation. The theme inspires it, and the sage residing in every civilized bosom approves it. Decide at the outset that temper is fatal to policy. Hold them with both hands in division. One might add, be doubtful of your policy, and repress your temper. It would be to suppose you wise. You can, however, by incorporating 2 or 3 captains of the great army of truisms, bequeathed to us by ancient wisdom, fix in your service those veteran old standfasts to check you. They will not be serviceless in their admonitions to your understanding, and they will so contrive to reconcile with it the natural caperings of the wayward young sprig conduct, that the latter, who commonly learns to walk upright and straight from nothing softer than raps of a bludgeon on his crown, shall foot soberly, appearing at least wary of dangerous corners. Now Willoughby had not to be taught that temper is fatal to policy. He was beginning to see in addition that the temper he encouraged was particularly obnoxious to the policy he adopted. And although his purpose in mounting horse after yesterday frowning on his bride was definite, and might be deemed sagacious, he bemoaned already the fatality pushing him even farther from her in chase of a satisfaction impossible to grasp. But the bare fact that her behaviour demanded a line of policy crossed the grain of his temper. It was very offensive. Considering that she wounded him severely, her reversal of their proper parts, by taking the part belonging to him, and requiring his watchfulness, and the careful dealings he was accustomed to expect from others, and had a right to exact of her, was injuriously unjust. The feelings of a man hereditarily sensitive to property accused her of a trespassing imprudence, and knowing himself, by testimony of his household, his tenants, and the neighbourhood, and the world as well, amiable when he received his dues, he contemplated her with an air of stiff-backed ill-treatment, not devoid of a certain sanctification of martyrdom. His bitterest enemy would hardly declare that it was he who was in the wrong. Clara herself had never been audacious enough to say that. Distaste of his person was inconceivable to the favourite of society. The capricious creature probably wanted a whipping to bring her to the understanding of the principle called mastery, which is in man. But was he administering it? If he retained a hold on her, he could undoubtedly apply the scourge at leisure, any kind of scourge. He could shun her, look on her frigidly, unbend to her to find a warmer place for sarcasm, pityingly smile, ridicule, pay court elsewhere. He could do these things if he retained a hold on her. And he could do them well, because of the faith he had in his renowned amiability, for in doing them he could feel that he was other than he seemed, and his own cordial nature was there to comfort him while he bestowed punishment. Cordial indeed! The chills he endured were flung from the world. His heart was in that fiction. Half the hearts now beating have a mild form of it to keep them merry, and the chastisement he desired to inflict was really no more than righteous vengeance for an offended goodness of heart. Clara, figuratively, absolutely perhaps, on her knees, he would raise her and forgive her. He yearned for the situation, to let her understand how little she had known him. It would be worth the pain she had dealt, to pour forth the stream of re-established confidences, to paint himself to her as he was in the spirit,
not as he was to the world, though the world had reason to do him honour. First, however, she would have to be humbled. Something whispered that his hold on her was lost. In such case, every blow he struck would set her flying farther, till the breach between them would be past bridging. Determination not to let her go was the best finish to this perpetually revolving round which went like the same old wheel planks of a water-mill in his head at a review of the injury he sustained. He had come to it before, and he came to it again. There was his vengeance. It melted him. She was so sweet. She shone for him like the sunny breeze on water. Thinking of her caused a catch of his breath. The dreadful young woman had a keener edge for the senses of men than sovereign beauty. It would be madness to let her go. She affected him like an outlook on the great Patterne estate after an absence, when his welcoming flag wept for pride above Patterne Hall. It would be treason to let her go. It would be cruelty to her. He was bound to reflect that she was of tender age, and the foolishness of the wretch was excusable to extreme youth. We toss away a flower that we are tired of smelling and do not wish to carry. But the rose, young woman, is not cast off with impunity. A fiend in shape of man is always behind us to appropriate her. He that touches that rejected thing is larcenous. Willoughby had been sensible of it in the person of Laetitia, and by all the more that Clara's charms exceeded the faded creature's, he felt it now. 10,000 furies thickened about him at the thought of her lying by the roadside without his having crushed all bloom and odour out of her, which might tempt even the curiosity of the fiend, man. On the other hand, supposing her to be there untouched, universally declined by the sniffling, sagacious dog fiend, a miserable spinster for years, he could conceive notions of his remorse. A soft remorse may be adopted as an agreeable sensation within view of the wasted penitent whom we have struck a trifle too hard. Seeing her penitent, he certainly would be willing to surround her with little offices of compromising kindness. It would depend on her age. Supposing her still youngish, there might be captivating passages between them, as thus, in a style not unfamiliar.
"And was it my fault, my poor girl? Am I to blame, that you have passed a lonely, unloved youth?"
No, Willoughby, the irreparable error was mine. The blame is mine, mine only. I live to repent it. I do not seek, for I have not deserved your pardon. Had I it, I should need my own self-esteem to presume to clasp it to a bosom ever unworthy of you.
"I may have been impatient, Clara. We are human."
Never be it mine to accuse one of whom I laid so heavy a weight of forbearance.
"Still, my old love, for I am merely quoting history in naming you so, I cannot have been perfectly blameless."
To me you were, and are.
"Clara!"
Willoughby.
"Must I recognize the bitter truth that we two, once nearly one, so nearly one, are eternally separated?"
I have envisaged it. My friend, I may call you friend. You have ever been my friend, my best friend. Oh, that eyes had been mine to know the friend I had! Willoughby, in the darkness of night, and during days that were as night to my soul,
I have seen the inexorable finger pointing my solitary way through the wilderness from a paradise forfeited by my most wilful, my wanton sin. We have met. It is more than I have merited. We part. In mercy, let it be for ever. O terrible word! Coined by the passions of our youth, it comes to us for our soul riches when we are bankrupt of earthly treasures, and is the passport given by abnegation unto woe that prays to quit this probationary sphere. Willoughby, we part. It is better so.
Clara, one only, one last, one holy kiss.
If these poor lips that once were sweet to you. The kiss, to continue the language of the imaginative composition of this time, favourite readings in which had inspired Sir Willoughby with a colloquy so pathetic, was imprinted. Ay, she had the kiss, and no mean one. It was intended to swallow every vestige of dwindling attractiveness out of her, and there was a bit of scandal springing of it in the background that satisfactorily settled her business, and left her enshrined in memory, a divine recollection to him, as his popular romances would say, and have said for years. Unhappily, the fancied salute of her lips encircled him with a breathing Clara. She rushed up from vacancy like a wind summoned to wreck a stately vessel. His reverie had thrown him into severe commotion. The slave of a passion thinks in a ring, as hares run. He will cease where he began. Her sweetness had set him off, and he whirled back to her sweetness,
And that being incalculable, and he insatiable.
You have the picture of his torments when you consider that her behaviour made her as a cloud to him. Riding slack, horse and man, in the likeness of those two a jog homeward from the miry hunt, the horse pricked his ears, and Willoughby looked down from his road along the bills on the race headed by young Crossjay, with a short start over Aspinwell Common to the ford. There was no mistaking who they were, though they were well nigh a mile distant below. He noticed that they did not overtake the boy. They drew rein at the ford, talking not simply face to face, but face in face. Willoughby's novel feeling of he knew not what drew them up to him, enabling him to fancy them bathing in one another's eyes. Then she sprang through the ford, De Craye following, but not close after. And why not close? She had flicked him with one of her peremptorily saucy speeches when she was bold with the gallop. They were not unknown to Willoughby. They signified intimacy. Last night he had proposed to De Craye to take Miss Middleton for a ride the next afternoon. It never came to his mind then that he and his friend had formerly been rivals. He wished Clara to be amused. Policy dictated that every thread should be used to attach her to her residence at the Hall, until he could command his temper to talk to her calmly, and overwhelm her, as any man in earnest, with command of temper and a point of vantage, may be sure to whelm a young woman. Policy, adulterated by temper, yet policy it was that had sent him on his errand in the early morning to beat about for a house and garden suitable to Dr. Middleton within a circuit of 5, 6, or 7 miles of Patterne Hall. If the Reverend Doctor liked the house and took it, and Willoughby had seen the place to suit him, the neighbourhood would be a chain upon Clara. And if the house did not please a gentleman rather hard to please, except in a venerable wine, an excuse would have been started for his visiting other houses, and he had that response to his importunate daughter, that he believed an excellent house was on view. Dr. Middleton had been prepared by numerous hints to meet Clara's black misreading of a lovers' quarrel, so that everything looked full of promise as far as Willoughby's exercise of policy went. But the strange pang traversing him now convicted him of a large adulteration of profitless temper with it. The loyalty of De Craye to a friend, where a woman walked in the drama, was notorious. It was there, and a most flexible thing it was, and it soon resembled reason manipulated by the sophists. Not to have reckoned on his peculiar loyalty was proof of the blindness cast on us by temper. And De Craye had an Irish tongue, and he had it under control, so that he could talk good sense and airy nonsense at discretion. The strongest overboiling of English Puritan contempt of a gabbler would not stop women from liking it. Evidently Clara did like it, and Willoughby thundered on her sex. Unto such brainless things as these do we, under the irony of circumstances, confide our honour. For he was no gabbler. He remembered having rattled in earlier days. He had rattled with an object to gain, desiring to be taken for an easy, careless, vivacious, charming fellow, as any young gentleman may be who gaily wears the golden dish of £50,000 per annum, nailed to the back of his very saintly young pate. The growth of the critical spirit in him, however, had informed him that slang had been a principal component of his rattling,
and as he justly supposed it a betraying art for his race and for him.
He passed through the prim and the yawning phases of affected indifference to the pine puritanism of a leaden contempt of gabblers.
They snare women, you see, girls. How despisable! The host of girls, at least that girl below there.
Married women understood him, widows did. He placed an exceedingly handsome and flattering young widow of his acquaintance, Lady Mary Lewison, beside Clara for a comparison. Involuntarily, and at once, in a flash, in despite of him, he would rather it had been otherwise, and in despite of Lady Mary's high birth and connections as well, the silver lustre of the maid sicklied the poor widow. The effect of the luckless comparison was to produce an image of surpassingness in the features of Clara that gave him the final, or mace blow. Jealousy invaded him. He had hitherto been free of it, regarding jealousy as a foreign devil, the accursed familiar of the vulgar. Luckless fellows might be victims of the disease. He was not, and neither Captain Oxford, nor Vernon, nor De Craye, nor any of his compeers had given him one shrewd pinch. The woman had, not the man, and she in quite a different fashion from his present wallowing anguish. She had never pulled him to earth's level, where jealousy gnaws the grasses. He had boasted himself above the humiliating visitation. If that had been the case, we should not have needed to trouble ourselves much about him. A run or two with a pack of imps would have satisfied us. But he desired Clara Middleton manfully enough at an intimation of rivalry to be jealous. In a minute the foreign devil had him. He was flame, flaming verdigris. One might almost dare to say, for an exact illustration, such was actually the colour, but accept it as unsaid. Remember the poets upon jealousy. It is to be haunted in the heaven of two by a third, preceded or succeeded, therefore surrounded, embraced, bugged by this infernal third. It is love's bed of burning marl, to see and taste the withering third in the bosom of sweetness, to be dragged through the past and find the fair Eden of its sulphurous, to be dragged to the gates of the future and glory to behold them blood, to adore the bitter creature trebly, and with treble power to clutch her by the windpipe. It is to be cheated, derided, shamed, and abject, and supplicating, and consciously demoniacal in treacherousness, and victoriously self-justified in revenge. And still there is no change in what men feel, though in what they do the modern may be judicious. You know the many paintings of man transformed to raging beasts by the curse, and this the fieriest trial of our egoism, worked in the Egoist to produce division of himself from himself, a concentration of his thoughts upon another object, still himself, but in another breast, which had to be looked at and into for the discovery of him. By the gaping jaw chasm of his greed we may gather comprehension of his insatiate force of jealousy. Let her go? Not though he were to become a mark of public scorn in strangling her with a joke. His concentration was marvellous. Unused to the exercise of imaginative powers, he nevertheless conjured her before him visually till his eyeballs ached. He saw none but Clara, hated none, loved none, save the intolerable woman. What logic was in him deduced her to be individual and most distinctive from the circumstance that only she had ever wrought these pangs. She had made him ready for them, as we know. An idea of De Craye being no stranger to her when he arrived at the Hall dashed him at De Craye for a second. It might be or might not be that they had a secret. Clara was the spell. So prodigiously did he love and hate that he had no permanent sense except for her. The soul of him writhed under her eyes at one moment, and the next it closed on her without mercy. She was his possession escaping, his own gliding away to the third. There would be pangs for him too, that third. Standing at the altar to see her fast bound, soul and body, to another, would be good roasting fire. It would be good roasting fire for her too, should she be averse. To conceive her aversion was to burn her and devour her. She would then be his. What say you? Burned and devoured. Rivals would vanish then. Her reluctance to espouse the man she was plighted to would cease to be uttered, cease to be felt. At last he believed in her reluctance. All that had been wanted to bring him to the belief was the scene on the common. Such a mere spark, or an imagined spark. But the presence of the third was necessary, otherwise he would have had to suppose himself personally distasteful. Women have us back to the conditions of primitive man, or they shoot us higher than the topmost star. But it is as we please. Let them tell us what we are to them. For us, they are our back and front of life. The poet's Lesbia, the poet's Beatrice, ours is the choice. And were it proved that some of the bright things are in the pay of darkness, with the stamp of his coin on their palms, and that some are the very angels we hear sung of, not the less might we say that they find us out. They have us by our leanings. They are to us what we hold of best or worst within. By their state is our civilization judged. And if it is hugely animal still, that is because primitive men abound and will have their pasture. Since the lead is ours, the leaders must bow their heads to the sentence. Jealousy of a woman is the primitive egoism seeking to refine in a blood gone to savagery under apprehension of an invasion of rights. It is in action the tiger threatened by a rifle when his paw is rigid on quick flesh. He tears the flesh for rage at the intruder. The Egoist, who is our original male in giant form, had no bleeding victim beneath his paw, but there was the sex to mangle. Much as he prefers the well-behaved among women, who can worship and fawn, and in whom terror can be inspired, in his wrath he would make of Beatrice a Lesbia Quadrantaria. Let women tell us of their side of the battle. We are not so much the test of the Egoist in them as they to us. Movements of similarity shown in crowned and undiademed ladies of intrepid independence suggest their occasional capacity to be like men when it is given to them to hunt. At present they fly, and there is the difference. Our manner of the chase informs them of the creature we are. Dimly as young women are informed, they have a youthful ardour of detestation that renders them less tolerant of the Egoist than their perceptive elder sisters. What they do perceive, however, they have a redoubtable grasp of, and Clara's behaviour would be indefensible if her detective feminine vision might not sanction her acting on its direction. Seeing him as she did, she turned from him and shunned his house as the antre of an ogre. She had posted her letter to Lucy Dalton. Otherwise, if it had been open to her to dismiss Colonel De Craye, she might, with a warm kiss to Vernon's pupil, have seriously thought of the next shrill steam whistle across yonder hills, for a travelling companion on the way to her friend Lucy. So abhorrent was to her the putting of her horse's head toward the Hall. Oh, the breaking of bread there! It had to be gone through for another day or more, that is to say, 40 hours, it might be 46 hours, and no prospect of sleep to speed any of them on wings. Such were Clara's inward interjections, while poor Willoughby burned himself out with verdigris flame, having the savour of bad metal, till the hollow of his breast was not unlike to a corroded old cuirass, found, we will assume, by criminal lantern beams in a digging beside green mantled pools of the sullen soil, lumped with a strange adhesive concrete. How else picture the sad man? The cavity felt empty to him, and heavy, sick of an ancient and mortal combat, and burning, deeply dinted too, with a starry hole, whence fled the soul, very sore, important for aught save sluggish agony, a specimen and the issue of strife. Measurelessly to loathe was not sufficient to save him from pain. He tried it. Nor to despise. He went to depth there also. The fact that she was a healthy young woman returned to the surface of his thoughts, like the murdered body pitched into the river, which will not drown, and calls upon the elements of dissolution to float it. His grand hereditary desire to transmit his estates, wealth, and name to a solid posterity, while it prompted him in his loathing and contempt of a nature mean and ephemeral compared with his, attached him desperately to her splendid healthiness. The council of elders, whose descendant he was, pointed to this young woman for his mate. He had wooed her with the idea that they consented. Oh, she was healthy, and he likewise; but, as if it had been a duel between two clearly designated by quality of blood to bid a house endure, she was the first who taught him what it was to have sensations of his mortality. He could not forgive her. It seemed to him consequently politic to continue frigid and let her have a further taste of his shadow, when it was his burning wish to strain her in his arms to a flatness provoking his compassion.
You have had your ride?
He addressed her politely in the general assembly on the lawn. I have had my ride, yes, Clara replied.
Agreeable, I trust?
Very agreeable. So it appeared. Oh, blushless! The next instant he was in conversation with Laetitia, questioning her upon a dejected droop of her eyelashes. I am, I think, said she, constitutionally melancholy.
He murmured to her, I believe in the existence of specifics, and not far to seek, for all our ailments, except those we bear at the hands of others.
She did not dissent. De Craye, whose humour for being convinced that Willoughby cared about as little for Miss Middleton as she for him, was nourished by his immediate observation of them, dilated on the beauty of the ride and his fair companion's equestrian skill.
You should start a travelling circus, Willoughby rejoined. But the idea is a worthy one. There's another alternative to the expedition I proposed, Miss Middleton, said De Craye. And I be clown? I haven't a scruple of objection. I must read up books of jokes. Don't, said Willoughby. I'd spoil my part. But a natural clown won't keep up an artificial performance for an entire month, you see, which is the length of time we propose. He'll exhaust his nature in a day, and be bowled over by the dullest regular donkey engine with paint on his cheeks and a nodding topknot. What is this expedition we propose?
De Craye was advised in his heart to spare Miss Middleton any allusion to honeymoons. Merely a game to cure dulness.
Ah,
Willoughby acquiesced.
A month, you said?
One'd like it to last for years.
Ah, you're driving one of Mr. Merriman's witticisms at me, Horace. I'm dense.
Willoughby bowed to Dr. Middleton and drew him from Vernon, filially taking his turn to talk with him closely. De Craye saw Clara's look as her father and Willoughby went aside, thus linked. It lifted him over anxieties and casuistries concerning loyalty. Powder was in the look to make a war horse breathe high and shiver for the signal. End of chapter 23. Read by Lars Rolander.
Chapter 24 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 24 contains an instance of the generosity of Willoughby. Observers of a gathering complication and a character in action commonly resemble gleaners who are intent only on picking up the ears of grain and huddling their store. Disinterestedly or interestedly, they wax over-eager for the little trifles, and make too much of them. Observers should begin upon the precept that not all we see is worth hoarding, and that the things we see are to be weighed in the scale with what we know of the situation before we commit ourselves to a measurement. And they may be accurate observers without being good judges. They do not think so, and their bent is to glean hurriedly and form conclusions as hasty, when their business should be sift at each step and question. Miss Dale seconded Vernon Whitford in the occupation of counting looks and tones, and noting scraps of dialogue. She was quite disinterested. He quite believed that he was. To this degree they were competent for their post, and neither of them imagined they could be personally involved in the dubious result of the scenes they witnessed. They were but anxious observers, diligently collecting. She fancied Clara susceptible to his advice. He had fancied it, and was considering it one of his vanities. Each mentally compared Clara's abruptness in taking them into her confidence with her abstention from any secret word since the arrival of Colonel De Craye. Sir Willoughby requested Laetitia to give Miss Middleton as much of her company as she could, showing that he was on the alert. Another Constantia Durham seemed beating her wings for flight. The suddenness of the evident intimacy between Clara and Colonel De Craye shocked Laetitia. Their acquaintance could be computed by hours. Yet at their first interview she had suspected the possibility of worse than she now supposed to be. And she had begged Vernon not immediately to quit the hall, in consequence of that faint suspicion. She had been led to it by meeting Clara and De Craye at her cottage gate, and finding them as fluent and laughter-breathing in conversation as friends. Unable to realize the rapid advance to a familiarity more ostensible than actual of two lively natures after such an introduction as they had undergone, and one of the two pining in a drought of liveliness, Laetitia listened to their wager of nothing at all, a no against a yes in the case of poor Flitch, and Clara's "Willoughby will not forgive," and De Craye's "Oh, he's human," and the silence of Clara, and De Craye's hearty cry, "Flitch shall be a gentleman's coachman in his old seat, or I haven't a tongue," to which there was a negative of Clara's head. And it then struck Laetitia that this young betrothed lady, whose alienated heart acknowledged no lord an hour earlier, had met her match, and, as the observer would have said, her destiny. She judged of the alarming possibility by the recent revelation to herself of Miss Middleton's character, and by Clara's having spoken to a man as well, to Vernon, and previously. That a young lady should speak on the subject of the inner holies to a man, though he were Vernon Whitford, was incredible to Laetitia. But it had to be accepted as one of the dread facts of our inexplicable life, which drag our bodies at their wheels and leave our minds exclaiming. Then, if Clara could speak to Vernon, which Laetitia would not have done for a mighty bribe, she could speak to De Craye, Laetitia thought deductively. This being the logic of untrained heads, opposed to the proceeding whereby their condemnatory deduction hangs. Clara must have spoken to De Craye. Laetitia remembered how winning and prevailing Miss Middleton could be in her confidences. A gentleman hearing her might forget his duty to his friend, she thought, for she had been strangely swayed by Clara. Ideas of Sir Willoughby that she had never before imagined herself to entertain had been sown in her, she thought, not asking herself whether the searchingness of the young lady had struck them and bidden them rise from where they lay embedded. Very gentle women take in that manner impressions of persons, especially of the worshipped person, wounding them. Like the new fortifications with embankments of soft earth, where explosive missiles bury themselves harmlessly until they are plucked out. And it may be a reason why those injured ladies outlive a Clara Middleton similarly battered. Vernon, less than Laetitia, took into account that Clara was in a state of fever, scarcely reasonable. Her confidences to him he had excused, as a piece of conduct, in sympathy with her position. He had not been greatly astonished by the circumstances confided, and on the whole, as she was excited and unhappy, he excused her thoroughly. He could have extolled her. It was natural that she should come to him, brave in her to speak so frankly, a compliment that she should condescend to treat him as a friend. Her position excused her widely, but she was not excused for making a confidential friend of De Craye. There was a difference. Well, the difference was that De Craye had not the smarting sense of honour with women which our meditator had. An impartial judiciary, it will be seen, and he discriminated between himself and the other justly. But sensation surging to his brain at the same instant, he reproached Miss Middleton for not perceiving that difference as clearly before she betrayed her position to De Craye, which Vernon assumed that she had done. Of course he did. She had been guilty of it once. Why then, in the mind of an offended friend, she would be guilty of it twice? There was evidence. Ladies fatally predestined to appeal to that from which they have to be guarded must expect severity when they run off their railed highroad. Justice is out of the question. Man's brains might, his blood cannot administer it to them. By chilling him to the bone they may get what they cry for, but that is a method deadening to their point of appeal. In the evening, Miss Middleton and the colonel sang a duet. She had of late declined to sing. Her voice was noticeably firm. Sir Willoughby said to her, "You have recovered your richness of tone, Clara." She smiled, and appeared happy in pleasing him. He named a French ballad. She went to the music rack and gave the song unasked. He should have been satisfied, for she said to him at the finish, "Is that as you like it?" He broke from a murmur to Miss Dale, "Admirable." Some one mentioned a Tuscan popular canzone. She waited for Willoughby's approval, and took his nod for a mandate. "Traitress!" he could have bellowed. He had read of this characteristic of caressing obedience of the women about to deceive. He had in his time profited by it. "Is it intuitively or by their experience that our neighbours across the Channel surpass us in the knowledge of your sex?" he said to Miss Dale, and talked through Clara's apostrophe to the Santissima Virgine Maria, still treating temper as a part of policy, without any effect on Clara, and that was a matter for sickly green reflections. The lover who cannot wound has indeed lost anchorage. He is woefully adrift. He stabs air, which is to stab himself. Her complacent proof-armour bids him know himself supplanted. During the short conversational period before the ladies retired for the night, Miss Eleanor alluded to the wedding by chance. Miss Isabel replied to her, and addressed an interrogation to Clara. De Craye foiled it adroitly. Clara did not utter a syllable. Her bosom lifted to a wavering height, and sank. Subsequently she looked at De Craye vacantly, like a person awakened, but she looked. She was astonished by his readiness, and thankful for the succour. Her look was cold, wide, unfixed, with nothing of gratitude or of personal in it. The look, however, stood too long for Willoughby's endurance. Ejaculating, porcelain!" He uncrossed his legs, a signal for the ladies Eleanor and Isabel to retire. Vernon bowed to Clara as she was rising. He had not been once in her eyes, and he expected a partial recognition at the good night. She said it, turning her head to Miss Isabel, who was condoling once more with Colonel De Craye over the ruins of his wedding present, the porcelain vase, which she supposed to have been in Willoughby's mind when he displayed the signal. Vernon walked off to his room, dark as one smitten blind. Bile tumet jecur. Her stroke of neglect hit him there, where a blow sends thick obscuration upon eyeballs and brain alike. Clara saw that she was paining him, and regretted it when they were separated. That was her real friend. But he prescribed too hard a task. Besides, she had done everything he demanded of her, except the consenting to stay where she was and wear out Willoughby, whose dexterity wearied her small stock of patience. She had vainly tried remonstrance and supplication. With her father hoodwinked by his host, she refused to consider how. Through wine? The thought was repulsive. Nevertheless, she was drawn to the edge of it by the contemplation of her scheme of release. If Lucy Darleton was at home, if Lucy invited her to come, if she flew to Lucy, then her father would have cause for anger. He would not remember that but for hateful wine. What was there in this wine of great age which expelled reasonableness, fatherliness? He was her dear father, she was his beloved child, yet something divided them, something closed her father's ears to her, and could it be that incomprehensible seduction of the wine? Her dutifulness cried violently no. She bowed, stupefied to his arguments for remaining a while, and rose clear-headed and rebellious with the reminiscence of the many strong reasons she had urged against them. The strangeness of men, young and old, the little things she regarded a grand wine as a little thing twisting and changing them, amazed her. And these are they by whom women are abused for variability. Only the most imperious reasons, never mean trifles, move women, thought she. Would women do an injury to one they loved for oceans of that? Pah! And women must respect men. They necessarily respect a father. "My dear, dear father," Clara said in the solitude of her chamber, musing on all his goodness, and she endeavoured to reconcile the desperate sentiments of the position he forced her to sustain with those of a venerating daughter. The blow which was to fall on him beat on her heavily in advance. "I have not one excuse," she said, glancing at numbers and a mighty one. But the idea of her father suffering at her hands cast her down lower than self-justification. She sought to imagine herself sparing him. It was too fictitious. The sanctuary of her chamber, the pure white room so homely to her maidenly feelings, whispered peace, only to follow the whisper with another that went through her, swelling to a roar, and leaving her as a string of music unkindly smitten. If she stayed in this house, her chamber would no longer be a sanctuary. Dolorous bondage! Insolent death is not worse. Death's worm we cannot keep away, but when he has us we are numb to dishonour, happily senseless. Youth weighed her eyelids to sleep, though she was quivering, and quivering she awoke to the sound of her name beneath her window. "I can love still, for I love him," she said as she luxuriated in young Crossjay's boy's voice, again envying him his bath in the lake waters, which seemed to her to have the power to wash away grief and chains. Then it was that she resolved to let Crossjay see the last of her in this place. He should be made gleeful by doing her a piece of service. He should escort her on her walk to the railway station next morning, thence be sent flying for a long day's truancy with a little note of apology on his behalf that she would write for him to deliver to Vernon at night. Crossjay came running to her after his breakfast with Mrs. Montague, the housekeeper, to tell her he had called her up. "You won't tomorrow? I shall be up far ahead of you," said she, and musing on her father, while Crossjay vowed to be up the first, she thought it her duty to plunge into another expostulation. Willoughby had need of Vernon on private affairs. Dr. Middleton betook himself as usual to the library, after answering "I will ruin you yet" to Willoughby's liberal offer to dispatch an order to London for any books he might want. His fine unruffled air, as of a mountain in still morning beams, made Clara not indisposed to a preliminary scene with Willoughby that might save her from distressing him. But she could not stop Willoughby. As little could she look an invitation. He stood in the hall holding Vernon by the arm. She passed him, he did not speak, and she entered the library. "What now, my dear? What is it?" said Dr. Middleton, seeing that the door was shut on them. "Nothing, papa," she replied calmly. "You've not locked the door, my child? You turned something there. Try the handle." "I assure you, papa, the door is not locked." "Mr. Whitford will be here instantly. We are engaged on tough matter. Women have not, and opinion is universal that they never will have, a conception of the value of time." "We are vain and shallow, my dear papa." "No, not you, Clara. But I suspect you require to learn by having work in progress how important is a quiet commencement of the day's task. There is not a scholar who will not tell you so. We must have a retreat. These invasions! So you intend to have another ride to-day? They do you good. To-morrow we dine with Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson, an estimable person indeed, though I do not perfectly understand our accepting. You have not to accuse me of sitting over wine last night, my Clara. I never do it unless I am appealed to for my judgment upon a wine." "I have come to entreat you to take me away, papa." In the midst of the storm aroused by this renewal of perplexity, Dr. Middleton replaced a book his elbow had knocked over in his haste to dash the hair off his forehead, crying, "Whither? To what spot? That reading of guide-books and idle people's notes of travel, and picturesque correspondence in the newspapers, unsettles man and maid. My objection to the living in hotels is known. I do not hesitate to say that I do cordially abhor it. I have had penitentially to submit to it in your dear mother's time, kai tris kakodaimon, up to the full 10,000 times. But will you not comprehend that to the older man his miseries are multiplied by his years? But is it utterly useless to solicit your sympathy with an old man, Clara?" "General Darleton will take us in, papa." "His table is detestable. I say nothing of that, but his wine is poison. Let that pass. I should rather say let it not pass. But our political views are not in accord. True, we are not under the obligation to propound them in presence, but we are destitute of an opinion in common. We have no discourse. Military men have produced or diverged in noteworthy epicures. They are often devout. They have blossomed in lettered men. They are gentlemen. The country rightly holds them in honour. But in fine, I reject the proposal to go to General Darleton. Tears? No, papa. I do hope not. Here we have everything man can desire. Without contest, an excellent host. You have your transitory teacup tempests, which you magnify to hurricanes in the approved historic manner of the Book of Cupid. And all the better. I repeat, it is the better that you should have them over in the infancy of the alliance. Come in, Dr. Middleton shouted cheerily in response to a knock at the door. He feared the door was locked. He had a fear that his daughter intended to keep it locked. "Clara!" he cried. She reluctantly turned the handle, and the ladies Eleanor and Isabel came in, apologizing with as much coherence as Dr. Middleton ever expected from their sex. They wished to speak to Clara, but they declined to take her away. In vain the Reverend Doctor assured them she was at their service. They protested that they had very few words to say, and would not intrude one moment further than to speak them. Like a shy deputation of young scholars before the master, these very words to come were preceded by none at all. A dismal and trying cause, refreshing, however, to Dr. Middleton, who joyfully anticipated that the ladies could be induced to take away Clara when they had finished. "We may appear to you a little formal," Miss Isabel began, and turned to her sister. "We have no intention to lay undue weight on our mission, if mission it can be called," said Miss Eleanor. "Is it entrusted to you by Willoughby?" said Clara. "Dear child, that you may know it all the more earnest with us, and our personal desire to contribute to your happiness, therefore does Willoughby entrust the speaking of it to us." Hereupon the sisters alternated in addressing Clara, and she gazed from one to the other, piecing fragments of empty signification to get the full meaning when she might. "And in saying your happiness, dear Clara, we have our Willoughby's in view, which is dependent on yours. And we never could sanction that our own inclinations should stand in the way. No, we love the old place, and if it were only our punishment for loving it too idolatrously, we should deem it ground enough for our departure. Without really an idea of unkindness, none, not any. Young wives naturally prefer to be undisputed queens of their own establishment. Youth and age. But I, said Clara, have never mentioned, never had a thought. You have, dear child, a lover who in his solicitude for your happiness both sees what you desire and what is due to you. And for us, Clara, to recognize what is due to you is to act on it. Besides, dear, a seaside cottage has always been one of our dreams. We have not to learn that we are a couple of old maids, incongruous associates for a young wife in the government of a great house. With our antiquated notions, questions of domestic management might arise, and with the best will in the world to be harmonious. So, dear Clara, consider it settled. From time to time, gladly shall we be your guests. Your guests, dear, not censorious critics. And you think me such an egoist? Dear ladies, the suggestion of so cruel a piece of selfishness wounds me. I would not have had you leave the Hall. I like your society. I respect you. My complaint, if I had one, would be that you do not sufficiently assert yourselves. I could have wished you to be here for an example to me. I would not have allowed you to go. What can he think of me? Did Willoughby speak of it this morning?" It was hard to distinguish which was the completer dupe of these two echoes of one another in worship of a family idol. Willoughby. Miss Eleanor presented herself to be stamped with the title hanging ready for the first that should open her lips. "Our Willoughby is observant, he is ever generous, and he is not less forethoughtful. His arrangement is for our good on all sides." "An index is enough," said Miss Isabel, appearing in her turn the monster dupe. "You will not have to leave, dear ladies. Were I mistress here, I should oppose it." "Willoughby blames himself for not reassuring you before." "Indeed, we blame ourselves for not undertaking to go." "Did he speak of it first this morning?" said Clara. But she could draw no reply to that from them. They resumed the duet, and she resigned herself to have her ears boxed with nonsense. "So it is understood?" said Miss Eleanor. "I see your kindness, ladies." "And I am to be Aunt Eleanor again?" "And I Aunt Isabel?" Clara could have wrung her hands at the impediment which prohibited her delicacy from telling them why she could not name them so, as she had done in the earlier days of Willoughby's courtship. She kissed them warmly, ashamed of kissing, though the warmth was real. They retired with a flow of excuses to Dr. Middleton for disturbing him. He stood at the door to bow them out, and holding the door for Clara to wind up the procession, discovered her at a far corner of the room. He was debating upon the advisability of leaving her there, when Vernon Whitford crossed the hall from the laboratory door, a mirror of himself in his companion air of discomposure. That was not important, so long as Vernon was a check on Clara. But the moment Clara, thus baffled, moved to quit the library, Dr. Middleton felt the horror of having an uncomfortable face opposite. "No botheration, I hope? It's the worst thing possible to work on. Where have you been? I suspect your weak point is not to arm yourself in triple brass against bother and worry, and no good work can you do unless you do. You have come out of that laboratory." "I have, sir. Can I get you any book?" Vernon said to Clara. She thanked him, promising to depart immediately. "Now you are at the section of Italian literature, my love," said Dr. Middleton. "Well, Mr. Whitford, the laboratory, where the amount of labour done within the space of a year would not stretch an electric current between this hall and the railway station, say 4 miles, which I presume the distance to be. Well, sir, and a dilettantism costly in time and machinery is as ornamental as foxes' tails and deer's horns to an independent gentleman whose fellows are contented with the latter decorations for their civic wreath. Willoughby, let me remark, has recently shown himself most considerate for my girl. As far as I could gather, I have been listening to a dialogue of ladies, he is as generous as he is discreet. There are certain combats in which to be the one to succumb is to claim the honours, and that is what women will not learn. I doubt their seeing the glory of it." "I have heard of it. I have been with Willoughby," Vernon said hastily, to shield Clara from her father's allusive attacks. He wished to convey to her that his interview with Willoughby had not been profitable in her interests, and that she had better at once, having him present to support her, pour out her whole heart to her father. But how was it to be conveyed? She would not meet his eyes, and he was too poor an intriguer to be ready on the instant to deal out the verbal obscurities which are transparencies to one. "I shall regret it if Willoughby has annoyed you, for he stands high in my favour," said Dr. Middleton. Clara dropped a book. Her father started, higher than the nervous impulse warranted, in his chair. Vernon tried to win a glance, and she was conscious of his effort, but her angry and guilty feelings, prompting her resolution to follow her own counsel, kept her eyelids on the defensive. "I don't say he annoys me, sir. I am here to give him my advice, and if he does not accept it, I have no right to be annoyed. Willoughby seems annoyed that Colonel De Craye should talk of going tomorrow or next day." "He likes his friends about him. Upon my word, a man of more genial heart you might march a day without finding, but you have it on the forehead, Mr. Whitford." "Oh no, sir." "There." Dr. Middleton drew his finger along his brows. Vernon felt along his own, and coined an excuse for their blackness, not aware that the direction of his mind towards Clara pushed him to a kind of clumsy double meaning, while he satisfied an inward and craving wrath as he said, "By the way, I have been racking my head. I must apply to you, sir. I have a line, and am uncertain of the run of the line. Will this pass, do you think? In Asination's tongue he asinates, signifying that he excels any man of us at donkey dialect." After a decent interval for the genius of criticism to seem to have been sitting under his frown, Dr. Middleton rejoined with sober jocularity: "No, sir, it will not pass, and your uncertainty in regard to the run of the line would only be extended were the line centipedal. Our recommendation is that you erase it before the arrival of the ferule. This might do: in Assignation's name he assignats, signifying that he preeminently flourishes hypothetical promises to pay by appointment. That might pass, but you will forbear to cite me for your authority." "The line would be acceptable if I could get it to apply," said Vernon. "Or this." Dr. Middleton was offering a second suggestion, but Clara fled, astonished at men, as she never yet had been. Why, in a burning world they would be exercising their minds in absurdities, and those two were scholars, learned men, and both knew they were in the presence of a soul in a tragic fever. A minute after she had closed the door they were deep in their work. Dr. Middleton forgot his alternative line. "Nothing serious?" he said, in reproof of the want of honourable clearness on Vernon's brows. "I trust not, sir. It's a case for common sense." "And you call that not serious?" "I take Hermann's praise of the versus dochmiachus to be not only serious but unexaggerated," said Vernon. Dr. Middleton assented, and entered on the voiceful ground of Greek metres, shoving your dry, dusty world from his elbow. End of Chapter 24. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Chapter 25 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 25. The Flight in Wild Weather. The morning of Lucy Darleton's letter of reply to her friend Clara was fair before sunrise, with luminous colours that are an omen to the husbandman. Clara had no weather eye for the rich eastern crimson, nor a quiet space within her for the beauty. She looked on it as her gate of promise, and it set her throbbing with a revived belief in radiant things, which she had once dreamt of to surround her life, but her accelerated pulses narrowed her thoughts upon the machinery of her project. She herself was metal, pointing all to her one aim when in motion. Nothing came amiss of it. Everything was fuel, fibs, evasions, the serene battalions of white lies, parallel on the march with dainty rogue falsehoods. She had delivered herself of many yesterday in her engagements for to-day. Pressure was put on her to engage herself, and she did so liberally, throwing the burden of deceitfulness on the extraordinary pressure. I want the early part of the morning. The rest of the day I shall be at liberty. She said it to Willoughby, Miss Dale, Colonel De Craye, and only the third time was she aware of the delicious double meaning. Hence she associated it with the Colonel. Your loudest outcry against the wretch who breaks your rules is in asking how a tolerably conscientious person could have done this and the other besides the main offence, which you vow you could overlook but for the minor objections pertaining to conscience, the incomprehensible and abominable lies, for example, or the brazen coolness of the lying. Yet you know that we live in an undisciplined world, where in our seasons of activity we are servants of our design, and that this comes of our passions and those of our position. Our design shapes us for the work in hand, the passions man the ship, the position is their apology. And now should conscience be a passenger on board, a merely seeming swiftness of our vessel will keep him dumb as the unwilling guest of a pirate captain scudding from the cruiser half in cloven brine through rocks and shoals to save his black flag. Beware the false position. That is easy to say. Sometimes the tangle descends on us like a net of blight on a rose bush. There is then an instant choice for us between courage to cut loose and desperation if we do not. But not many men are trained to courage. Young women are trained to cowardice. For them to front an evil with plain speech is to be guilty of effrontery and forfeit the waxen polish of purity, and therewith their commanding place in the market. They are trained to please man's taste, for which purpose they soon learn to live out of themselves, and look on themselves as he looks, almost as little disturbed as he by the undiscovered. Without courage conscience is a sorry guest, and if all goes well with the pirate captain, conscience will be made to walk the plank for being of no service to either party. Clara's fibs and evasions disturbed her not in the least that morning. She had chosen desperation, and she thought herself very brave because she was just brave enough to fly from her abhorrence. She was light-hearted, or more truly, drunken-hearted. Her quick nature realized the out of prison as vividly and suddenly as it had sunk suddenly and leadenly under the sense of imprisonment. Vernon crossed her mind. That was a friend. Yes, and there was a guide, but he would disapprove, and even he, thwarting her way to sacred liberty, must be thrust aside. What would he think? They might never meet for her to know. Or one day, in the Alps, they might meet, a middle-aged couple, he famous, she regretful only to have fallen below his lofty standard. For, Mr. Whitford, says she, very earnestly, I did wish at that time, believe me or not, to merit your approbation. The brows of the phantom Vernon, whom she conjured up, were stern, as she had seen them yesterday in the library. She gave herself a chiding for thinking of him when her mind should be intent on that which he was opposed to. It was a livelier relaxation to think of young Crossjay's shamefaced confession presently that he had been a laggard in bed while she swept the dews. She laughed at him, and immediately Crossjay popped out on her from behind a tree, causing her to clap hand to heart and stand fast. A conspirator is not of the stuff to bear surprises. He feared he had hurt her, and was manly in his efforts to soothe. He had been up hours, he said, and had watched her coming along the avenue, and did not mean to startle her. It was the kind of fun he played with fellows, and if he had hurt her she might do anything to him she liked, and she would see if he could not stand to be punished. He was urgent with her to inflict corporal punishment on him. "I shall leave it to the boatswain to do that when you're in the navy," said Clara. "The boatswain daren't strike an officer. So now you see what you know of the navy," said Crossjay. "But you could not have been out before me, you naughty boy, for I found all the locks and bolts when I went to the door. But you didn't go to the back door, and Sir Willoughby's private door. You came out by the hall door, and I know what you want, Miss Middleton. You want not to pay what you've lost." "What have I lost, Crossjay?" "Your wager." "What was that? You know. Speak." "A kiss." "Nothing of the sort. But, dear boy, I don't love you less for not kissing you. All that is nonsense. You have to think only of learning, and to be truthful. Never tell a story. Suffer anything rather than be dishonest." She was particularly impressive upon the silliness and wickedness of falsehood, and added, "Do you hear?" "Yes, but you kissed me when I had been out in the rain that day." "Because I promised." "And, Miss Middleton, you betted a kiss yesterday." "I'm sure, Crossjay." "No, I will not say I am sure. But can you say you are sure you were out first this morning? Well, will you say you are sure that when you left the house you did not see me in the avenue? You can't. Ah!" "Miss Middleton, I do really believe I was dressed first." "Always be truthful, my dear boy, and then you may feel that Clara Middleton will always love you." "But, Miss Middleton, when you're married you won't be Clara Middleton." "I certainly shall, Crossjay." "No, you won't, because I'm so fond of your name." She considered and said, "You have warned me, Crossjay, and I shall not marry. I shall wait," she was going to say, "for you," but turned the hesitation to a period. "Is the village where I posted my letter the day before yesterday too far for you?" Crossjay howled in contempt. "Next to Clara my favourite's Lucy," he said. "I thought Clara came next to Nelson," said she, "and a long way off too, if you're not going to be a landlubber." "I'm not going to be a landlubber. Miss Middleton, you may be absolutely positive on your solemn word." "You're getting to talk like one a little now and then, Crossjay." "Then I won't talk at all." He stuck to his resolution for 1 whole minute. Clara hoped that on this morning of a doubtful though imperative venture she had done some good. They walked fast, to cover the distance to the village post office and back before the breakfast hour, and they had plenty of time, arriving too early for the opening of the door, so that Crossjay began to dance with an appetite, and was dispatched to besiege a bakery. Clara felt lonely without him, apprehensively timid in the shuttered, unmoving village street. She was glad of his return. When at last her letter was handed to her, on the testimony of the postman that she was the lawful applicant, Crossjay and she put out on a sharp trot to be back at the Hall in good time. She took a swallowing glance of the first page of Lucy's writing. "Telegraph, and I will meet you. I will supply you with everything you can want for the 2 nights, if you cannot stop longer." That was the gist of the letter. A second, less voracious glance at it along the road brought sweetness. Lucy wrote: "Do I love you as I did? My best friend, you must fall into unhappiness to have the answer to that." Clara broke a silence. "Yes, dear Crossjay, and if you like you shall have another walk with me after breakfast. But remember, you must not say where you have gone with me. I shall give you 20 shillings to go and buy those birds' eggs and the butterflies you want for your collection. And mind, promise me, to-day is your last day of truancy. Tell Mr. Whitford how ungrateful you know you have been, that he may have some hope of you. You know the way across the fields to the railway station? You save a mile, you drop on the road by Comblin's Mill, and then there's another 5 minutes' cut, and the rest's road. Then, Crossjay, immediately after breakfast run round behind the pheasant tree, and there I'll find you. And if any one comes to you before I come, say you are admiring the plumage of the Himalaya, the beautiful Indian bird, and if we're found together we run a race, and of course you can catch me, but you mustn't until we're out of sight. Tell Mr. Vernon at night. Tell Mr. Whitford at night you had the money from me as part of my allowance to you for pocket money. I used to like to have pocket money, Crossjay. And you may tell him I gave you the holiday, and I may write to him for his excuse, if he is not too harsh to grant it. He can be very harsh. You look right into his eyes next time, Miss Middleton. I used to think him awful till he made me look at him. He says men ought to look straight at one another, just as we do when he gives me my boxing lesson, and then we won't have quarrelling half so much. I can't recollect everything he says. You're not bound to, Crossjay. No, but you like to hear. Really, dear boy, I can't accuse myself of having told you that. No, but Miss Middleton, you do, and he's fond of your singing and playing on the piano, and watches you. We shall be late if we don't mind, said Clara, starting to pace close on a run. They were in time for a circuit in the park to the wild double cherry blossom, no longer all white. Clara gazed up from under it, where she had imagined a fairer visible heavenliness than any other sight of earth had ever given her. That was when Vernon lay beneath. But she had certainly looked above, not at him. The tree seemed sorrowful in its withering flowers of the colour of trodden snow. Crossjay resumed the conversation. He says ladies don't like him much. Who says that? Mr. Whitford. Were those his words? I forget the words, but he said they wouldn't be taught by him, like me, ever since you came, and since you came I've liked him 10 times more. The more you like him, the more I shall like you, Crossjay. The boy raised a shout and scampered away to Sir Willoughby, at the appearance of whom Clara felt herself nipped and curling inward. Crossjay ran up to him with every sign of pleasure. Yet he had not mentioned him during the walk, and Clara took it for a sign that the boy understood the entire satisfaction Willoughby had in mere shows of affection, and acted up to it. Hardly blaming Crossjay, she was a critic of the scene, for the reason that youthful creatures who have ceased to love a person hunger for evidence against him to confirm their hard animus, which will seem to them sometimes, when he is not immediately irritating them, brutish, because they cannot analyse it and reduce it to the multitude of just antagonisms whereof it came. It has passed, by large accumulation, into a sombre and speechless load upon the senses, and fresh evidence, the smallest item, is a champion to speak for it. Being about to do wrong, she grasped at this eagerly, and brooded on the little of vital and truthful that there was in the man, and how he corrupted the boy. Nevertheless, she instinctively imitated Crossjay in an almost sparkling salute to him. "Good morning, Willoughby. It was not a morning to lose. Have you been out long?" He retained her hand. "My dear Clara, and you, have you not over fatigued yourself? Where have you been?" "Round everywhere, and I am certainly not tired." "Only you and Crossjay? You should have loosened the dogs." "Their barking would have annoyed the house." "Less than I am annoyed to think of you without protection." He kissed her fingers. It was a loving speech. "The household," said Clara, but would not insist to convict him of what he could not have perceived. "If you outstrip me another morning, Clara, promise me to take the dogs, will you?" "Yes." "To day I am altogether yours." "Are you?" "From the first to the last hour of it. So you fall in with Horace's humour pleasantly?" "He is very amusing." "As good as though one had hired him." "Here comes Colonel De Craye. He must think we have hired him." She noticed the bitterness of Willoughby's tone. He sang out a good morning to De Craye, and remarked that he must go to the stables. "Darleton! Darleton, Miss Middleton?" said the colonel, rising from his bow to her. "A daughter of General Darleton?" "If so, I have had the honour to dance with her. And have not you? Practised with her, I mean, or gone off in a triumph to dance it out as young ladies do. So you know what a delightful partner she is." "She is!" cried Clara, enthusiastic for her succouring friend, whose letter was the treasure in her bosom. "Oddly, the name did not strike me yesterday, Miss Middleton. In the middle of the night it rang a little silver bell in my ear, and I remembered the lady I was half in love with, if only for her dancing. She is dark, of your height, as light on her feet, a sister in another colour. Now that I know her to be your friend, why, you may meet her, Colonel De Craye." "It'll be to offer her a castaway, and one only meets a charming girl to hear that she's engaged. 'Tis not a line of a ballad, Miss Middleton, but out of the heart." "Lucy Darleton, you were leading me to talk seriously to you, Colonel De Craye." "Will you one day? And not think me a perpetual tumbler? You have heard of melancholy clowns. You will find the face not so laughable behind my paint. When I was 13 years younger I was loved, and my dearest sank to the grave. Since then I have not been quite at home in life, probably because of finding no one so charitable as she. 'Tis easy to win smiles and hands, but not so easy to win a woman whose faith you would trust as your own heart before the enemy. I was poor then, she said, the day after my 21st birthday, and that day I went for her, and I wondered they did not refuse me at the door. I was shown upstairs, and I saw her, and saw death. She wished to marry me, to leave me her fortune." "Then never marry," said Clara in an underbreath. She glanced behind. Sir Willoughby was close, walking on turf. "I must be cunning to escape him after breakfast," she thought. He had discarded his foolishness of the previous days, and the thought in him could have replied, "I am a dolt if I let you out of my sight." Vernon appeared, formal as usual of late. Clara begged his excuse for withdrawing Crossjay from his morning swim. He nodded. De Craye called to Willoughby for a book of the trains. "There's a card in the smoking room. 11, 1, and 4 are the hours, if you must go," said Willoughby. "You leave the Hall, Colonel De Craye?" "In 2 or 3 days, Miss Middleton." She did not request him to stay. His announcement produced no effect on her. Consequently, thought he, well, what? Nothing. Well, then, that she might not be minded to stay herself. Otherwise she would have regretted the loss of an amusing companion. That is the modest way of putting it. There is a modest and a vain for the same sentiment, and both may be simultaneously in the same breast, and each one as honest as the other. So shy is man's vanity in the presence of here and there a lady. She liked him. She did not care a pin for him. How could she? Yet she liked him. Oh, to be able to do her some kindling bit of service! These were his consecutive fancies, resolving naturally to the exclamation, and built on the conviction that she did not love Willoughby, and waited for a spirited lift from circumstances. His call for a book of the trains had been a sheer piece of impromptu, in the mind as well as on the mouth. It sprang, unknown to him, of conjectures he had indulged yesterday and the day before. This morning she would have an answer to her letter to her friend, Miss Lucy Darleton, the pretty dark girl, whom De Craye was astonished not to have noticed more when he danced with her. She, pretty as she was, had come to his recollection through the name and rank of her father, a famous general of cavalry, and tactician in that arm. The colonel despised himself for not having been devoted to Clara Middleton's friend. The morning letters were on the bronze plate in the hall. Clara passed on her way to her room without inspecting them. De Craye opened an envelope and went upstairs to scribble a line. Sir Willoughby observed their absence at the solemn reading to the domestic servants in advance of breakfast. 3 chairs were unoccupied. Vernon had his own notions of a mechanical service, and a precious profit he derived from them, but the other 2 seats returned the stare Willoughby cast at their backs with an impudence that reminded him of his friend Horace's calling for a book of the trains, when a minute afterward he admitted he was going to stay at the Hall another 2 days or 3. The man possessed by jealousy is never in need of matter for it. He magnifies. Grass is jungle, hillocks are mountains. Willoughby's legs crossing and uncrossing audibly, and his tight folded arms and clearing of the throat, were faint indications of his condition. "Are you in fair health this morning, Willoughby?" Dr. Middleton said to him after he had closed his volumes. "The thing is not much questioned by those who know me intimately," he replied. "Willoughby unwell?" and "He is health incarnate!" exclaimed the ladies Eleanor and Isabel. Laetitia grieved for him. Sun rays on a pest-stricken city, she thought, were like the smile of his face. She believed that he deeply loved Clara, and had learnt more of her alienation. He went into the hall to look into the well for the pair of malefactors, on fire with what he could not reveal to a soul. De Craye was in the housekeeper's room, talking to young Crossjay, and Mrs. Montague just come up to breakfast. He had heard the boy chattering, and as the door was ajar he peeped in, and was invited to enter. Mrs. Montague was very fond of hearing him talk. He paid her the familiar respect which a lady of fallen fortunes, at a certain period after the fall, enjoys as a befittingly sad souvenir, and the respectfulness of the lord of the house was more chilling. She bewailed the boy's trying his constitution with long walks before he had anything in him to walk on. "And where did you go this morning, my lad?" said De Craye. "Ah, you know the ground, Colonel," said Crossjay. "I'm hungry. I shall eat 3 eggs and some bacon, and buttered cakes and jam, then begin again on my 2nd cup of coffee." "It's not braggadocio," remarked Mrs. Montague. "He waits empty from 5 in the morning till 9, and then he comes famished to my table, and eats too much." "Oh, Mrs. Montague, that is what the country people call romancing. For, Colonel De Craye, I had a bun at 7 o'clock. Miss Middleton forced me to go and buy it." "A stale bun, my boy?" "Yesterday's. There wasn't much of a stopper to you in it, like a new bun." "And where did you leave Miss Middleton when you went to buy the bun? You should never leave a lady, and the street of a country town is lonely at that early hour. Crossjay, you surprise me." "She forced me to go, Colonel. Indeed she did. What do I care for a bun? And she was quite safe. We could hear the people stirring in the post office, and I met our postman going for his letter bag. I didn't want to go. Bother the bun! But you can't disobey Miss Middleton. I never want to, and wouldn't." "There we're of the same mind," said the colonel, and Crossjay shouted, for the lady whom they exalted was at the door. "You will be too tired for a ride this morning," De Craye said to her, descending the stairs. She swung a bonnet by the ribbons. "I don't think of riding to day." "Why did you not depute your mission to me? I like to bear my own burdens as far as I can. Miss Darleton is well?" "I presume so." "Will you try her recollection for me? It will probably be quite as lively as yours was." "Shall you see her soon?" "I hope so." Sir Willoughby met her at the foot of the stairs, but refrained from giving her a hand that shook. "We shall have the day together," he said. Clara bowed. At the breakfast table she faced a clock. De Craye took out his watch. "You are 5½ minutes too slow by that clock, Willoughby." "The man omitted to come from Rendon to set it last week, Horace. He will find the hour too late here for him when he does come." One of the ladies compared the time of her watch with De Craye's, and Clara looked at hers and gratefully noted that she was 4 minutes in arrear. She left the breakfast room at 9:45, after kissing her father. Willoughby was behind her. He had been soothed by thinking of his personal advantages over De Craye, and felt assured that if he could be solitary with this eccentric bride and fold her in himself, he would, cutting temper adrift, be the man he had been to her not so many days back. Considering how few days back, his temper was roused, but he controlled it. They were slightly dissenting as De Craye stepped into the hall. "A present worth examining," Willoughby said to her, "and I do not dwell on the costliness. Come presently, then. I am at your disposal all day. I will drive you in the afternoon to call on Lady Busshe to offer your thanks, but you must see it first. It is laid out in the laboratory." "There is time before the afternoon," said Clara. "Wedding presents?" interposed De Craye. "A porcelain service from Lady Busshe, Horace." "Not in fragments? Let me have a look at it. I'm haunted by an idea that porcelain always goes to pieces. I'll have a look and take a hint. We're in the laboratory, Miss Middleton." He put his arm under Willoughby's. The resistance to him was momentary. Willoughby had the satisfaction of the thought that De Craye, being with him, was not with Clara, and seeing her giving orders to her maid Barclay, he deferred his claim on her company for some short period. De Craye detained him in the laboratory, first over the china cups and saucers, and then with the latest of London, tales of youngest Cupid upon subterranean adventures, having high titles to light him. Willoughby liked the tale thus illuminated, for without the title there was no special savour in such affairs, and it pulled down his betters in rank. He was of a morality to reprobate the erring dame while he enjoyed the incidents. He could not help interrupting De Craye to point at Vernon through the window, striding this way and that, evidently on the hunt for young Crossjay. "No one here knows how to manage the boy except myself. But go on, Horace," he said, checking his contemptuous laugh. And Vernon did look ridiculous, out there half drenched already in a white rain, again shuffled off by the little rascal. It seemed that he was determined to have his runaway. He struck up the avenue at full pedestrian racing pace. A man looks a fool cutting after a cricket ball, but putting on steam in a storm of rain to catch a young villain out of sight beats anything I've witnessed, Willoughby resumed, in his amusement. "Aha!" said De Craye, waving a hand to accompany the melodious accent. "There are things to beat that for fun." He had smoked in the laboratory, so Willoughby directed a servant to transfer the porcelain service to one of the sitting rooms for Clara's inspection of it. "You're a bold man," De Craye remarked. "The luck may be with you, though. I wouldn't handle the fragile treasure for a trifle." "I believe in my luck," said Willoughby. Clara was now sought for. The lord of the house desired her presence impatiently, and had to wait. She was in none of the lower rooms. Barclay, her maid, upon interrogation, declared she was in none of the upper. Willoughby turned sharp on De Craye. He was there. The ladies Eleanor and Isabel and Miss Dale were consulted. They had nothing to say about Clara's movements. More than that, they could not understand her exceeding restlessness. The idea of her being outdoors grew serious. Heaven was black, hard thunder rolled, and lightning flushed the battering rain. Men bearing umbrellas, shawls, and cloaks were dispatched on a circuit of the park. De Craye said, "I'll be one." "No," cried Willoughby, starting to interrupt him. "I can't allow it." "I've the scent of a hound, Willoughby. I'll soon be on the track. My dear Horace, I won't let you go. Adieu, dear boy, and if the lady's discoverable, I'm the one to find her." He stepped to the umbrella stand. There was then a general question whether Clara had taken her umbrella. Berkeley said she had. The fact indicated a wider stroll than round inside the park. Crossjay was likewise absent. De Craye nodded to himself. Willoughby struck a rattling blow on the barometer. "Where's Pollington?" he called, and sent word for his man Pollington to bring big fishing boots and waterproof wrappers. An urgent debate within him was in progress. Should he go forth alone on his chance of discovering Clara and forgiving her under his umbrella and cloak, or should he prevent De Craye from going forth alone on the chance he vaunted so impudently? "You will offend me, Horace, if you insist," he said. "Regard me as an instrument of destiny, Willoughby," replied De Craye. "Then we go in company. But that's an addition of one that cancels the other by conjunction, and's worse than simple division, for I can't trust my wits unless I rely on them alone, you see." "Upon my word, you talk at times most unintelligible stuff, to be frank with you, Horace. Give it in English." "'Tis not suited, perhaps, to the genius of the language, for I thought I talked English." "Oh, there's English gibberish as well as Irish, we know, and a deal foolisher when they do go at it, for it won't bear squeezing, we think, like Irish." "Where?" exclaimed the ladies. "Where can she be? The storm is terrible." Laetitia suggested the boat house. "For Crossjay hadn't a swim this morning," said De Craye. No one reflected on the absurdity that Clara should think of taking Crossjay for a swim in the lake, and immediately after his breakfast. It was accepted as a suggestion at least that she and Crossjay had gone to the lake for a row. In the hopefulness of the idea, Willoughby suffered De Craye to go on his chance unaccompanied. He was near chuckling. He projected a plan for dismissing Crossjay and remaining in the boat house with Clara, luxuriating in the prestige which would attach to him for seeking and finding her. Deadly sentiments intervened. Still he might expect to be alone with her where she could not slip from him. The throwing open of the hall doors for the gentlemen presented a framed picture of a deluge. All the young-leaved trees were steely black, without a gradation of green, drooping and pouring, and the song of rain had become an inveterate hiss. The ladies beholding it exclaimed against Clara, even apostrophised her, so dark are trivial errors when circumstances frown. She must be mad to tempt such weather. She was very giddy. She was never at rest. Clara, Clara, how could you be so wild? Ought we not to tell Dr. Middleton? Laetitia induced them to spare him. "Which way do you take?" said Willoughby, rather fearful that his companion was not to be got rid of now. "Any way," said De Craye. "I chuck up my head like a halfpenny and go by the toss." This enraging nonsense drove off Willoughby. De Craye saw him cast a furtive eye at his heels to make sure he was not followed, and thought, "Jove, he may be fond of her, but he's not on the track. She's a determined girl, if I'm correct. She's a girl of 100,000. Girls like that make the right sort of wives for the right men. They're the girls to make men think of marrying. To-morrow, only give me a chance. They stick to you fast when they do stick." Then a thought of her flower-like drapery and face caused him fervently to hope she had escaped the storm. Calling at the West Park Lodge, he heard that Miss Middleton had been seen passing through the gate with Master Crossjay, but she had not been seen coming back. Mr. Vernon Whitford had passed through half an hour later. "After his young man," said the colonel. The lodge-keeper's wife and daughter knew of Master Crossjay's pranks. Mr. Whitford, they said, had made inquiries about him, and must have caught him and sent him home to change his dripping things, for Master Crossjay had come back, and had declined shelter in the lodge. He seemed to be crying. He went away soaking over the wet grass, hanging his head. The opinion at the lodge was that Master Crossjay was unhappy. "He's very properly received a wigging from Mr. Whitford, I have no doubt," said Colonel De Craye. Mother and daughter supposed it to be the case, and considered Crossjay very wilful for not going straight home to the Hall to change his wet clothes. He was drenched. De Craye drew out his watch. The time was 10 minutes past 11. If the surmise he had distantly spied was correct, Miss Middleton would have been caught in the storm midway to her destination. By his guess at her character, knowledge of it, he would have said, he judged that no storm would daunt her on a predetermined expedition. He deduced in consequence that she was at the present moment flying to her friend, the charming brunette Lucy Darleton. Still, as there was a possibility of the rain having been too much for her, and as he had no other speculation concerning the route she had taken, he decided upon keeping along the road to Rendon, with a keen eye at cottage and farmhouse windows. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 26. Vernon in Pursuit. The lodge-keeper had a son who was a chum of Master Crossjay's, and errant fellow with him upon many adventures, for this boy's passion was to become a gamekeeper, and accompanied by one of the head gamekeeper's youngsters, he and Crossjay were in the habit of ranging over the country, preparing for a profession delightful to the tastes of all three. Crossjay's prospective connection with the mysterious ocean bestowed the title of captain on him by common consent. He led them, and when missing for lessons he was generally in the society of Jacob Croom or Jonathan Fernaway. Vernon made sure of Crossjay when he perceived Jacob Croom sitting on a stool in the little lodge parlour. Jacob's appearance of a diligent perusal of a book he had presented to the lad he took for a decent piece of trickery. It was with amazement that he heard from the mother and daughter, as well as Jacob, of Miss Middleton's going through the gate before 10 o'clock with Crossjay beside her, the latter too hurried to spare a nod to Jacob. That she, of all on earth, should be encouraging Crossjay to truancy was incredible. Vernon had to fall back upon Greek and Latin aphoristic shots at the sex to believe it. Rain was universal. A thick robe of it swept from hill to hill, thunder rumbled remote, and between the ruffled roars the downpour pressed on the land with a great noise of eager gobbling, much like that of the swine's trough fresh filled, as though a vast assembly of the hungered had seated themselves clamorously and fallen to on meats and drinks in a silence save of the chaps. A rapid walker, poetically and humorously minded, gathers multitudes of images on his way; and rain, the heaviest you can meet, is a lively companion when the resolute pacer scorns discomfort of wet clothes and squealing boots. South-western rain clouds, too, are never long sullen. They enfold, and will have the earth in a good strong glut of the kissing overflow. Then, as a hawk, with feathers on his beak of the bird in his claw, lifts head, they rise and take veiled feature in long climbing watery lines. At any moment they may break the veil and show soft upper cloud, show sun on it, show sky, green near the verge they spring from, of the green of grass in early dew; or along a travelling sweep that rolls asunder overhead, heaven's laughter of purest blue among titanic white shoulders. It may mean fair smiling for a while, or be the lightest interlude, but the watery lines, and the drifting, the chasing, the upsoaring, all in a shadowy fingering of form, and the animation of the leaves of the trees pointing them on, the bending of the tree-tops, the snapping of branches, and the hurrahings of the stubborn hedge at wrestle with the floors, yielding but a leaf at most, and that on a fling, make a glory of contest and wildness, without aid of colour to inflame the man who is at home in them from old association on road, heath, and mountain. Let him be drenched, his heart will sing. And thou, trim cockney, that jeerest, consider thyself, to whom it may occur to be out in such a scene, and with what steps of a nervous dancing master it would be thine to play the hunted rat of the elements, for the preservation of the one imagined dry spot about thee, somewhere on thy luckless person. The taking of rain and sun alike befits men of our climate, and he who would have the secret of a strengthening intoxication must court the clouds of the south west with a lover's blood. Vernon's happy recklessness was dashed by fears for Miss Middleton. Apart from those fears, he had the pleasure of a gull wheeling among the foam streaks of the wave. He supposed the Swiss and Tyrol Alps to have hidden their heads from him for many a day to come, and the springing and chiming south west was the next best thing. A milder rain descended. The country expanded darkly defined underneath the moving curtain. The clouds were as he liked to see them, scaling, but their skirts dragged. Torrents were in store, for they coursed streamingly still, and had not the higher lift or eagle ascent, which he knew for one of the signs of fairness, nor had the hills any belt of mist-like vapour. On a step of the stile leading to the short cut to Rendon, young Crossjay was espied. A man tramp sat on the top bar. "There you are! What are you doing there? Where's Miss Middleton?" said Vernon. "Now take care before you open your mouth." Crossjay shut the mouth he had opened. "The lady has gone away over to a station, sir," said the tramp. "You fool!" roared Crossjay, ready to fly at him. "But ain't it now, young gentleman? Can you say it ain't?" "I gave you a shilling, you ass." "You give me that sum, young gentleman, to stop here and take care of you, and here I stopped." "Mr. Whitford," Crossjay appealed to his master, and broke off in disgust. "Take care of me! As if anybody who knows me would think I wanted taking care of. Why, what a beast you must be, you fellow!" "Just as you like, young gentleman. I chaunted you all I know, to keep up your downcast spirits. You did want comforting. You wanted it rarely. You cried like an infant. I let you chaunt, as you call it, to keep you from swearing." "And why did I swear, young gentleman? Because I've got an itchy coat in the wet, and no shirt for a lining, and no breakfast to give me a stomach for this kind of weather. That's what I've come to in this world. I'm a walking moral. No wonder I swears when I don't strike up a chaunt." "But why are you sitting here wet through, Crossjay? Be off home at once and change, and get ready for me." "Mr. Whitford, I promised, and I tossed this fellow a shilling not to go bothering Miss Middleton." "The lady wouldn't have none of the young gentleman, sir, and I offered to go pioneer for her to the station, behind her, at a respectful distance." "As if, you treacherous cur!" Crossjay ground his teeth at the betrayer. "Well, Mr. Whitford, and I didn't trust him, and I stuck to him, or he'd have been after her, whining about his coat and stomach, and talking of his being a moral. He repeats that to everybody." "She has gone to the station?" said Vernon. Not a word on that subject was to be won from Crossjay. "How long since?" Vernon partly addressed Mr. Tramp. The latter became seized with shivers as he supplied the information that it might be a quarter of an hour or 20 minutes. "But what's time to me, sir? If I had reg'lar meals, I should carry a clock in my inside. I got the rheumatics instead." "Way there!" Vernon cried, and took the stile at a vault. "That's what gentlemen can do who sleeps in their beds warm," moaned the tramp. "They've no joints." Vernon handed him a half-crown piece, for he had been of use for once. "Mr. Whitford, let me come. If you tell me to come, I may. Do let me come," Crossjay begged with great entreaty. "I shan't see her for—" "Be off, quick!" Vernon cut him short and pushed on. The tramp and Crossjay were audible to him, Crossjay spurning the consolations of the professional sad man. Vernon spun across the fields, timing himself by his watch to reach Rendon station 10 minutes before 11, though without clearly questioning the nature of the resolution which precipitated him. Dropping to the road, he had better foothold than on the slippery field path, and he ran. His principal hope was that Clara would have missed her way. Another pelting of rain agitated him on her behalf. Might she not as well be suffered to go, and sit 3 hours and more in a railway carriage with wet feet? He clasped the visionary little feet to warm them on his breast. But Willoughby's obstinate fatuity deserved the blow. But neither she nor her father deserved the scandal. But she was desperate. Could reasoning touch her? If not, what would? He knew of nothing. Yesterday he had spoken strongly to Willoughby to plead with him to favour her departure and give her leisure to sound her mind, and he had left his cousin convinced that Clara's best measure was flight. A man so cunning in a pretended obtuseness backed by senseless pride, and in petty tricks that sprang of a grovelling tyranny, could only be taught by facts. Her recent treatment of him, however, was very strange, so strange that he might have known himself better if he had reflected on the bound with which it shot him to a hard suspicion. De Craye had prepared the world to hear that he was leaving the Hall. Were they in concert? The idea struck at his heart colder than if her damp little feet had been there. Vernon's full exoneration of her for making a confidante of himself did not extend its leniency to the young lady's character when there was question of her doing the same with a second gentleman. He could suspect much. He could even expect to find De Craye at the station. That idea drew him up in his run, to meditate on the part he should play, and by drove little Dr. Corney on the way to Rendon, and hailed him, and gave his cheerless figure the nearest approach to an Irish hug in the form of a dry seat under an umbrella and waterproof covering. Though it is the worst I can do for you if you decline to supplement it with a dose of hot brandy and water at the Dolphin, said he, and I'll see you take it, if you please. I'm bound to ease a Rendon patient out of the world. Medicine's one of their superstitions, which they cling to the harder, the more useless it gets. Pill and priest launch him happy between them. And what's on your conscience, Pat? It's whether your blessing, your riverence, would disagree with another drop. Then put the horse before the cart, my son, and you shall have the two in harmony, and God speed ye. Rendon Station, did you say, Vernon? You shall have my prescription at the Railway Arms, if you're hurried. You have the look. What is it? Can I help? No, and don't ask. You're like the Irish grenadier who had a bullet in a humiliating situation. Here's Rendon, and through it we go with a spanking clatter. Here's Dr. Kearney's dog-cart post-haste again. For there's no dying without him now, and repentance is on the death-bed for not calling him in before. Half a charge of humbug hurts no son of a gun, friend Vernon, if he'd have his firing take effect. Be tender to it in man or woman, particularly woman. So by goes the meteoric doctor, and I'll bring noses to window panes, you'll see, which reminds me of the sweetest young lady I ever saw, and the luckiest man. When is she off for her bridal trousseau? And when are they spliced? I'll not call her perfection, for that's a post afraid to move. But she's a dancing sprig of the tree next it. Poetry's wanted to speak of her. I'm Irish and inflammable, I suppose, but I never looked on a girl to make a man comprehend the entire holy meaning of the word rapturous, like that one. And away she goes. We'll not say another word. But you're a Grecian, friend Vernon. Now, couldn't you think her just a whiff of an idea of a daughter of a peccadillo goddess? Deuce take you, Corney. Drop me here. I shall be late for the train, said Vernon, laying hand on the doctor's arm to check him on the way to the station in view. Dr. Corney had a Celtic intelligence for a meaning behind an illogical tongue. He drew up, observing, 2 minutes' run won't hurt you. He slightly fancied he might have given offence, though he was well acquainted with Vernon, and had a cordial grasp at the parting. The truth must be told that Vernon could not at the moment bear any more talk from an Irishman. Dr. Corney had succeeded in persuading him not to wonder at Clara Middleton's liking for Colonel De Craye. Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 27. At the railway station. Clara stood in the waiting room contemplating the white rails of the rain-swept line, her lips parted at the sight of Vernon. "You have your ticket?" said he. She nodded and breathed more freely. The matter-of-fact question was reassuring. "You are wet," he resumed, and it could not be denied. "A little. I do not feel it." "I must beg you to come to the inn hard by, half a dozen steps. We shall see your train signalled. Come." She thought him startlingly authoritative, but he had good sense to back him, and depressed as she was by the dampness, she was disposed to yield to reason if he continued to respect her independence. So she submitted outwardly, resisted inwardly, on the watch to stop him from taking any decisive lead. "Shall we be sure to see the signal, Mr. Whitford?" "I'll provide for that." He spoke to the station clerk and conducted her across the road. "You are quite alone, Miss Middleton?" "I am. I have not brought my maid." "You must take off boots and stockings at once and have them dried. I'll put you in the hands of the landlady." "But my train?" "You have full 15 minutes, besides fair chances of delay." He seemed reasonable, the reverse of hostile, in spite of his commanding air, and that was not unpleasant in one friendly to her adventure. She controlled her alert distrustfulness, and passed from him to the landlady, for her feet were wet and cold, the skirts of her dress were soiled. Generally inspecting herself, she was an object to be shuddered at, and she was grateful to Vernon for his inattention to her appearance. Vernon ordered Dr. Corney's dose, and was ushered upstairs to a room of portraits, where the publican's ancestors and family sat against the walls, flat on their canvas as weeds of the botanist's portfolio, although corpulency was pretty generally insisted on, and there were formidable battalions of bust among the females. All of them had the aspect of the national energy which has vanquished obstacles to subside on its ideal. They all gazed straight at the guest. "Drink and come to this," they might have been labelled to say to him. He was in the private Valhalla of a large class of his countrymen. The existing host had taken forethought to be of the party in his prime, and in the central place, looking fresh flattened there, and sanguine from the performance. By and by a son would shove him aside, meanwhile he shelved his parent, according to the manners of energy. One should not be a critic of our works of art in uncomfortable garments. Vernon turned from the portraits to a stuffed pike in a glass case, and plunged into sympathy with the fish for a refuge. Clara soon rejoined him, saying, "But you must be very wet. You were without an umbrella. You must be wet through, Mr. Whitford." "We're all wet through to day," said Vernon. "Crossjay's wet through, and a tramp he met." "The horrid man!" "But Crossjay should have turned back when I told him. Cannot the landlord assist you? You are not tied to time." "I begged Crossjay to turn back when it began to rain. When it became heavy I compelled him." "So you met my poor Crossjay." "You have not to blame him for betraying you. The tramp did that. I was thrown on your track quite by accident. Now, pardon me for using authority, and don't be alarmed, Miss Middleton. You are perfectly free for me, but you must not run a risk to your health. I met Dr. Corney coming along, and he prescribed hot brandy and water for a wet skin, especially for sitting in it. There's the stuff on the table. I see you have been aware of a singular odour. You must consent to sip some, as medicine, merely to give you warmth." "Impossible, Mr. Whitford. I could not taste it. But pray obey Dr. Corney, if he ordered it for you." "I can't, unless you do." "I will then. I will try." She held the glass, attempted, and was baffled by the reek of it. "Try. You can do anything," said Vernon. "Now that you find me here, Mr. Whitford, anything for myself it would seem, and nothing to save a friend. But I will really try. It must be a good mouthful. I will try, and you will finish the glass?" "With your permission, if you do not leave too much." They were to drink out of the same glass, and she was to drink some of this infamous mixture, and she was in a kind of hotel alone with him, and he was drenched in running after her. All this came of breaking loose for an hour. "Oh, what a misfortune that it should be such a day, Mr. Whitford!" "Did you not choose the day?" "Not the weather. And the worst of it is, that Willoughby will come upon Crossjay wet to the bone, and pump him, and get nothing but shufflings, blank lies, and then find him out and chase him from the house." Clara drank immediately, and more than she intended. She held the glass as an enemy to be delivered from, gasping, uncertain of her breath. "Never let me be asked to endure such a thing again." "You are unlikely to be running away from father and friends again." She panted still with the fiery liquid she had gulped, and she wondered that it should belie its reputation in not fortifying her, but rendering her painfully susceptible to his remarks. "Mr. Whitford, I need not seek to know what you think of me." "What I think? I don't think at all. I wish to serve you if I can." "Am I right in supposing you a little afraid of me? You should not be. I have deceived no one. I have opened my heart to you, and am not ashamed of having done so." "It is an excellent habit, they say. It is not a habit with me." He was touched, and for that reason, in his dissatisfaction with himself, not unwilling to hurt. "We take our turn, Miss Middleton. I'm no hero, and a bad conspirator, so I am not of much avail. You have been reserved, but I am going, and I leave my character behind. You condemned me to the poison bowl. You have not touched it yourself. In vino veritas, if I do, I shall be speaking my mind. Then do, for the sake of mind and body. It won't be complimentary. You can be harsh. Only say everything." "Have we time?" They looked at their watches. 6 minutes, Clara said. Vernon's had stopped, penetrated by his total drenching. She reproached herself. He laughed to quiet her. "My dies solemnes are sure to give me duckings. I'm used to them. As for the watch, it will remind me that it stopped when you went." She raised the glass to him. She was happier, and hoped for some little harshness and kindness mixed, that she might carry away to travel with and think over. He turned the glass as she had given it, turned it round in putting it to his lips. A scarce perceptible manoeuvre, but that she had given it expressly on one side. It may be hoped that it was not done by design. Done even accidentally, without a taint of contrivance, it was an affliction to see, and coiled through her, causing her to shrink and redden. Fugitives are subject to strange incidents. They are not vessels lying safe in harbour. She shut her lips tight as if they had stung. The realizing sensitiveness of her quick nature accused them of a loss of bloom. And the man who had made her smart like this was formal as a railway official on a platform. "Now we are both pledged in the poison bowl," said he, "and it has the taste of rank poison, I confess. But the doctor prescribed it, and at sea we must be sailors. Now, Miss Middleton, time presses. Will you return with me?" "No, no." "Where do you propose to go?" "To London, to a friend, Miss Darleton." "What message is there for your father?" "Say I have left a letter for him in a letter to be delivered to you." "To me? And what message for Willoughby?" "My maid Barclay will hand him a letter at noon." "You have sealed Crossjay's fate." "How?" He is probably at this instant undergoing an interrogation. You may guess at his replies. The letter will expose him, and Willoughby does not pardon. I regret it. I cannot avoid it. Poor boy! My dear Crossjay! I did not think of how Willoughby might punish him. I was very thoughtless. Mr. Whitford, my pin money shall go for his education. Later, when I am a little older, I shall be able to support him. That's an encumbrance. You should not tie yourself to drag it about. You are unalterable, of course, but circumstances are not, and, as it happens, women are more subject to them than we are. But I will not be. Your command of them is shown at the present moment. Because I determine to be free? No, because you do the contrary. You don't determine. You run away from the difficulty, and leave it to your father and friends to bear. As for Crossjay, you see you destroy one of his chances. I should have carried him off before this, if I had not thought it prudent to keep him on terms with Willoughby. We'll let Crossjay stand aside. He'll behave like a man of honour, imitating others who have had to do the same for ladies. Have spoken falsely to shelter cowards, you mean, Mr. Whitford? Oh, I know. I have but 2 minutes. The die is cast. I cannot go back. I must get ready. Will you see me to the station? I would rather you should hurry home. I will see the last of you. I will wait for you here. An express runs ahead of your train, and I have arranged with the clerk for a signal. I have an eye on the window. You are still my best friend, Mr. Whitford. Though? Well, though you do not perfectly understand what torments have driven me to this. Carried on tides and blown by winds. Ah, you do not understand. Mysteries? Sufferings are not mysteries, they are very simple facts. Well then, I don't understand. But decide at once. I wish you to have your free will. She left the room. Dry stockings and boots are better for travelling in than wet ones, but in spite of her direct resolve, she felt when drawing them on like one that has been tripped. The goal was desirable, the ardour was damped. Vernon's wish that she should have her free will compelled her to sound it, and it was of course to go, to be liberated, to cast off incubus, and hurt her father, injure Crossjay, distress her friends? No, and 10 times no. She returned to Vernon in haste, to shun the reflex of her mind. He was looking at a closed carriage drawn up at the station door. Shall we run over now, Mr. Whitford? There's no signal. Here it's not so chilly. I ventured to enclose my letter to papa in yours, trusting you would attend to my request to you to break the news to him gently and plead for me. We will all do the utmost we can. I am doomed to vex those who care for me. I tried to follow your counsel. First you spoke to me, and then you spoke to Miss Dale, and at least you have a clear conscience. No. What burdens it? I have done nothing to burden it. Then it's a clear conscience. No. Vernon's shoulders jerked. Our patience with an innocent duplicity in women is measured by the place it assigns to us and another. If he had liked, he could have thought, "You have not done, but meditated something to trouble conscience." That was evident, and her speaking of it was proof too of the willingness to be clear. He would not help her. Man's blood, which is the link with women, and responsive to them on the instant for or against, obscured him. He shrugged anew when she said, "My character would have been degraded utterly by my staying there. Could you advise it?" "Certainly not the degradation of your character," he said, black on the subject of De Craye, and not lightened by feelings which made him sharply sensible of the beggarly dependent that he was, or poor adventuring scribbler that he was to become. "Why did you pursue me and wish to stop me, Mr. Whitford?" said Clara, on the spur of a wound from his tone. He replied, "I suppose I'm a busybody. I was never aware of it till now. You are my friend, only you speak in irony so much. That was irony about my clear conscience. I spoke to you and to Miss Dale, and then I rested and drifted. Can you not feel for me that to mention it is like a scorching furnace? Willoughby has entangled papa. He schemes incessantly to keep me entangled. I fly from his cunning as much as from anything. I dread it. I have told you that I am more to blame than he, but I must accuse him. And wedding presents, and congratulations, and to be his guest! All that makes up a plea in mitigation, said Vernon. Is it not sufficient for you? She asked him timidly. You have a masculine good sense that tells you you won't be respected if you run. 3 more days there might cover a retreat with your father. He will not listen to me. He confuses me. Willoughby has bewitched him. Commission me. I will see that he listens. And go back? Oh no! To London. Besides, there is the dining with Mrs. Mountstuart this evening, and I like her very well, but I must avoid her. She has a kind of idolatry. And what answers can I give? I supplicate her with looks. She observes them. My efforts to divert them from being painful produce a comic expression to her, and I am a charming rogue, and I am entertained on the topic she assumes to be principally interesting to me. I must avoid her. The thought of her leaves me no choice. She is clever. She could tattoo me with epigrams. Stay, there you can hold your own. She has told me you give me credit for a spice of wit. I have not discovered my possession. We have spoken of it. We call it your delusion. She grants me some beauty. That must be hers. There's no delusion in one case or the other, Miss Middleton. You have beauty and wit. Public opinion will say wildness. Indifference to your reputation will be charged on you, and your friends will have to admit it. But you will be out of this difficulty. Ah, to weave a second? Impossible to judge until we see how you escape the first. And I have no more to say. I love your father. His humour of sententiousness and doctorial stilts is a mask he delights in, but you ought to know him, and not be frightened by it. If you sat with him an hour at a Latin task, and if you took his hand and told him you could not leave him, and no tears, he would answer you at once. It would involve a day or two further. Disagreeable to you, no doubt, preferable to the present mode of escape, as I think. But I have no power whatever to persuade. I have not the lady's tongue. My appeal is always to reason. It is a compliment. I loathe the lady's tongue. It is a distinctly good gift, and I wish I had it. I might have succeeded instead of failing, and appearing to pay a compliment. Surely the express train is very late, Mr. Whitford. The express has gone by. Then we will cross over. You would rather not be seen by Mrs. Mountstuart. That is her carriage drawn up at the station, and she is in it. Clara looked, and with the sinking of her heart said, I must brave her. In that case I will take leave of you here, Miss Middleton. She gave him her hand. Why is Mrs. Mountstuart at the station to-day? I suppose she has driven to meet one of the guests for her dinner party. Professor Crooklyn was promised to your father, and he may be coming by the down train. Go back to the Hall, exclaimed Clara. How can I? I have no more endurance left in me. If I had some support, if it were the sense of secretly doing wrong, it might help me through. I am in a web. I cannot do right, whatever I do. There is only the thought of saving Crossjay. Yes, and sparing papa. Good-bye, Mr. Whitford. I shall remember your kindness gratefully. I cannot go back. You will not? Said he, tempting her to hesitate. No. But if you are seen by Mrs. Mountstuart, you must go back. I'll do my best to take her away. Should she see you, you must patch up a story and apply to her for a lift. That, I think, is imperative. Not to my mind, said Clara. He bowed hurriedly and withdrew. After her confession, peculiar to her, of possibly finding sustainment in secretly doing wrong, her flying or remaining seemed to him a choice of evils, and whilst she stood in bewildered speculation on his reason for pursuing her, which was not evident, he remembered the special fear inciting him, and so far did her justice as to have at himself on that subject. He had done something perhaps to save her from a cold. Such was his only consolatory thought. He had also behaved like a man of honour, taking no personal advantage of her situation, but to reflect on it recalled his astonishing dryness. The strict man of honour plays a part that he should not reflect on till about the fall of the curtain, otherwise he will be likely sometimes to feel the shiver of foolishness at his good conduct. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 28. The Return. Posted in observation at a corner of the window, Clara saw Vernon cross the road to Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson's carriage, transformed to the leanest pattern of himself by narrowed shoulders and raised coat collar. He had such an air of saying, "Tom's a cold," that her skin crept in sympathy. Presently he left the carriage and went into the station. A bell had rung. Was it her train? He approved her going, for he was employed in assisting her to go, a proceeding at variance with many things he had said, but he was as full of contradiction to-day as women are accused of being. The train came up. She trembled. No signal had appeared, and Vernon must have deceived her. He returned. He entered the carriage, and the wheels were soon in motion. Immediately thereupon Flitch's fly drove past, containing Colonel De Craye. Vernon could not but have perceived him. But what was it that had brought the colonel to this place? The pressure of Vernon's mind was on her, and foiled her efforts to assert her perfect innocence, though she knew she had done nothing to allure the colonel hither. Excepting Willoughby, Colonel De Craye was the last person she would have wished to encounter. She had now a dread of hearing the bell which would tell her that Vernon had not deceived her, and that she was out of his hands, in the hands of some one else. She bit at her glove. She glanced at the concentrated eyes of the publican's family portraits, all looking as one. She noticed the empty tumbler, and went round to it and touched it, and the silly spoon in it. A little yielding to desperation shoots us to strange distances. Vernon had asked her whether she was alone. Connecting that inquiry, singular in itself and singular in his manner of putting it, with the glass of burning liquid, she repeated, "He must have seen Colonel De Craye." And she stared at the empty glass as at something that witnessed to something, for Vernon was not your supple cavalier, assiduously on the smirk to pin a gallantry to commonplaces. But all the doors are not open in a young lady's consciousness, quick of nature though she may be. Some are locked and keyless, some will not open to the key, some are defended by ghosts inside. She could not have said what the something witnessed to. If we by chance know more, we have still no right to make it more prominent than it was with her. And the smell of the glass was odious. It disgraced her. She had an impulse to pocket the spoon for a memento, to show it to grandchildren for a warning. Even the prelude to the morality to be uttered on the occasion sprang to her lips. "Here, my dears, is a spoon you would be ashamed to use in your teacups, yet it was of more value to me at one period of my life than silver and gold, in pointing out," etc. The conclusion was hazy, like the conception. She had her idea. And in this mood she ran downstairs and met Colonel De Craye on the station steps. The bright illumination of his face was that of the confident man confirmed in a risky guess, in the crisis of doubt and dispute. "Miss Middleton!" His joyful surprise predominated, the pride of an accurate forecast, adding, "I'm not too late to be of service." She thanked him for the offer. "Have you dismissed the fly, Colonel De Craye?" "I have just been getting change to pay Mr. Flitch. He passed me on the road." He is interwound with our fates to a certainty. I had only to jump in, I knew it, and rolled along like a magician commanding a genie. Have I been—" "Not seriously. Nobody doubts you being under shelter. You will allow me to protect you? My time is yours." "I was thinking of a running visit to my friend Miss Darleton. May I venture? I had the fancy that you wished to see Miss Darleton to day. You cannot make the journey unescorted." "Please retain the fly. Where is Willoughby?" "He is in jack boots. But may I not, Miss Middleton? I shall never be forgiven if you refuse me." "There has been searching for me?" "Some hallooing. But why am I rejected? Besides, I don't require the fly. I shall walk if I am banished. Flitch is a wonderful conjurer, but the virtue is out of him for the next 24 hours, and it will be an opportunity to me to make my bow to Miss Darleton." "She is rigorous on the conventionalities, Colonel De Craye." "I'll appear before her as an ignoramus or a rebel, whichever she likes best to take in leading strings. I remember her. I was greatly struck by her." "Upon recollection." Memory didn't happen to be handy at the first mention of the lady's name. As the general said of his ammunition and transport, "There's the army." But it was leagues in the rear. Like the footman who went to sleep after smelling fire in the house, I was thinking of other things. It will serve me right to be forgotten, if I am. I've a curiosity to know, a remainder of my coxcombry. "Not that exactly. A wish to see the impression I made on your friend." "None at all? But any pebble casts a ripple." "That is hardly an impression," said Clara, pacifying her irresoluteness with this light talk. "The utmost to be hoped for by men like me. I have your permission? 1 minute. I will get my ticket." "Do not," said Clara. "Your manservant entreats you." She signified a decided negative with the head, but her eyes were dreamy. She breathed deep. This thing done would cut the cord. Her sensation of languor swept over her. De Craye took a stride. He was accosted by one of the railway porters. Flitch's fly was in request for a gentleman. A portly old gentleman bothered about luggage appeared on the landing. "The gentleman can have it," said De Craye, handing Flitch his money. "Open the door," Clara said to Flitch. He tugged at the handle with enthusiasm. The door was open. She stepped in. "Then mount the box and I'll jump up beside you," De Craye called out, after the passion of regretful astonishment had melted from his features. Clara directed him to the seat fronting her. He protested indifference to the wet. She kept the door unshut. His temper would have preferred to buffet the angry weather. The invitation was too sweet. She heard now the bell of her own train. Driving beside the railway embankment, she met the train. It was 18 minutes late by her watch. And why, when it flung up its whale spouts of steam, she was not journeying in it, she could not tell. She had acted of her free will, that she could say. Vernon had not induced her to remain. Assuredly her present companion had not, and her whole heart was for flight. Yet she was driving back to the Hall, not devoid of calmness. She speculated on the circumstance enough to think herself incomprehensible, and there left it, intent on the scene to come with Willoughby. "I must choose a better day for London," she remarked. De Craye bowed, but did not remove his eyes from her. "Miss Middleton, you do not trust me." She answered, "Say in what way? It seems to me that I do." "I may speak?" "If it depends on my authority." "Fully?" "Whatever you have to say. Let me stipulate, be not very grave. I want cheering in wet weather." "Miss Middleton, Flitch is a charioteer once more. Think of it. There's a tide that carries him perpetually to the place where he was cast forth, and a thread that ties us to him in continuity. I have not the honour to be a friend of long standing. One ventures on one's devotion. It dates from the first moment of my seeing you. Flitch is to blame, if any one. Perhaps the spell would be broken were he reinstated in his ancient office." "Perhaps it would," said Clara, not with her best of smiles. Willoughby's pride of relentlessness appeared to her to be receiving a blow by rebound, and that seemed high justice. "I am afraid you were right. The poor fellow has no chance," De Craye pursued. He paused, as for decorum in the presence of misfortune, and laughed sparklingly. "Unless I engage him or pretend to. I verily believe that Flitch's melancholy person on the skirts of the hall completes the picture of the Eden within. Why will you not put some trust in me, Miss Middleton?" "But why should you not pretend to engage him then, Colonel De Craye? We'll plot it if you like. Can you trust me for that? For any act of disinterested kindness, I am sure. You mean it?" "Without reserve. You could talk publicly of taking him to London. Miss Middleton, just now you were going. My arrival changed your mind. You distrust me, and ought I to wonder? The wonder would be all the other way. You have not had the sort of report of me which would persuade you to confide, even in a case of extremity. I guessed you were going. Do you ask me how? I cannot say. Through what they call sympathy, and that's inexplicable. There's natural sympathy, natural antipathy. People have to live together to discover how deep it is." Clara breathed her dumb admission of his truth. The fly jolted and threatened to lurch. "Flitch, my dear man!" The colonel gave a murmuring remonstrance. "For," said he to Clara, whom his apostrophe to Flitch had set smiling, "we're not safe with him, however we make believe, and he'll be jerking the heart out of me before he has done. But if two of us have not the misfortune to be united when they come to the discovery, there's hope. That is, if one has courage and the other has wisdom. Otherwise they may go to the yoke in spite of themselves. The great enemy is pride, who has them both in a coach and drives them to the fatal door, and the only thing to do is to knock him off his box while there's a minute to spare, and as there's no pride like the pride of possession, the deadliest wound to him is to make that doubtful. Pride won't be taught wisdom in any other fashion, but one must have the courage to do it." De Craye trifled with the window sash, to give his words time to sink in solution. Who but Willoughby stood for pride, and who, swayed by languor, had dreamt of a method that would be surest and swiftest to teach him the wisdom of surrendering her? "You know, Miss Middleton, I study character," said the colonel. "I see that you do," she answered. "You intend to return?" "Oh, decidedly." "The day is unfavourable for travelling, I must say." "It is." "You may count on my discretion in the fullest degree. I throw myself on your generosity when I assure you that it was not my design to surprise a secret. I guessed the station, and went there, to put myself at your disposal." "Did you," said Clara, reddening slightly, "chance to see Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson's carriage pass you when you drove up to the station?" De Craye had passed a carriage. "I did not see the lady. She was in it?" "Yes, and therefore it is better to put discretion on one side. We may be certain she saw you." "But not you, Miss Middleton." "I prefer to think that I am seen. I have a description of courage, Colonel De Craye, when it is forced on me." "I have not suspected the reverse. Courage wants training as well as other fine capacities. Mine is often rusty and rheumatic." "I cannot hear of concealment or plotting. Accept, pray, to advance the cause of poor Flitch." "He shall be accepted." The colonel screwed his head round for a glance at his coachman's back. "Perfectly guaranteed to day," he said of Flitch's look of solidity. "The convulsion of the elements appears to sober our friend. He is only dangerous in calms. 5 minutes will bring us to the park gates." Clara leant forward to gaze at the hedgeways in the neighbourhood of the Hall, strangely renewing their familiarity with her. Both in thought and sensation she was like a flower beaten to earth, and she thanked her feminine mask for not showing how nerveless and languid she was. She could have accused Vernon of a treacherous cunning for imposing it on her free will to decide her fate. Involuntarily she sighed. "There is a train at 3," said De Craye, with splendid promptitude. Yes, and one at 5. We dine with Mrs. Mountstuart to night, and I have a passion for solitude. I think I was never intended for obligations. The moment I am bound, I begin to brood on freedom. Ladies who say that, Miss Middleton, what of them? They're feeling too much alone." She could not combat the remark. By her self-assurance that she had the principle of faithfulness, she acknowledged to herself the truth of it. There is no freedom for the weak. Vernon had said that once. She tried to resist the weight of it, and her sheer inability precipitated her into a sense of pitiful dependence. Half an hour earlier it would have been a perilous condition to be traversing in the society of a closely scanning reader of fair faces. Circumstances had changed. They were at the gates of the park. "Shall I leave you?" said De Craye. "Why should you?" she replied. He bent to her gracefully. The mild subservience flattered Clara's languor. He had not compelled her to be watchful on her guard, and she was unaware that he passed it when she acquiesced to his observation: "An anticipatory story is a trap to the teller." "It is," she said. She had been thinking as much. He threw up his head to consult the brain comically with a dozen little blinks. "No, you are right, Miss Middleton. Inventing beforehand never prospers. 'Tis a way to trip our own cleverness. Truth and mother wit are the best counsellors, and as you are the former, I'll try to act up to the character you assign me." Some tangle, more prospective than present, seemed to be about her as she reflected. But her intention being to speak to Willoughby without subterfuge, she was grateful to her companion for not tempting her to swerve. No one could doubt his talent for elegant fibbing, and she was in the humour both to admire and adopt the art, so she was glad to be rescued from herself. How mother wit was to second truth she did not inquire, and as she did not happen to be thinking of Crossjay, she was not troubled by having to consider how truth and his tale of the morning would be likely to harmonize. Driving down the park, she had full occupation in questioning whether her return would be pleasing to Vernon, who was the virtual cause of it, though he had done so little to promote it, so little that she really doubted his pleasure in seeing her return. Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 29, in which the sensitiveness of Sir Willoughby is explained, and he receives much instruction. The hall clock over the stables was then striking 12. It was the hour for her flight to be made known, and Clara sat in a turmoil of dim apprehension that prepared her nervous frame for a painful blush on her being asked by Colonel De Craye whether she had set her watch correctly. He must, she understood, have seen through her at the breakfast table, and was she not cruelly indebted to him for her evasion of Willoughby? Such perspicacity of vision distressed and frightened her. At the same time she was obliged to acknowledge that he had not presumed on it. Her dignity was in no way the worse for him, but it had been at a man's mercy, and there was the affliction. She jumped from the fly as if she were leaving danger behind. She could at the moment have greeted Willoughby with a conventionally friendly smile. The doors were thrown open, and young Crossjay flew out to her. He hung and danced on her hand, pressed the hand to his mouth, hardly believing that he saw and touched her, and in a lingo of dashes and asterisks related how Sir Willoughby had found him under the boat-house eaves, and pumped him, and had been sent off to Hopner's farm, where there was a sick child, and on along the road to a labourer's cottage. For I said, "You're so kind to poor people, Miss Middleton." "That's true, now that is true. And I said you wouldn't have me with you for fear of contagion." This was what she had feared. "Every crack and bang in a boy's vocabulary," remarked the colonel. listening to him after he had paid Flitch. The latter touched his hat till he had drawn attention to himself, when he exclaimed with rosy melancholy, "Ah, my lady! Ah, Colonel! If ever I lives to drink some of the old port wine in the old hall at Christmas tide!" Their healths would on that occasion be drunk, it was implied. He threw up his eyes at the windows, humped his body, and drove away. "Then Mr. Whitford has not come back?" said Clara to Crossjay. "No, Miss Middleton, Sir Willoughby has, and he's upstairs in his room dressing." "Have you seen Berkeley?" "She has just gone into the laboratory. I told her Sir Willoughby wasn't there." "Tell me, Crossjay, had she a letter?" "She had something." "Run! Say I am here. I want the letter. It is mine." Crossjay sprang away and plunged into the arms of Sir Willoughby. "One has to catch the fellow like a football," exclaimed the injured gentleman, doubled across the boy and holding him fast, that he might have an object to trifle with, to give himself countenance. He needed it. "Clara, you have not been exposed to the weather?" "Hardly at all." "I rejoice. You found shelter?" "Yes." "In one of the cottages?" "Not in a cottage, but I was perfectly sheltered. Colonel De Craye passed a fly before he met me." "Flitch again!" ejaculated the colonel. "Yes, you have luck, you have luck," Willoughby addressed him, still clutching Crossjay, and treating his tugs to get loose as an invitation to caresses. But the foil barely concealed his livid perturbation. "Stay by me, sir," he said at last, sharply to Crossjay, and Clara touched the boy's shoulder in admonishment of him. She turned to the colonel as they stepped into the hall. "I have not thanked you, Colonel De Craye." She dropped her voice to its lowest. "A letter in my handwriting in the laboratory." Crossjay cried aloud with pain. "I have you!" Willoughby rallied him with a laugh not unlike the squeak of his victim. "You squeeze awfully hard, sir." "Why, you milksop!" "Am I? But I want to get a book." "Where is the book?" "In the laboratory." Colonel De Craye, sauntering by the laboratory door, sung out, "I'll fetch you your book. What is it? Early Navigators? Infant Hymns? I think my cigar case is in here." "Berkeley speaks of a letter for me," Willoughby said to Clara, "marked to be delivered to me at noon." "In case of my not being back earlier. It was written to avert anxiety," she replied. "You are very good." "Oh, good! Call me anything but good. Here are the ladies. Dear ladies!" Clara swam to meet them as they issued from a morning room into the hall, and interjections reigned for a couple of minutes. Willoughby relinquished his grasp of Crossjay, who darted instantaneously at an angle to the laboratory, whither he followed, and he encountered De Craye coming out, but passed him in silence. Crossjay was ranging and peering all over the room. Willoughby went to his desk and the battery table and the mantelpiece. He found no letter. Berkeley had undoubtedly informed him that she had left a letter for him in the laboratory by order of her mistress after breakfast. He hurried out and ran upstairs in time to see De Craye and Berkeley breaking a conference. He beckoned to her. The maid lengthened her upper lip and beat her dress down smooth, signs of the apprehension of a crisis and of the getting ready for action. "My mistress's bell has just rung, Sir Willoughby." "You had a letter for me?" "I said—" "You said when I met you at the foot of the stairs that you had left a letter for me in the laboratory. It is lying on my mistress's toilet table. Get it." Berkeley swept round with another of her demure grimaces. It was apparently necessary with her that she should talk to herself in this public manner. Willoughby waited for her, but there was no reappearance of the maid. Struck by the ridicule of his posture of expectation, and of his whole behaviour, he went to his bedroom suite, shut himself in, and paced the chambers, amazed at the creature he had become. Agitated like the commonest of wretches, destitute of self-control, not able to preserve a decent mask, he, accustomed to inflict these emotions and tremors upon others, was at once the puppet and dupe of an intriguing girl. His very stature seemed lessened. The glass did not say so, but the shrunken heart within him did, and wailfully too. Her compunction, call me anything but good, coming after her return to the hall beside De Craye, and after the visible passage of a secret between them in his presence, was a confession. It blew at him with the fury of a furnace blast in his face. Egoist agony wrung the outcry from him that dupery is a more blessed condition. He desired to be deceived. He could desire such a thing only in a temporary transport, for above all he desired that no one should know of his being deceived, and were he a dupe, the deceiver would know it, and her accomplice would know it, and the world would soon know of it, that world against whose tongue he stood defenceless. Within the shadow of his presence he compressed opinion as a strong frost binds the springs of earth, but beyond it his shivering sensitiveness ran about in dread of a stripping in a wintry atmosphere. This was the ground of his hatred of the world. It was an appalling fear on behalf of his naked eidolon, the tender infant self, swaddled in his name before the world, for which he felt as the most highly civilized of men alone can feel, and which it was impossible for him to stretch out hands to protect. There the poor little lovable creature ran for any mouth to blow on, and frost-nipped and bruised it cried to him, and he was of no avail. Must we not detest a world that so treats us? We loathe it the more by the measure of our contempt for them, when we have made the people within the shadow circle of our person slavish. And he had been once a young prince in popularity, the world had been his possession. Clara's treatment of him was a robbery of land and subjects. His grander dream had been a marriage with a lady of so glowing a fame for beauty and attachment to her lord, that the world perforce must take her for witness to merits which would silence detraction, and almost, not quite, it was undesirable, extinguish envy. But for the nature of women his dream would have been realized. He could not bring himself to denounce fortune. It had cost him a grievous pang to tell Horace De Craye he was lucky. He had been educated in the belief that fortune specially prized and cherished little Willoughby. Hence of necessity his maledictions fell upon women, or he would have forfeited the last blanket of a dream warm as poets revel in. But if Clara deceived him, he inspired her with timidity. There was matter in that to make him wish to be deceived. She had not looked him much in the face, she had not crossed his eyes, she had looked deliberately downward, keeping her head up, to preserve an exterior pride. The attitude had its bewitchingness. The girl's physical pride of stature, scorning to bend under a load of conscious guilt, had a certain black angel beauty for which he felt a hugging hatred, and according to his policy when these fits of amorous meditation seized him, he burst from the present one in the mood of his more favourable conception of Clara, and sought her out. The quality of the mood of hugging hatred is, that if you are disallowed the hug, you do not hate the fiercer. Contrariwise, the prescription of a decorous distance of 2 feet 10 inches, which is by measurement the delimitation exacted of a rightly respectful deportment, has this miraculous effect on the great creature, man, or often it has, that his peculiar hatred returns to the reluctant admiration begetting it, and his passion for the hug falls prostrate as one of the faithful before the shrine. He is reduced to worship by fasting. For these mysteries consult the sublime chapter in the great book, the 71st, on Love, wherein nothing is written, but the reader receives a lanthorn, a powder cask, and a pickaxe, and therewith pursues his yellow dusking path across the rubble of preceding excavators in the solitary quarry, a yet more instructive passage than the overscrawled 70th, or French section, whence the chapter opens, and where hitherto the polite world has halted. The hurry of the hero is on us. We have no time to spare for mining works. He hurried to catch her alone, to wreak his tortures on her in a bitter semblance of bodily worship, and satiated, then comfortably to spurn. He found her protected by Berkeley on the stairs. "That letter for me," he said. "I think I told you, Willoughby, there was a letter I left with Berkeley to reassure you in case of my not returning early," said Clara. "It was unnecessary for her to deliver it." "Indeed? But any letter, any writing of yours, and from you to me, you have it still?" "No, I have destroyed it." "That was wrong." "It could not have given you pleasure." "My dear Clara, one line from you!" "There were but 3." Berkeley stood sucking her lips. A maid in the secrets of her mistress is a purchasable maid, for if she will take a bribe with her right hand, she will with her left. All that has to be calculated is the nature and amount of the bribe. Such was the speculation indulged by Sir Willoughby, and he shrank from the thought, and declined to know more than that he was on a volcanic hillside, where a thin crust quaked over lava. This was a new condition with him, representing Clara's gain in their combat. Clara did not fear his questioning so much as he feared her candour. Mutually timid, they were of course formally polite, and no plain speaking could have told one another more distinctly that each was defensive. Clara stood pledged to the fib, packed, scaled, and posted, and he had only to ask to have it, supposing that he asked with a voice not exactly peremptory. She said in her heart, "It is your fault, you are relentless, and you would ruin Crossjay to punish him for devoting himself to me, like the poor thoughtless boy he is, and so I am bound in honour to do my utmost for him." The reciprocal devotedness, moreover, served 2 purposes. It preserved her from brooding on the humiliation of her lame flight and flutter back, and it quieted her mind in regard to the precipitate intimacy of her relations with Colonel De Craye. Willoughby's boast of his implacable character was to blame. She was at war with him, and she was compelled to put the case in that light. Crossjay must be shielded from one who could not spare an offender, so Colonel De Craye, quite naturally, was called on for his help, and the colonel's dexterous aid appeared to her more admirable than alarming. Nevertheless, she would not have answered a direct question falsely. She was for the fib, but not the lie. At a word she could be disdainful of subterfuges. Her look said that. Willoughby perceived it. She had written him a letter of 3 lines. There were but 3. And she had destroyed the letter. Something perchance was repented by her. Then she had done him an injury. Between his wrath at the suspicion of an injury and the prudence enjoyed by his abject coveting of her, he consented to be fooled for the sake of vengeance, and something besides. "Well, here you are, safe. I have you," said he, with courtly exultation, "and that is better than your handwriting. I have been all over the country after you." "Why did you? We are not in a barbarous land," said Clara. "Crossjay talks of your visiting a sick child, my love. You have changed your dress." "You see." "The boy declared you were going to that farm of Hoppner's, and some cottage. I met at my gates a tramping vagabond who swore to seeing you and the boy in a totally contrary direction." "Did you give him money?" "I fancy so." "Then he was paid for having seen me." Willoughby tossed his head. It might be as she suggested. Beggars are liars. "But who sheltered you, my dear Clara? You had not been heard of at Hoppner's." "The people have been indemnified for their pains. To pay them more would be to spoil them. You disburse money too liberally. There was no fever in the place. Who could have anticipated such a downpour? I want to consult Miss Dale on the important theme of a dress I think of wearing at Mrs. Mountstuart's to night." "Do. She is unerring." "She has excellent taste. She dresses very simply herself, but it becomes her. She is one of the few women whom I feel I could not improve with a touch." "She has judgment." He reflected, and repeated his encomium. The shadow of a dimple in Clara's cheek awakened him to the idea that she had struck him somewhere, and certainly he would never again be able to put up the fiction of her jealousy of Laetitia. What then could be this girl's motive for praying to be released? The interrogation humbled him. He fled from the answer. Willoughby went in search of De Craye. That sprightly intriguer had no intention to let himself be caught solus. He was undiscoverable until the assembly sounded, when Clara dropped a public word or two, and he spoke in perfect harmony with her. After that he gave his company to Willoughby for an hour at billiards, and was well beaten. The announcement of a visit of Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson took the gentlemen to the drawing-room, rather suspecting that something stood in the way of her dinner-party. As it happened, she was lamenting only the loss of one of the jewels of the party, to wit, the great Professor Crooklyn, invited to meet Dr. Middleton at her table, and she related how she had driven to the station by appointment, the Professor being notoriously a bother-headed traveller, as was shown by the fact that he had missed his train in town, for he had not arrived, nothing had been seen of him. She cited Vernon Whitford for her authority that the train had been inspected and the platform scoured to find the Professor. "And so," said she, "I drove home your green man to dry him. He was wet through and chattering. The man was exactly like a skeleton wrapped in a sponge, and if he escapes a cold he must be as invulnerable as he boasts himself. These athletes are terrible boasters." "They climb their Alps to crow," said Clara, excited by her apprehension that Mrs. Mountstuart would speak of having seen the colonel near the station. There was a laugh, and Colonel De Craye laughed loudly as it flashed through him that a quick-witted, impressionable girl like Miss Middleton must, before his arrival at the Hall, have speculated on such obdurate clay as Vernon Whitford was, with humorous despair at his uselessness to her. Glancing round, he saw Vernon standing fixed in a stare at the young lady. "You heard that, Whitford?" he said, and Clara's face betokening an extremer contrition than he thought was demanded, the colonel rallied the Alpine climber for striving to be the tallest of them. "Signor Excelsior!" and described these conquerors of mountains pancaked on the rocks in desperate embraces, bleached here, burnt there, barked all over, all to be able to say they had been up so high, had conquered another mountain. He was extravagantly funny and self-satisfied, a conqueror of the sex having such different rewards of enterprise. Vernon recovered in time to accept the absurdities heaped on him. "Climbing peaks won't compare with hunting a wriggler," said he. His allusion to the incessant pursuit of young Crossjay to pin him to lessons was appreciated. Clara felt the thread of the look he cast from herself to Colonel De Craye. She was helpless if he chose to misjudge her. Colonel De Craye did not. Crossjay had the misfortune to enter the drawing-room while Mrs. Mountstuart was compassionating Vernon for his ducking in pursuit of the wriggler, which De Craye likened to "going through the river after his eel"; and immediately there was a cross-questioning of the boy between De Craye and Willoughby on the subject of his latest truancy, each gentleman trying to run him down in a palpable fib. They were succeeding brilliantly when Vernon put a stop to it by marching him off to hard labour. Mrs. Mountstuart was led away to inspect the beautiful porcelain service, the present of Lady Busshe. "Porcelain again," she said to Willoughby, and would have signalled to the dainty rogue to come with them, had not Clara been leaning over to Laetitia, talking to her in an attitude too graceful to be disturbed. She called his attention to it, slightly wondering at his impatience. She departed to meet an afternoon train on the chance that it would land the Professor. "But tell Dr. Middleton," said she, "I fear I shall have no one worthy of him. And," she added to Willoughby as she walked out to her carriage, "I shall expect you to do the great gunnery talk at table." "Miss Dale keeps it up with him best," said Willoughby. "She does everything best. But my dinner table is involved, and I cannot count on a young woman to talk across it. I would hire a lion of a menagerie, if one were handy, rather than have a famous scholar at my table, unsupported by another famous scholar. Dr. Middleton would ride down a duke when the wine is in him. He will terrify my poor flock. The truth is, we can't leaven him. I foresee undigested lumps of conversation, unless you devote yourself." "I will devote myself," said Willoughby. "I can calculate on Colonel De Craye and on our porcelain beauty for any quantity of sparkles, if you promise that. They play well together. You are not to be one of the gods to night, but a kind of Jupiter's cup-bearer, Juno's if you like, and Lady Busshe and Lady Culmer and all your admirers shall know subsequently what you have done. You see my alarm. I certainly did not rank Professor Crooklyn among the possibly faithless, or I never would have ventured on Dr. Middleton at my table. My dinner parties have hitherto been all successes. Naturally I felt the greater anxiety about this one, for a single failure is all the more conspicuous. The exception is everlastingly cited. It is not so much what people say, but my own sentiments. I hate to fail. However, if you are true, we may do. Whenever the great gun goes off, I will fall on my face, madam." "Something of that sort," said the dame, smiling, and leaving him to reflect on the egoism of women. For the sake of her dinner party he was to be a cipher in attendance on Dr. Middleton, and Clara and De Craye were to be encouraged in sparkling together. And it happened that he particularly wished to shine. The admiration of his county made him believe he had a flavour in general society that was not yet distinguished by his bride, and he was to relinquish his opportunity in order to please Mrs. Mountstuart. Had she been in the pay of his rival, she could not have stipulated for more. He remembered young Crossjay's instant quietude, after struggling in his grasp, when Clara laid her hand on the boy, and from that infinitesimal circumstance he deduced the boy's perception of a differing between himself and his bride, and a transfer of Crossjay's allegiance from him to her. She shone, she had the gift of female beauty, the boy was attracted to it. That boy must be made to feel his treason. But the point of the cogitation was, that similarly, were Clara to see her affianced shining, as shine he could when lighted up by admirers, there was the probability that the sensation of her littleness would animate her to take aim at him once more, and then was the time for her chastisement. A visit to Dr. Middleton in the library satisfied him that she had not been renewing her entreaties to leave Patterne. No, the miserable coquette had now her pastime, and was content to stay. Deceit was in the air. He heard the sound of the shuttle of deceit without seeing it. But on the whole, mindful of what he had dreaded during the hours of her absence, he was rather flattered, witheringly flattered. What was it that he had dreaded? Nothing less than news of her running away. Indeed, a silly fancy, a lover's fancy. Yet it had led him so far as to suspect, after parting with De Craye in the rain, that his friend and his bride were in collusion, and that he should not see them again. He had actually shouted on the rainy road the theatric call, "Fooled!" one of the stage cries which are cries of nature, particularly the cry of nature with men who have driven other men to the cry. Constantia Durham had taught him to believe women capable of explosions of treason at half a minute's notice. And strangely, to prove that women are all of a pack, she had worn exactly the same placidity of countenance just before she fled as Clara yesterday and to-day. No nervousness, no flushes, no twitches of the brows, but smoothness, ease of manner, an elegant sisterliness, one might almost say, as if the creature had found a midway and borderline to walk on between cruelty and kindness, and between repulsion and attraction, so that up to the verge of her breath she did forcefully attract, repelling at 1 foot's length with her armour of chill serenity. Not with any disdain, with no passion. Such a line as she herself pursued she indicated to him on a neighbouring parallel. The passion in her was like a place of waves evaporated to a crust of salt. Clara's resemblance to Constantia in this instance was ominous. for him whose tragic privilege it had been to fold each of them in his arms, and weigh on their eyelids, and see the dissolving mist deeps in their eyes, it was horrible. Once more the comparison overcame him. Constantia he could condemn for revealing too much to his manly sight. She had met him almost half-way. Well, that was complimentary and sanguine, but her frankness was a baldness often rendering it doubtful which of the two, lady or gentleman, was the object of the chase, an extreme perplexity to his manly soul. Now Clara's inner spirit was shy as a doe down those rose-tinged abysses. She allured both the lover and the hunter. Forests of heavenliness were in her flitting eyes. Here the difference of these fair women made his present fate an intolerable anguish. For if Constantia was like certain of the ladies whom he had rendered unhappy, triumphed over, as it is queerly called, Clara was not. Her individuality as a woman was a thing he had to bow to. It was impossible to roll her up in the sex and bestow a kick on the travelling bundle. Hence he loved her, though she hurt him. Hence his wretchedness, and but for the hearty sincerity of his faith in the self he loved likewise and more, he would have been hangdog abject. As for De Craye, Willoughby recollected his own exploits too proudly to put his trust in a man. That fatal conjunction of temper and policy had utterly thrown him off his guard, or he would not have trusted the fellow even in the first hour of his acquaintance with Clara. But he had wished her to be amused while he wove his plans to retain her at the Hall, partly imagining that she would weary of his neglect. Vile delusion! In truth, he should have given festivities, he should have been the sun of a circle, and have revealed himself to her in his more dazzling form. He went near to calling himself foolish after the tremendous reverberation of "fooled" had ceased to shake him. How behave? It slapped the poor gentleman's pride in the face to ask. A private talk with her would rouse her to renew her supplications. He saw them flickering behind the girl's transparent calmness. That calmness really drew its dead ivory hue from the suppression of them. Something as much he guessed, and he was not sure either of his temper or his policy if he should hear her repeat her profane request. An impulse to address himself to Vernon and discourse with him jocularly on the childish whim of a young lady, moved perhaps by some whiff of jealousy to shun the yoke, was checked. He had always taken so superior a pose with Vernon that he could not abandon it for a moment, on such a subject too. Besides, Vernon was one of your men who entertain the ideas about women of fellows that have never conquered one, or only one, we will say in his case, knowing his secret history, and that one no flag to boast of. Densely ignorant of the sex, his nincompoopish idealizations, at other times preposterous, would now be annoying. He would probably presume on Clara's inconceivable lapse of dignity to read his master a lecture. He was quite equal to a philippic upon woman's rights. This man had not been afraid to say that he talked common sense to women. He was an example of the consequence. Another result was that Vernon did not talk sense to men. Willoughby's wrath at Clara's exposure of him to his cousin dismissed the proposal of a colloquy so likely to sting his temper, and so certain to diminish his loftiness. Unwilling to speak to anybody, he was isolated, yet consciously begirt by the mysterious action going on all over the house, from Clara and De Craye to Laetitia and young Crossjay, down to Barclay the maid. His blind sensitiveness felt as we may suppose a spider to feel when plucked from his web and set in the centre of another's. Laetitia looked her share in the mystery. A burden was on her eyelashes. How she could have come to any suspicion of the circumstances he was unable to imagine. Her intense personal sympathy, it might be, he thought so with some gentle pity for her, of the paternal pat-back order of pity. She adored him by decree of Venus, and the goddess had not decreed that he should find consolation in adoring her. Nor could the temptings of prudent counsel in his head induce him to run the risk of such a total turnover as the incurring of Laetitia's pity of himself by confiding in her. He checked that impulse also, and more sovereignly. For him to be pitied by Laetitia seemed an upsetting of the scheme of Providence. Providence, otherwise the discriminating dispensation of the good things of life, had made him the beacon, her the bird. She was really the last person to whom he could unbosom. The idea of his being in a position that suggested his doing so thrilled him with fits of rage, and it appalled him. There appeared to be another power. The same which had humiliated him once was menacing him anew. For it could not be Providence, whose favourite he had ever been. We must have a couple of powers to account for discomfort when egoism is the kernel of our religion. Benevolence had singled him for uncommon benefits, malignancy was at work to rob him of them. And you think well of the world, do you? Of necessity he associated Clara with the darker power pointing the knife at the quick of his pride. Still he would have raised her weeping, he would have stanched her wounds bleeding. He had an infinite thirst for her misery, that he might ease his heart of its charitable love. Or let her commit herself and be cast off. Only she must commit herself glaringly, and be cast off by the world as well. Contemplating her in the form of a discarded weed, he had a catch of the breath. She was fair. He implored his power that Horace De Craye might not be the man. Why, any man. An illness, fever, fire, runaway horses, personal disfigurement, a laming, were sufficient. And then a formal and noble offer on his part to keep to the engagement with the unhappy wreck. Yes, and to lead the limping thing to the altar if she insisted. His imagination conceived it, and the world's applause besides. Nausea, together with a sense of duty to his line, extinguished that loathsome prospect of a mate, though without obscuring his chivalrous devotion to his gentleman's word of honour, which remained in his mind to compliment him permanently. On the whole, he could reasonably hope to subdue her to admiration. He drank a glass of champagne at his dressing, an unaccustomed act, but, as he remarked casually to his man Pollington, for whom the rest of the bottle was left, he had taken no horse exercise that day. Having to speak to Vernon on business, he went to the schoolroom, where he discovered Clara, beautiful in full evening attire, with her arm on young Crossjay's shoulder, and heard that the hard taskmaster had abjured Mrs. Mountstuart's party, and had already excused himself, intending to keep Crossjay to the grindstone. Willoughby was for the boy, as usual, and more sparklingly than usual. Clara looked at him in some surprise. He rallied Vernon with great zest, quite silencing him when he said, "I bear witness that the fellow was here at his regular hour for lessons. And were you?" He laid his hand on Crossjay, touching Clara's. "You will remember what I told you, Crossjay," said she, rising from the seat gracefully to escape the touch. "It is my command." Crossjay frowned and puffed. "But only if I'm questioned," he said. "Certainly," she replied. "Then I question the rascal," said Willoughby, causing a start. "What, sir, is your opinion of Miss Middleton in her robe of state this evening?" "Now, the truth, Crossjay," Clara held up a finger, and the boy could see she was playing at archness, but for Willoughby it was earnest. "The truth is not likely to offend you or me either," he murmured to her. "I wish him never, never, on any excuse, to speak anything else." "I always did think her a beauty," Crossjay growled. He hated the having to say it. "There!" exclaimed Sir Willoughby, and bent, extending an arm to her. "You have not suffered from the truth, my Clara?" Her answer was, "I was thinking how he might suffer if he were taught to tell the reverse." "Oh, for a fair lady!" "That is the worst of teaching, Willoughby." We'll leave it to the fellow's instinct. He has our blood in him. I could convince you, though, if I might cite circumstances. Yes, but yes, and yes again. The entire truth cannot invariably be told. I venture to say it should not. You would pardon it for the fair lady? Applaud, my love." He squeezed the hand within his arm, contemplating her. She was arrayed in a voluminous robe of pale blue silk, vaporous, with trimmings of light gauze of the same hue, gaze de Chambéry, matching her fair hair and clear skin for the complete overthrow of less inflammable men than Willoughby. "Clara!" sighed he. "If so, it would really be generous," she said, "though the teaching be bad." "I fancy I can be generous." "Do we ever know?" He turned his head to Vernon, issuing brief succinct instructions for letters to be written, and drew her into the hall, saying, "Know? There are people who do not know themselves, and as they are the majority, they manufacture the axioms, and it is assumed that we have to swallow them. I may observe that I think I know. I decline to be engulfed in those majorities. Among them, but not of them. I know this, that my aim in life is to be generous. Is it not an impulse or disposition rather than an aim?" "So much I know," pursued Willoughby, refusing to be tripped; but she rang discordantly in his ear. His fancy that he could be generous, and his aim at being generous, had met with no response. "I have given proofs," he said briefly, to drop a subject upon which he was not permitted to dilate; and he murmured, "People acquainted with me." She was asked if she expected him to boast of generous deeds. "From childhood," she heard him mutter; and she said to herself, "Release me, and you shall be everything." The unhappy gentleman ached as he talked, for with men, and with hosts of women to whom he was indifferent, never did he converse in this shambling, third-rate, sheepish manner, devoid of all highness of tone and the proper precision of an authority. He was unable to fathom the cause of it, but Clara imposed it on him, and only in anger could he throw it off. The temptation to an outburst that would flatter him with the sound of his authoritative voice had to be resisted on a night when he must be composed if he intended to shine, so he merely mentioned Lady Busshe's present to gratify spleen by preparing the ground for dissension, and prudently acquiesced in her anticipated slipperiness. She would rather not look at it now, she said. "Not now. Very well," said he. His immediate deference made her regretful. "There is hardly time, Willoughby." "My dear, we shall have to express our thanks to her." "I cannot." His arm contracted sharply. He was obliged to be silent. Dr. Middleton, Laetitia, and the ladies Eleanor and Isabel joining them in the hall, found two figures linked together in a shadowy indication of halves that have fallen apart and hang on the last thread of junction. Willoughby retained her hand on his arm. He held to it as the symbol of their alliance, and oppressed the girl's nerves by contact, with a frame labouring for breath. De Craye looked on them from overhead. The carriages were at the door, and Willoughby said, "Where's Horace? I suppose he's taking a final shot at his book of anecdotes and neat collection of Irishisms." "No," replied the colonel, descending. "That's a spring works of itself, and has discovered the secret of continuous motion, more's the pity, unless you'll be pleased to make it of use to science." He gave a laugh of good humour. "Your laugh, Horace, is a capital comment on your wit." Willoughby said it with the air of one who has flicked a whip. "'Tis a genial advertisement of a vacancy," said De Craye. "Precisely. 3 parts auctioneer to 1 for the property. Oh, if you have a musical quack, score it a point in his favour, Willoughby, though you don't swallow his drug. If he means to be musical, let him keep time." "Am I late?" said De Craye to the ladies, proving himself an adept in the art of being gracefully vanquished, and so winning tender hearts. Willoughby had refreshed himself. At the back of his mind there was a suspicion that his adversary would not have yielded so flatly without an assurance of practically triumphing, secretly getting the better of him, and it filled him with venom for a further bout at the next opportunity. But as he had been sarcastic and mordant, he had shown Clara what he could do in a way of speaking different from the lamentable cooing stuff, gasps and feeble protestations to which, he knew not how, she reduced him. Sharing the opinion of his race that blunt personalities or the pugilistic form, administered directly on the salient features, are exhibitions of mastery in such encounters, he felt strong and solid, eager for the successes of the evening. De Craye was in the first carriage as escort to the ladies Eleanor and Isabel. Willoughby, with Clara, Laetitia, and Dr. Middleton, followed, all silent, for the Reverend Doctor was ostensibly pondering, and Willoughby was damped a little when he unlocked his mouth to say, "And yet I have not observed that Colonel De Craye is anything of a Celtiberian Ignatius, meriting fustigation for an untimely display of well whitened teeth, sir. Quicquid est, ubicunque est, quodcunque agit, renidet, ha? A morbus neither charming nor urbane to the general eye, however consolatory to the actor. But this gentleman does not offend so, or I am so strangely prepossessed in his favour as to be an incompetent witness." Dr. Middleton's persistent "Ha! Eh?" upon an honest frown of inquiry, plucked an answer out of Willoughby that was meant to be humorously scornful, and soon became apologetic under the doctor's interrogatively grasping gaze. "These Irishmen," Willoughby said, "will play the professional jester as if it were an office they were born to. We must play critic now and then, otherwise we should have them deluging us with their Joe Millerisms." "With their O'Millerisms, you would say, perhaps." Willoughby did his duty to the joke, but the Reverend Doctor, though he wore the paternal smile of a man that has begotten hilarity, was not perfectly propitiated, and pursued, "Nor to my apprehension is 'the man's laugh the comment on his wit' unchallengeably new. Instances of cousinship germane to the phrase will recur to you, but it has to be noted that it was a phrase of assault, it was ostentatiously battery, and I would venture to remind you, friend, that among the elect, considering that it is as fatally facile to spring the laugh upon a man as to deprive him of his life, considering that we have only to condescend to the weapon, and that the more popular necessarily the more murderous that weapon is, among the elect, to which it is your distinction to aspire to belong, the rule holds to abstain from any employment of the obvious, the percop, and likewise, for your own sake, from the epitonic, the overstrained, for if the former, by readily assimilating with the understandings of your audience, are empowered to commit assassination on your victim, the latter come under the charge of unseemliness, inasmuch as they are a description of public suicide. Assuming then manslaughter to be your pastime, and harry-carry not to be your bent, the phrase, to escape criminality, must rise in you as you would have it fall on him, ex improviso. Am I right?" "I am in the habit of thinking it impossible, sir, that you can be in error," said Willoughby. Dr. Middleton left it the more emphatic by saying nothing further. Both his daughter and Miss Dale, who had disapproved the waspish snap at Colonel De Craye, were in wonderment of the art of speech which could so soothingly inform a gentleman that his behaviour had not been gentlemanly. Willoughby was damped by what he comprehended of it for a few minutes. In proportion as he realized an evening with his ancient admirers he was restored, and he began to marvel greatly at his folly in not giving banquets and balls, instead of making a solitude about himself and his bride. For solitude, thought he, is good for a man, the man being a creature consumed by passion. Woman's love, on the contrary, will only be nourished by the reflex light she catches of you in the eyes of others, she having no passion of her own, but simply an instinct driving her to attach herself to whatsoever is most largely admired, most shining. So thinking, he determined to change his course of conduct, and he was happier. In the first gush of our wisdom, drawn directly from experience, there is a mental intoxication that cancels the old world, and establishes a new one, not allowing us to ask whether it is too late. Chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Prusoff. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 30. Treating of the dinner party at Mrs. Mountstuart's Jenkinson's. Vernon and young Crossjay had tolerably steady work together for a couple of hours, varied by the arrival of a plate of meat on a tray for the master, and some interrogations put to him from time to time by the boy in reference to Miss Middleton. Crossjay made the discovery that if he abstained from alluding to Miss Middleton's beauty, he might water his dusty path with her name nearly as much as he liked. Mention of her beauty incurred a reprimand. On the first occasion his master was wistful. "Isn't she glorious?" Crossjay fancied he had started a sovereign receipt for blessed deviations. He tried it again, but pedagogue thunder broke over his head. "Yes, only I can't understand what she means, Mr. Whitford," he excused himself. "First, I was not to tell. I know I wasn't, because she said so. She quite as good as said so. Her last words were, 'Mind, Crossjay, you know nothing about me.' When I stuck to that beast of a tramp who's a walking moral, and gets money out of people by snuffling it." "Attend to your lesson, or you'll be one," said Vernon. "Yes, but Mr. Whitford, now I am to tell. I'm to answer straight out to every question." "Miss Middleton is anxious that you should be truthful." "Yes, but in the morning she told me not to tell." "She was in a hurry. She has it on her conscience that you may have misunderstood her, and she wishes you never to be guilty of an untruth, least of all on her account." Crossjay committed an unspoken resolution to the air in a violent sigh. "Ah," said he, "if I were sure." "Do as she bids you, my boy." "But I don't know what it is she wants." "Hold to her last words to you." "So I do. If she told me to run till I dropped, on I'd go." "She told you to study your lessons. Do that." Crossjay buckled to his book, invigorated by an imagination of his liege lady on the page. After a studious interval, until the impression of his lady had subsided, he resumed. "She's so funny. She's just like a girl, and then she's a lady, too. She's my idea of a princess. And Colonel De Craye! Wasn't he taught dancing? When he says something funny, he ducks and seems to be setting to his partner. I should like to be as clever as her father. That is a clever man. I dare say Colonel De Craye will dance with her tonight. I wish I was there." "It's a dinner party, not a dance," Vernon forced himself to say, to dispel that ugly vision. "Isn't it, sir? I thought they danced after dinner parties, Mr. Whitford. Have you ever seen her run?" Vernon pointed him to his task. They were silent for a lengthened period. "But does Miss Middleton mean to speak out if Sir Willoughby asks me?" said Crossjay. "Certainly. You needn't make much of it. All's plain and simple." "But I'm positive, Mr. Whitford, that he wasn't to hear of her going to the post office with me before breakfast. And how did Colonel De Craye find her and bring her back with that old Flitch? He's a man and can go where he pleases, and I'd have found her too, give me the chance. You know, I'm fond of Miss Dale, I'm very fond of her, but you can't think she's a girl as well, and about Miss Dale, when she says a thing, there it is, clear. But Miss Middleton has a lot of meanings. Never mind. I go by what's inside, and I'm pretty sure to please her." "Take your chin off your hand, and your elbow off the book, and fix yourself," said Vernon, wrestling with the seduction of Crossjay's idolatry, for Miss Middleton's appearance had been preternaturally sweet on her departure, and the next pleasure to seeing her was hearing of her from the lips of this passionate young poet. "Remember that you please her by speaking truth," Vernon added, and laid himself open to questions upon the truth, by which he learnt, with a perplexed sense of envy and sympathy, that the boy's idea of truth strongly approximated to his conception of what should be agreeable to Miss Middleton. He was lonely, bereft of the bard, when he had tucked Crossjay up in his bed and left him. Books he could not read, thoughts were disturbing. A seat in the library and a stupid stare helped to pass the hours, and but for the spot of sadness moving meditation, in spite of his effort to stun himself, he would have borne a happy resemblance to an idiot in the sun. He had verily no command of his reason. She was too beautiful. Whatever she did was best. That was the refrain of the fountain song in him, the burden being her whims, variations, inconsistencies, wiles, her tremblings between good and naughty, that might be stamped to noble or to terrible, her sincereness, her duplicity, her courage, cowardice, possibilities for heroism and for treachery. By dint of dwelling on the theme, he magnified the young lady to extraordinary stature, and he had sense enough to own that her character was yet liquid in the mould, and that she was a creature of only naturally youthful wildness, provoked to freakishness by the ordeal of a situation shrewd as any that can happen to her sex in civilized life. But he was compelled to think of her extravagantly, and he leaned a little to the discrediting of her, because her actual image unmanned him and was unbearable. And to say at the end of it, "She is too beautiful, whatever she does is best," smoothed away the wrong he did her. Had it been in his power, he would have thought of her in the abstract, the stage contiguous to that which he adopted. But the attempt was luckless. The Stagirite would have faded in it. What philosopher could have set down that face of sun and breeze and nymph in shadow as a point in a problem? The library door was opened at midnight by Miss Dale. She dosed it quietly. "You are not working, Mr. Whitford? I fancied you would wish to hear of the evening. Professor Crooklyn arrived after all. Mrs. Mountstuart is bewildered. She said she expected you, and that you did not excuse yourself to her, and she cannot comprehend, etc. That is to say, she chooses bewilderment to indulge in the exclamatory. She must be very much annoyed. The Professor did come by the train she drove to meet." "I thought it probable," said Vernon. "He had to remain a couple of hours at the railway inn. No conveyance was to be found for him. He thinks he has caught a cold, and cannot stifle his fretfulness about it. He may be as learned as Dr. Middleton. He has not the same happy constitution. Nothing more unfortunate could have occurred. He spoilt the party. Mrs. Mountstuart tried petting him, which drew attention to him, and put us all in his key for several awkward minutes, more than once. She lost her head. She was unlike herself. I may be presumptuous in criticizing her, but should not the president of a dinner-table treat it like a battlefield, and let the guest that sinks descend, and not allow the voice of a discordant, however illustrious, to rule it? Of course, it is when I see failures that I fancy I could manage so well. Comparison is prudently reserved in the other cases. I am a daring critic, no doubt, because I know I shall never be tried by experiment. I have no ambition to be tried." She did not notice a smile of Vernon's, and continued, "Mrs. Mountstuart gave him the lead upon any subject he chose. I thought the Professor never would have ceased talking of a young lady who had been at the inn before him, drinking hot brandy and water with a gentleman." "How did he hear of that?" cried Vernon, roused by the malignity of the fates. "From the landlady, trying to comfort him, and a story of her lending shoes and stockings while those of the young lady were drying. He has the dreadful snappish humour way of recounting which impresses it. The table took up the subject of this remarkable young lady, and whether she was a lady of the neighbourhood, and who she could be that went abroad on foot in heavy rain. It was painful to me. I knew enough to be sure of who she was." "Did she betray it?" "No." "Did Willoughby look at her?" "Without suspicion, then." "Then?" "Colonel De Craye was diverting us, and he was very amusing. Mrs. Mountstuart told him afterward that he ought to be paid salvage for saving the wreck of her party. Sir Willoughby was a little too cynical. He talked well. What he said was good, but it was not good-humoured. He has not the reckless indifference of Colonel De Craye to uttering nonsense that amusement may come of it. And in the drawing-room he lost such gaiety as he had. I was close to Mrs. Mountstuart when Professor Crooklyn approached her, and spoke in my hearing of that gentleman and that young lady. They were, you could see by his nods, Colonel De Craye and Miss Middleton." "And she at once mentioned it to Willoughby?" "Colonel De Craye gave her no chance, if she sought it. He courted her profusely. Behind his rattle he must have brains. It ran in all directions to entertain her in her circle." "Willoughby knows nothing?" "I cannot judge. He stood with Mrs. Mountstuart a minute as we were taking leave. She looked strange. I heard her say, 'The rogue!' He laughed. She lifted her shoulders. He scarcely opened his mouth on the way home." "The thing must run its course," Vernon said, with the philosophical air which is desperation rendered decorous. Willoughby deserves it. A man of full growth ought to know that nothing on earth tempts Providence so much as the binding of a young woman against her will. Those two are mutually attracted. They meet, and the mischief's done. Both are bright. He can persuade with a word. Another might discourse like an angel, and it would be useless. I said everything I could think of, to no purpose. And so it is. There are those attractions. Just as, with her, Willoughby is the reverse. He repels. I'm in about the same predicament, or should be if she were plighted to me. That is, for the length of 5 minutes, about the space of time I should require for the formality of handing her back her freedom. How a sane man can imagine a girl like that! But if she has changed, she has changed. You can't conciliate with a withered affection. This detaining her, and tricking, and not listening, only increases her aversion. She learns the art in turn. Here she is, detained by fresh plots to keep Dr. Middleton at the Hall. That's true, is it not? He saw that it was. No, she's not to blame. She has told him her mind. He won't listen. The question then is, whether she keeps to her word, or breaks it. It's a dispute between a conventional idea of obligation and an injury to her nature. Which is the more dishonourable thing to do? Why, you and I see in a moment that her feelings guide her best. It's one of the few cases in which nature may be consulted like an oracle. "Is she so sure of her nature?" said Miss Dale. "You may doubt it. I do not. I am surprised at her coming back. De Craye is a man of the world, and advised it, I suppose. Well, I never had the persuasive tongue, and my failing doesn't count for much. But the suddenness of the intimacy! The disaster is rather famous, at first sight. He came in a fortunate hour, for him. A pygmy's a giant if he can manage to arrive in season. Did you not notice that there was danger, at their second or third glance? You counselled me to hang on here, where the amount of good I do in proportion to what I have to endure is microscopic." "It was against your wishes, I know," said Laetitia. When the words were out she feared that they were tentative. Her delicacy shrank from even seeming to sound him in relation to a situation so delicate as Miss Middleton's. The same sentiment guarded him from betraying himself, and he said, "Partly against. We both foresaw the possible, because, like most prophets, we knew a little more of circumstances enabling us to see the fatal. A pygmy would have served, but De Craye is a handsome, intelligent, pleasant fellow." "Sir Willoughby's friend! Well, in these affairs, a great deal must be charged on the goddess. That is really pagan fatalism. Our modern word for it is nature. Science condescends to speak of natural selection. Look at these! They are both graceful and winning and witty, bright to mind and eye, made for one another, as country people say. I can't blame him. Besides, we don't know that he's guilty. We're quite in the dark, except that we're certain now how it must end. If the chance should occur to you of giving Willoughby a word of counsel, you might, without irritating him as my knowledge of his plight does, hint at your eyes being open. His insane dread of a detective world makes him artificially blind. As soon as he fancies himself seen, he sets to work spinning a web, and he discerns nothing else. It's generally a clever kind of web, but if it's a tangle to others, it's the same to him, and a veil as well. He is preparing the catastrophe, he forces the issue. Tell him of her extreme desire to depart. Treat her as mad to soothe him. Otherwise, one morning, he will wake a second time. It is perfectly certain, and the second time it will be entirely his own fault. Inspire him with some philosophy." "I have none." If I thought so, I would say you have better. There are two kinds of philosophy, mine and yours. Mine comes of coldness, yours of devotion. He is unlikely to choose me for his confidant. Vernon meditated. One can never quite guess what he will do, from never knowing the heat of the centre in him which precipitates his actions. He has a great art of concealment. As to me, as you perceive, my views are too philosophical to let me be of use to any of them. I blame only the one who holds to the bond. The sooner I am gone, in fact, I cannot stay on. So Dr. Middleton and the Professor did not strike fire together? Dr. Middleton was ready, and pursued him, but Professor Crooklyn insisted on shivering. His line of blank verse, a railway platform and a railway inn, became pathetic in repetition. He must have suffered. Somebody has to. Why the innocent? He arrives à propos. But remember that Fridolin sometimes contrives to escape, and have the guilty scorched. The professor would not have suffered if he had missed his train, as he appears to be in the habit of doing. Thus his unaccustomed good fortune was the cause of his bad. You saw him on the platform? I am unacquainted with the professor. I had to get Mrs. Mountstuart out of the way. She says she described him to you. Complexion of a sweetbread, consistency of a quenelle, grey, and like a saint without his dish behind the head. Her descriptions are strikingly accurate, but she forgot to sketch his back, and all that I saw was a narrow sloping back and a broad hat resting the brim on it. My report to her spoke of an old gentleman of dark complexion, as the only traveller on the platform. She has faith in the efficiency of her descriptive powers, and so she was willing to drive off immediately. The intention was a start to London. Colonel de Craye came up and effected in 5 minutes what I could not compass in 30. But you saw Colonel de Craye pass you? My work was done. I should have been an intruder. Besides, I was acting wet jacket with Mrs. Mountstuart to get her to drive off fast, or she might have jumped out in search of her professor herself. She says you were lean as a fork, with the wind whistling through the prongs. You see how easy it is to deceive one who is an artist in phrases. Avoid them, Miss Dale. They dazzle the penetration of the composer. That is why people of ability like Mrs. Mountstuart see so little. They are so bent on describing brilliantly. However, she is kind and charitable at heart. I have been considering tonight that, to cut this knot as it is now, Miss Middleton might do worse than speak straight out to Mrs. Mountstuart. No one else would have such influence with Willoughby. The simple fact of Mrs. Mountstuart's knowing of it would be almost enough. But courage would be required for that. Good night, Miss Dale. Good night, Mr. Whitford. You pardon me for disturbing you?" Vernon pressed her hand reassuringly. He had but to look at her and review her history to think his cousin Willoughby punished by a just retribution. Indeed, for any maltreatment of the dear boy loved by man or by woman, coming under your cognizance, you, if you be of common soundness, shall behold the retributive blow struck in your time. Miss Dale retired, thinking how she and Vernon were to one another in the toneless condition they had achieved through sorrow. He succeeded in masking himself from her, owing to her awe of the circumstances. She reproached herself for not having the same devotion to the cold idea of duty as he had, and though it provoked inquiry, she would not stop to ask why he had left Miss Middleton a prey to the sparkling colonel. It seemed a proof of the philosophy he preached. As she was passing by young Crossjay's bedroom door, a face appeared. Sir Willoughby slowly emerged and presented himself in his full length, beseeching her to banish alarm. He said in a hushed voice, with a face qualified to create sentiment, "Are you tired? Sleepy?" said he. She protested that she was not. She intended to read for an hour. He begged to have the hour dedicated to him. "I shall be relieved by conversing with a friend." No subterfuge crossed her mind. She thought his midnight visit to the boy's bedside a pretty feature in him. She was full of pity, too. She yielded to the strange request, feeling that it did not become an old woman to attach importance even to the public discovery of midnight interviews involving herself as one, and feeling also that she was being treated as an old friend in the form of a very old woman. Her mind was bent on arresting any recurrence to the project she had so frequently outlined in the tongue of innuendo, of which, because of her repeated tremblings under it, she thought him a master. He conducted her along the corridor to the private sitting-room of the ladies Eleanor and Isabel. "Deceit," he said, while lighting the candles on the mantelpiece. She was earnestly compassionate, and a word that could not relate to her personal destinies refreshed her by displacing her apprehensive antagonism and giving pity free play. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 31. Sir Willoughby attempts and achieves pathos. Both were seated. Apparently he would have preferred to watch her dark downcast eyelashes in silence under sanction of his air of abstract meditation and the melancholy superinducing it. Blood colour was in her cheeks. The party had inspired her features. Might it be that lively company, an absence of economical solicitudes, and a flourishing home were all she required to make her bloom again? The supposition was not hazardous in presence of her heightened complexion. She raised her eyes. He could not meet her look without speaking. "Can you forgive deceit?" "It would be to boast of more charity than I know myself to possess, were I to say that I can, Sir Willoughby. I hope I am able to forgive. I cannot tell. I should like to say yes." "Could you live with the deceiver?" "No." "No. I could have given that answer for you. No semblance of union should be maintained between the deceiver and ourselves. Laetitia." "Sir Willoughby?" "Have I no right to your name?" "If it pleases you to." "I speak as my thoughts run, and they did not know a Miss Dale so well as a dear Laetitia, my truest friend. You have talked with Clara Middleton?" "We had a conversation." Her brevity affrighted him. He flew off in a cloud. "Reverting to that question of deceivers, is it not your opinion that to pardon, to condone, is to corrupt society by passing off as pure what is false? Do we not," he wore the smile of haggard playfulness of a convalescent child the first day back to its toys, "Laetitia, do we not impose a counterfeit on the currency?" "Supposing it to be really deception?" "Apart from my loathing of deception, of falseness in any shape, upon any grounds, I hold it an imperious duty to expose, punish, off with it. I take it to be one of the forms of noxiousness which a good citizen is bound to extirpate. I am not myself good citizen enough, I confess, for much more than passive abhorrence. I do not forgive. I am at heart serious, and I cannot forgive. There is no possible reconciliation, there can be only an ostensible truce between the two hostile powers dividing this world." She glanced at him quickly. "Good and evil," he said. Her face expressed a surprise relapsing on the heart. He spelt the puckers of her forehead to mean that she feared he might be speaking unchristianly. "You will find it so in all religions, my dear Laetitia, the Hindu, the Persian, ours. It is universal, an experience of our humanity. Deceit and sincerity cannot live together. Truth must kill the lie, or the lie will kill truth. I do not forgive. All I say to the person is, go." "But that is right, that is generous!" exclaimed Laetitia, glad to approve him for the sake of escaping her critical soul, and relieved by the idea of Clara's difficulty solved. "Capable of generosity, perhaps," he mused aloud. She wounded him by not supplying the expected enthusiastic asseveration of her belief in his general tendency to magnanimity. He said, after a pause, "But the world is not likely to be impressed by anything not immediately gratifying it. People change, I find. As we increase in years, we cease to be the heroes we were. I myself am insensible to change. I do not admit the charge. Except in this, we will say, personal ambition. I have it no more. And what is it when we have it? Decidedly a confession of inferiority. That is, the desire to be distinguished is an acknowledgment of insufficiency. But I have still the craving for my dearest friends to think well of me. A weakness? Call it so. Not a dishonourable weakness." Laetitia racked her brain for the connection of his present speech with the preceding dialogue. She was baffled, from not knowing "the heat of the centre in him," as Vernon opaquely phrased it in charity to the object of her worship. "Well," said he, unappeased, "and besides the passion to excel, I have changed somewhat in the heartiness of my thirst for the amusements incident to my station. I do not care to keep a stud. I was once tempted, nor hounds. And I can remember the day when I determined to have the best kennels and the best breed of horses in the kingdom. Puerile! What is distinction of that sort, or of any acquisition and accomplishment? We ask, one's self is not the greater. To seek it owns to our smallness in real fact, and when it is attained, what then? My horses are good, they are admired, I challenge the county to surpass them. Well? These are but my horses, the praise is of the animals, not of me. I decline to share in it, yet I know men content to swallow the praise of their beasts and be semi-equine. The littleness of one's fellows in the mob of life is a very strange experience. One may regret to have lost the simplicity of one's forefathers, which could accept those and other distinctions with a cordial pleasure, not to say pride. As, for instance, I am, as it is called, a dead shot. Give your acclamations, gentlemen, to my ancestors, from whom I inherited a steady hand and quick sight. They do not touch me. Where I do not find myself, that I am essentially I, no applause can move me. To speak to you as I would speak to none, admiration. You know that in my early youth I swam in flattery. I had to swim to avoid drowning. Admiration of my personal gifts has grown tasteless. Changed, therefore, inasmuch as there has been a growth of spirituality. We are all in submission to mortal laws, and so far have indeed changed. I may add that it is unusual for country gentlemen to apply themselves to scientific researches. These are, however, in the spirit of the time. I apprehended that instinctively when at college. I forsook the classics for science, and thereby escaped the vice of domineering self-sufficiency peculiar to classical men, of which you had an amusing example in the carriage, on the way to Mrs. Mountstuart's this evening. Science is modest, slow, if you like. It deals with facts, and having mastered them, it masters men. Of necessity, not with a stupid, loud-mouthed arrogance, words big and oddly garbed as the Pope's bodyguard. Of course one bows to the infallible. We must, when his giant mercenaries level bayonets. Sir Willoughby offered Miss Dale half a minute that she might in gentle feminine fashion acquiesce in the implied reproof of Dr. Middleton's behaviour to him during the drive to Mrs. Mountstuart's. She did not. Her heart was accusing Clara of having done it a wrong and a hurt, for while he talked he seemed to her to justify Clara's feelings and her conduct, and her own reawakened sensations of injury came to the surface a moment to look at him, affirming that they pardoned him and pitied, but hardly wondered. The heat of the centre in him had administered the comfort he wanted, though the conclusive accordant notes he loved on woman's lips, that subservient harmony of another instrument desired of musicians when they have done their solo playing, came not to wind up the performance, not a single bar. She did not speak. Probably his Laetitia was overcome, as he had long known her to be when they conversed, nerve subdued, unable to deploy her mental resources or her musical. Yet ordinarily she had command of the latter. Was she too condoling? Did a reason exist for it? Had the impulsive and desperate girl spoken out to Laetitia to the fullest? Shameless daughter of a domineering sire that she was. Ghastlier inquiry, it struck the centre of him with a sounding ring, was Laetitia pitying him overmuch for worse than the pain of a little difference between lovers, for treason on the part of his bride? Did she know of a rival? No more than he? When the centre of him was violently struck, he was a genius in penetration. He guessed that she did know, and by this was he presently helped to achieve pathos. "So my election was for science," he continued, "and if it makes me, as I fear, a rara avis among country gentlemen, it unites me, puts me in the main, I may say, in the only current of progress. A word sufficiently despicable in their political jargon. You enjoyed your evening at Mrs. Mountstuart's?" "Very greatly." "She brings her professor to dine here the day after tomorrow. Does it astonish you? You started." "I did not hear the invitation." "It was arranged at the table. You and I were separated. Cruelly, I told her. She declared that we see enough of one another, and that it was good for me that we should be separated, neither of which is true. I may not have known what is the best for me. I do know what is good. If in my younger days I egregiously erred, that, taken of itself alone, is, assuming me to have sense and feeling, the surer proof of present wisdom. I can testify in person that wisdom is pain. If pain is to add to wisdom, let me suffer. Do you approve of that, Laetitia?" "It is well said." "It is felt. Those who themselves have suffered should know the benefit of the resolution." "One may have suffered so much as to wish only for peace." "True. But you? Have you?" "It would be for peace if I prayed for any earthly gift." Sir Willoughby dropped a smile on her. "I mentioned the Pope's party-coloured bodyguard just now. In my youth their singular attire impressed me. People tell me they have been re-uniformed. I am sorry. They remain one of my liveliest recollections of the Eternal City. They affected my sense of humour, always alert in me, as you are aware, We English have humour. It is the first thing struck in us when we land on the continent. Our risible faculties are generally active all through the tour. Humour, or the clash of sense with novel examples of the absurd, is our characteristic. I do not condescend to boisterous displays of it. I observe and note the people's comicalities from my correspondence. But you have read my letters, most of them, if not all. Many of them. I was with you then. I was about to say, that Swiss guard reminded me, you have not been in Italy. I have constantly regretted it. You are the very woman, you have the soul for Italy. I know no other of whom I could say it, with whom I should not feel that she was out of place, discordant with me. Italy and Laetitia. Often have I joined you together. We shall see. I begin to have hopes. Here you have literally stagnated. Why, a dinner party refreshes you. What would not travel do, in that heavenly climate? You are a reader of history and poetry. Well, poetry. I never yet saw the poetry that expressed the 10th part of what I feel in the presence of beauty and magnificence, and when I really meditate, profoundly. Call me a positive mind. I feel, only I feel too intensely for poetry. By the nature of it, poetry cannot be sincere. I will have sincerity. Whatever touches our emotions should be spontaneous, not a craft. I know you are in favour of poetry. You would win me if anyone could. But history, there I am with you, walking over ruins at night, the arches of the solemn black amphitheatre pouring moonlight on us, the moonlight of Italy. You would not laugh there, Sir Willoughby? Said Laetitia, rousing herself from a stupor of apprehensive amazement, to utter something and realise actual circumstances. Besides, you, I think, or I am mistaken in you. He deviated from his projected speech. You are not a victim of the sense of association and the ludicrous. I can understand the influence of it. I have at least a conception of the humorous, but ridicule would not strike me in the Colosseum of Rome. I could not bear it, no, Sir Willoughby. She appeared to be taking him in very strong earnest, by thus petitioning him not to laugh in the Colosseum, and now he said, Besides, you are one who could accommodate yourself to the society of the ladies, my aunts. Good women, Laetitia. I cannot imagine them de trop in Italy, or in a household. I have, of course, reason to be partial in my judgment. They are excellent and most amiable ladies. I love them, said Laetitia fervently, the more strongly excited to fervour by her enlightenment as to his drift. She read it that he designed to take her to Italy with the ladies, after giving Miss Middleton her liberty. That was necessarily implied, and that was truly generous. In his boyhood he had been famous for his bountifulness in scattering silver and gold. Might he not have caused himself to be misperused in later life? Clara had spoken to her of the visit and mission of the ladies to the library, and Laetitia daringly conceived herself to be on the certain track of his meaning, she being able to enjoy their society as she supposed him to consider that Miss Middleton did not, and would not, either abroad or at home. Sir Willoughby asked her, You could travel with them? Indeed I could. Honestly? As affirmatively as one may protest. Delightedly. Agreed. It is an undertaking. He put his hand out. Whether I be of the party or not, to Italy, Laetitia. It would give me pleasure to be with you, and it will, if I must be excluded, to think of you in Italy. His hand was out. She had to feign inattention or yield her own. She had not the effrontery to pretend not to see, and she yielded it. He pressed it, and whenever it shrunk a quarter inch to withdraw, he shook it up and down, as an instrument that had been lent him for due emphasis to his remarks, and very emphatic an amorous orator can make it upon a captive lady. I am unable to speak decisively on that or any subject. I am, I think you once quoted, tossed like a weed on the ocean. Of myself I can speak. I cannot speak for a second person. I am infinitely harassed. If I could cry, To Italy tomorrow! Ah, do not set me down for complaining. I know the lot of man. But, Laetitia, deceit, deceit! It is like a bad taste in the mouth. It sickens us of humanity. I compare it to an earthquake. We lose all our reliance on the solidity of the world. It is a betrayal not simply of the person, it is a betrayal of humankind. My friend, constant friend. No, I will not despair. Yes, I have faults, I will remember them. Only forgiveness is another question. Yes, the injury I can forgive, the falseness never. In the interests of humanity, no. So young, and such deceit. Laetitia's bosom rose, her hand was detained. A lady who has yielded it cannot wrestle to have it back. Those outworks which protect her treacherously shelter the enemy aiming at the citadel, when he has taken them. In return for the silken armour bestowed on her by our civilization, it is exacted that she be soft and civil nigh up to perishing point. She breathed tremulously high, saying on her top breath, "If it may not be so, it can scarcely—" A deep sigh intervened. It saddened her that she knew so much. "For when I love, said Sir Willoughby. My friends and my servants know that. There can be no medium, not with me. I give all, I claim all. As I am absorbed, so must I absorb. We both cancel and create, we extinguish and we illumine one another. The error may be in the choice of an object, it is not in the passion. Perfect confidence, perfect abandonment. I repeat, I claim it because I give it. The selfishness of love may be denounced, it is a part of us. My answer would be, it is an element only of the noblest of us. Love, Laetitia. I speak of love. But one who breaks faith to drag us through the mire, who betrays, and hands us over to the world, whose prey we become identically because of virtues we were educated to think it a blessing to possess, tell me the name for that. Again, it has ever been a principle with me to respect the sex. But if we see women false, treacherous, why indulge in these abstract views, you would ask? The world presses them on us, full as it is of the vilest specimens. They seek to pluck up every rooted principle. They sneer at our worship. They rob us of our religion. This bitter experience of the world drives us back to the antidote of what we knew before we plunged into it, of something we esteemed and still esteem. Is that antidote strong enough to expel the poison? I hope so. I believe so. To lose faith in womankind is terrible." He studied her. She looked distressed. She was not moved. She was thinking that, with the exception of a strain of haughtiness, he talked excellently to men, at least in the tone of the things he meant to say, but that his manner of talking to women went to an excess in the artificial tongue, the tutored tongue of sentimental deference of the towering male. He fluted exceedingly, and she wondered whether it was this which had wrecked him with Miss Middleton. His intuitive sagacity counselled him to strive for pathos to move her. It was a task, for while he perceived her to be not ignorant of his plight, he doubted her knowing the extent of it, and as his desire was merely to move her without an exposure of himself, he had to compass being pathetic, as it were, under the impediments of a mailed and gauntleted knight, who cannot easily heave the bosom or show it heaving. Moreover, pathos is a tide. Often it carries the awakener of it off his feet, and whirls him over and over armour and all in ignominious attitudes of helpless prostration, whereof he may well be ashamed in the retrospect. We cannot quite preserve our dignity when we stoop to the work of calling forth tears. Moses had probably to take a nimble jump away from the rock after that venerable lawgiver had knocked the water out of it. However, it was imperative in his mind that he should be sure he had the power to move her. He began, clumsily at first, as yonder gauntleted knight attempting the briny handkerchief. "What are we? We last but a very short time. Why not live to gratify our appetites? I might really ask myself why. All the means of satiating them are at my disposal. But no, I must aim at the highest, at that which in my blindness I took for the highest. You know the sportsman's instinct, Laetitia. He is not tempted by the stationary object. Such are we in youth, toying with happiness, leaving it to aim at the dazzling and attractive." "We gain knowledge," said Laetitia. "At what a cost!" The exclamation summoned self-pity to his aid, and pathos was handy. "By paying half our lives for it and all our hopes. Yes, we gain knowledge, we are the wiser. Very probably my value surpasses now what it was when I was happier. But the loss! That youthful bloom of the soul is like health to the body. Once gone, it leaves cripples behind. Nay, my friend and precious friend, these 4 fingers I must retain. They seem to me the residue of a wreck. You shall be released shortly. Absolutely, Laetitia, I have nothing else remaining. We have spoken of deception. What of being undeceived? When one whom we adored is laid bare, and the wretched consolation of a worthy object is denied to us, no misfortune can be like that. Were it death, we could worship still. Death would be preferable. But may you be spared to know a situation in which the comparison with your inferior is forced on you to your disadvantage and your loss, because of your generously giving up your whole heart to the custody of some shallow, light-minded self. We will not deal in epithets. If I were to find as many bad names for the serpent as there are spots on his body, it would be serpent still, neither better or worse. The loneliness and the darkness. Our luminary is extinguished. Self-respect refuses to continue worshipping, but the affection will not be turned aside. We are literally in the dust. We grovel. We would fling away self-respect if we could. We would adopt for a model the creature preferred to us. We would humiliate, degrade ourselves. We cry for justice as if it were for pardon. For pardon, when we are straining to grant it, Laetitia murmured, and it was as much as she could do. She remembered how in her old misery her efforts after charity had twisted her round to feel herself the sinner, and beg forgiveness in prayer, a noble sentiment, that filled her with pity of the bosom in which it had sprung. There was no similarity between his idea and hers, but her idea had certainly been roused by his word "pardon," and he had the benefit of it in the moisture of her eyes. Her lips trembled, tears fell. He had heard something. He had not caught the words, but they were manifestly favourable. Her sign of emotion assured him of it and of the success he had sought. There was one woman who bowed to him to all eternity. He had inspired one woman with the mysterious man-desired passion of self-abandonment, self-immolation. The evidence was before him. At any instant he could, if he pleased, fly to her and command her enthusiasm. He had, in fact, perhaps by sympathetic action, succeeded in striking the same springs of pathos in her which animated his lively endeavour to produce it in himself. He kissed her hand, then released it, quitting his chair to bend above her soothingly. "Do not weep, Laetitia. You see that I do not. I can smile. Help me to bear it. You must not unman me." She tried to stop her crying, but self-pity threatened to rain all her long years of grief on her head, and she said, "I must go. I am unfit. Good night, Sir Willoughby." Fearing seriously that he had sunk his pride too low in her consideration, and had been carried farther than he intended on the tide of pathos, he remarked, "We will speak about Crossjay to-morrow. His deceitfulness has been gross. As I said, I am grievously offended by deception. But you are tired. Good night, my dear friend." "Good night, Sir Willoughby." She was allowed to go forth. Colonel De Craye, coming up from the smoking-room, met her and noticed the state of her eyelids as he wished her good night. He saw Willoughby in the room she had quitted, but considerately passed without speaking, and without reflecting why he was considerate. Our hero's review of the scene made him, on the whole, satisfied with his part in it. Of his power upon one woman he was now perfectly sure. Clara had agonized him with the doubt of his personal mastery of any. One was a poor feast, but the pangs of his flesh during the last few days, and the latest hours, caused him to snatch at it, hungrily, if contemptuously. A poor feast, she was yet a fortress, a point of succour, both shield and lance, a cover and an impetus. He could now encounter Clara boldly. Should she resist and defy him, he would not be naked and alone. He foresaw that he might win honour in the world's eye from his position, a matter to be thought of only in most urgent need. The effect on him of his recent exercise in pathos was to compose him to slumber. He was, for the period, well satisfied. His attendant imps were well satisfied likewise, and danced around about his bed after the vigilant gentleman had ceased to debate on the question of his unveiling of himself past forgiveness of her to Laetitia, and had surrendered to sleep the present direction of his affairs. Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 32.
Laetitia Dale discovers a spiritual change, and Dr. Middleton a physical. Clara tripped over the lawn in the early morning to Laetitia to greet her. She broke away from a colloquy with Colonel De Craye under Sir Willoughby's windows. The colonel had been one of the bathers, and he stood like a circus driver flicking a wet towel at Crossjay capering. "My dear, I am very unhappy," said Clara. "My dear, I bring you news," Laetitia replied. "Tell me. But the poor boy is to be expelled. He burst into Crossjay's bedroom last night and dragged the sleeping boy out of bed to question him, and he had the truth. That is one comfort, only Crossjay is to be driven from the hall because he was untruthful previously. For me, to serve me, really I feel it was at my command. Crossjay will be out of the way to-day, and has promised to come back at night to try to be forgiven. You must help me, Laetitia." "You are free, Clara. If you desire it, you have but to ask for your freedom." "You mean—" "He will release you." "You are sure?" "We had a long conversation last night." "I owe it to you?" "Nothing is owing to me. He volunteered it." Clara made as if to lift her eyes in apostrophe. "Professor Crooklyn! Professor Crooklyn! I see. I did not guess that." "Give credit for some generosity, Clara. You are unjust." "By and by. I will be more than just by and by. I will practise on the trumpet. I will lecture on the greatness of the souls of men when we know them thoroughly. At present we do but half know them, and we are unjust. You are not deceived, Laetitia. There is to be no speaking to papa, no delusions. You have agitated me. I feel myself a very small person indeed. I feel I can understand those who admire him. He gives me back my words simply, clearly, without— oh, that long wrangle and scenes and letters. And it will be arranged for papa and me to go not later than to-morrow. Never shall I be able to explain to any one how I fell into this. I am frightened at myself when I think of it. I take the whole blame. I have been scandalous. And, dear Laetitia, you came out so early in order to tell me." "I wished you to hear it." "Take my heart." "Present me with a part, but for good." "Fie! But you have a right to say it." "I mean no unkindness, but is not the heart you allude to an alarmingly searching one?" "Selfish it is, for I have been forgetting Crossjay. If we are going to be generous, is not Crossjay to be forgiven? If it were only that the boy's father is away fighting for his country, endangering his life day by day, and for a stipend not enough to support his family, we are bound to think of the boy. Poor dear silly lad, with his— I say, Miss Middleton, why wouldn't some one see my father when he came here to call on him, and had to walk back 10 miles in the rain? I could almost fancy that did me mischief. But we have a splendid morning after yesterday's rain, and we will be generous. Own, Laetitia, that it is possible to gild the most glorious day of creation." "Doubtless the spirit may do it, and make its hues permanent," said Laetitia. "You to me, I to you, he to us. Well then, if he does, it shall be one of my heavenly days, which is for the probation of experience. We are not yet at sunset." "Have you seen Mr. Whitford this morning?" "He passed me." "Do not imagine him ever ill-tempered." "I had a governess, a learned lady, who taught me in person the picturesqueness of grumpiness. Her temper was ever perfect, because she was never in the wrong, but I being so, she was grumpy. She carried my iniquity under her brows, and looked out on me through it. I was a trying child." Laetitia said, laughing, "I can believe it." "Yet I liked her, and she liked me. We were a kind of foreground and background. She threw me into relief, and I was an apology for her existence." "You picture her to me." "She says of me now that I am the only creature she has loved. Who knows that I may not come to say the same of her?" "You would plague her and puzzle her still." "Have I plagued and puzzled Mr. Whitford?" "He reminds you of her." "You said you had her picture." "Ah, do not laugh at him. He is a true friend." "The man who can be a friend is the man who will presume to be a censor." "A mild one." "As to the sentence he pronounces, I am unable to speak, but his forehead is Rhadamanthine condemnation." "Dr. Middleton!" Clara looked round. "Who? I? Did you ever hear an echo of papa? He would never put Rhadamanthus over European souls, because it appears that Rhadamanthus judged only the Asiatic. So you are wrong, Miss Dale. My father is infatuated with Mr. Whitford. What can it be? We women cannot sound the depths of scholars, probably because their pearls have no value in our market, except when they deign to chasten an impertinent, and Mr. Whitford stands aloof from any notice of small fry. He is deep, studious, excellent, and does it not strike you that if he descends among us he would be like a Triton ashore?" Laetitia's habit of wholly subservient sweetness, which was her ideal of the feminine, not yet conciliated with her acuter character, owing to the absence of full pleasure from her life, the unhealed wound she had sustained and the cramp of a bondage of such old date as to seem iron, induced her to say, as if consenting, "You think he is not quite at home in society?" But she wished to defend him strenuously, and as a consequence she had to quit the self-imposed ideal of her daily acting, whereby, the case being unwonted, very novel to her, the lady's intelligence became confused through the process that quickened it. So sovereign a method of hoodwinking our bright selves is the acting of a part, however naturally it may come to us. And to this will each honest autobiographical member of the animated world bear witness. She added, "You have not found him sympathetic? He is. You fancy him brooding, gloomy. He is the reverse. He is cheerful, he is indifferent to personal misfortune. Dr. Corney says there is no laugh like Vernon Whitford's, and no humour like his. Latterly he certainly... but it has not been your cruel word grumpiness. The truth is, he is anxious about Crossjay, and about other things, and he wants to leave. He is at a disadvantage beside very lively and careless gentlemen at present, but your Triton ashore is unfair, it is ugly. He is, I can say, the truest man I know." "I did not question his goodness, Laetitia." "You threw an accent on it." "Did I? I must be like Crossjay, who declares he likes fun best." "Crossjay ought to know him if anybody should. Mr. Whitford has defended you against me, Clara, even since I took to calling you Clara. Perhaps when you supposed him so like your ancient governess, he was meditating how he could aid you. Last night he gave me reasons for thinking you would do wisely to confide in Mrs. Mountstuart. It is no longer necessary. I merely mention it. He is a devoted friend." "He is an untiring pedestrian." "Oh!" Colonel De Craye, after hovering near the ladies in the hope of seeing them divide, now adopted the system of making three that two may come of it. As he joined them with his glittering chatter, Laetitia looked at Clara to consult her, and saw the face rosy as a bride's. The suspicion she had nursed sprung out of her arms a muscular fact on the spot. "Where is my dear boy?" Clara said. "Out for a holiday," the Colonel answered in her tone. "Advise Mr. Whitford not to waste his time in searching for Crossjay, Laetitia. Crossjay is better out of the way to-day. At least I thought so just now. Has he pocket-money, Colonel De Craye?" "My lord can command his inn." "How thoughtful you are." Laetitia's bosom swelled upon a mute exclamation equivalent to "Woman, woman, snared ever by the sparkling and frivolous, undiscerning of the faithful, the modest and beneficent." In the secret musings of moralists this dramatic rhetoric survives. The comparison was all of her own making, and she was indignant at the contrast, though to what end she was indignant she could not have said, for she had no idea of Vernon as a rival, of De Craye in the favour of a plighted lady. But she was jealous on behalf of her sex. Her sex's reputation seemed at stake, and the purity of it was menaced by Clara's idle preference of the shallower man. When the young lady spoke so carelessly of being like Crossjay, she did not perhaps know that a likeness, based on a similarity of their enthusiasms, loves, and appetites, had been established between women and boys. Laetitia had formerly chafed at it, rejecting it utterly, save when now and then in a season of bitterness she handed here and there a volatile young lady, none but the young, to be stamped with the degrading brand. Vernon might be as philosophical as he pleased. To her the gaiety of these two, Colonel De Craye and Clara Middleton, was distressingly musical. They harmonized painfully. The representative of her sex was hurt by it. She had to stay beside them. Clara held her arm. The Colonel's voice dropped at times to something very like a whisper. He was answered audibly and smoothly. The quick-witted gentleman accepted the correction, but in immediately paying assiduous attentions to Miss Dale, in the approved intriguer's fashion, he showed himself in need of another amounting to a reproof. Clara said, "We have been consulting, Laetitia, what is to be done to cure Professor Crooklyn of his cold." De Craye perceived that he had taken a wrong step, and he was mightily surprised that a lesson in intrigue should be read to him of all men. Miss Middleton's audacity was not so astonishing. He recognized grand capabilities in the young lady. Fearing lest she should proceed further and cut away from him his vantage ground of secrecy with her, he turned the subject and was adroitly submissive. Clara's manner of meeting Sir Willoughby expressed a timid disposition to friendliness upon a veiled inquiry, understood by none save Laetitia, whose brain was racked to convey assurances to herself of her not having misinterpreted him. Could there be any doubt? She resolved that there could not be, and it was upon this basis of reason that she fancied she had led him to it. Legitimate or not, the fancy sprang from a solid foundation. Yesterday morning she could not have conceived it. Now she was endowed to feel that she had power to influence him, because now, since the midnight, she felt some emancipation from the spell of his physical mastery. He did not appear to her as a different man, but she had grown sensible of being a stronger woman. He was no more the cloud over her, nor the magnet. The cloud once heaven suffused, the magnet fatally compelling her to sway round to him. She admired him still, his handsome air, his fine proportions, the courtesy of his bending to Clara and touching of her hand, excused a fanatical excess of admiration on the part of a woman in her youth, who is never the anatomist of the hero's lordly graces. But now she admired him piecemeal. When it came to the putting of him together, she did it coldly. To compassionate him was her utmost warmth. Without conceiving in him any of the strange old monster of earth which had struck the awakened girl's mind of Miss Middleton, Laetitia classed him with other men. He was one of them. And she did not bring her disenchantment as a charge against him. She accused herself, acknowledged the secret of the change to be, and her youthfulness was dead. Otherwise could she have given him the compassion, and not herself have been carried on the flood of it. The compassion was fervent, and pure too. She supposed he would supplicate. She saw that Clara Middleton was pleasant with him only for what she expected of his generosity. She grieved. Sir Willoughby was fortified by her sorrowful gaze as he and Clara passed out together to the laboratory arm in arm. Laetitia had to tell Vernon of the uselessness of his beating the house and grounds for Crossjay. Dr. Middleton held him fast in discussion upon an overnight's classical wrangle with Professor Crooklyn, which was to be renewed that day. The professor had appointed to call expressly to renew it. "A fine scholar," said the Reverend Doctor, "but crotchety, like all men who cannot stand their port." "I hear that he had a cold," Vernon remarked. "I hope the wine was good, sir." As when the foreman of a sentimental jury is commissioned to inform an awful bench exact in perspicuous English of a verdict that must of necessity be pronounced in favour of the hanging of the culprit, yet would fain attenuate the crime of a palpable villain by a recommendation to mercy, such foreman, standing in the attentive eye of a master of grammatical construction, and feeling the weight of at least 3 sentences on his brain, together with a prospect of judicial interrogation for the discovery of his precise meaning, is oppressed, himself is put on trial, in turn, and he hesitates, he recapitulates, fear of involution leads him to be involved. As far as a man so posted may, he on his own behalf appeals for mercy, entreats that his indistinct statement of preposterous reasons may be taken for understood, and would gladly, were permission to do it credible, throw in an imploring word that he may sink back among the crowd without for the one imperishable moment publicly swinging in his lordship's estimation. Much so, moved by chivalry towards a lady, courtesy to the recollection of a hostess, and particularly by the knowledge that his hearer would expect with a certain frigid rigour charity of him, Dr. Middleton paused, spoke, and paused. He stammered. Ladies, he said, were famous poisoners in the Middle Ages. His opinion was, that we had a class of manufacturing wine merchants on the watch for widows in this country. But he was bound to state the fact of his waking at his usual hour to the minute, unassailed by headache. On the other hand, this was a condition of blessedness unanticipated when he went to bed. Mr. Whitford, however, was not to think that he entertained rancour towards the wine. It was no doubt dispensed with the honourable intention of cheering. In point of flavour execrable, judging by results it was innocuous. "The test of it shall be the effect of it upon Professor Crooklyn, and his appearance in the forenoon according to promise." Dr. Middleton came to an end with his perturbed balancings. "If I hear more of the 8 or 12 winds discharged at once upon a railway platform, and the young lady who dries herself of a drenching by drinking brandy and water with a gentleman at a railway inn, I shall solicit your sanction to my condemnation of the wine as anti-Bacchic and a counterfeit presentment. Do not misjudge me. Our hostess is not responsible, but widows should marry." "You must contrive to stop the Professor, sir, if he should attack his hostess in that manner," said Vernon. "Widows should marry," Dr. Middleton repeated. He murmured of objecting to be at the discretion of a butler, unless, he was careful to add, the aforesaid functionary could boast of a university education, and even then, said he, it requires a line of ancestry to train a man's taste. The Reverend Doctor smothered a yawn. The repression of it caused a second one, a real monster, to come, big as our old friend of the sea advancing on the chained-up beauty. Disconcerted by this damning evidence of indigestion, his countenance showed that he considered himself to have been too lenient to the wine of an unhusbanded hostess. He frowned terribly. In the interval Laetitia told Vernon of Crossjay's flight for the day, hastily bidding the master to excuse him. She had no time to hint the grounds of excuse. Vernon mentally made a guess. Dr. Middleton took his arm and discharged a volley at the crotchety scholarship of Professor Crooklyn, whom, to confute by book, he directed his march to the library. Having persuaded himself that he was dyspeptic, he had grown irascible. He denounced all dining out, eulogized Patterne Hall as if it were his home, and remembered he had dreamt in the night, a most humiliating sign of physical disturbance. "But let me find a house in proximity to Patterne, as I am induced to suppose I shall," he said, "and here only am I to be met when I stir abroad." Laetitia went to her room. She was complacently anxious enough to prefer solitude and be willing to read. She was more seriously anxious about Crossjay than about any of the others. For Clara would be certain to speak very definitely, and how then could a gentleman oppose her? He would supplicate, and could she be brought to yield? It was not to be expected of a young lady who had turned from Sir Willoughby. His inferiors would have had a better chance. Whatever his faults, he had that element of greatness which excludes the intercession of pity. Supplication would be with him a form of condescension. It would be seen to be such. His was a monumental pride that could not stoop. She had preserved this image of the gentleman for a relic in the shipwreck of her idolatry. So she mused between the lines of her book, and finishing her reading and marking the page, she glanced down on the lawn. Dr. Middleton was there, and alone, his hands behind his back, his head bent. His meditative pace and unwonted perusal of the turf proclaimed that a non-sentimental jury within had delivered an unmitigated verdict upon the widow's wine. Laetitia hurried to find Vernon. He was in the hall. As she drew near him, the laboratory door opened and shut. "It is being decided," said Laetitia. Vernon was paler than the hue of perfect calmness. "I want to know whether I ought to take to my heels like Crossjay and shun the Professor," he said. They spoke in undertones, furtively watching the door. "I wish what she wishes, I am sure, but it will go badly with the boy," said Laetitia. "Oh, well, then I'll take him," said Vernon. "I would rather. I think I can manage it." Again the laboratory door opened. This time it shut behind Miss Middleton. She was highly flushed. Seeing them, she shook the storm from her brows with a dead smile, the best piece of serenity she could put on for public wear. She took a breath before she moved. Vernon strode out of the house. Clara swept up to Laetitia. "You were deceived." The hard sob of anger barred her voice. Laetitia begged her to come to her room with her. "I want air. I must be by myself," said Clara, catching at her garden hat. She walked swiftly to the portico steps and turned to the right, to avoid the laboratory windows. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 33. In which the comic muse has an eye on two good souls. Clara met Vernon on the bowling green among the laurels. She asked him where her father was. "Don't speak to him now," said Vernon. "Mr. Whitford, will you?" "It is not advisable just now. Wait." "Wait? Why not now?" "He is not in the right humour." She choked. There are times when there is no medicine for us in sages. We want slaves. We scorn to temporize. We must overbear. On she sped, as if she had made the mistake of exchanging words with a post. The scene between herself and Willoughby was a thick mist in her head, except the burden and result of it, that he held to her fast, would neither assist her to depart nor disengage her. Oh, men! Men! They astounded the girl. She could not define them to her understanding. Their motives, their tastes, their vanity, their tyranny, and the domino on their vanity, the baldness of their tyranny, clinched her in feminine antagonism to brute power. She was not the less disposed to rebellion by a very present sense of the justice of what could be said to reprove her. She had but one answer: anything but marry him. It threw her on her nature, our last and headlong advocate, who is quick as the flood to hurry us from the heights to our level, and lower if there be accidental gaps in the channel. For say we have been guilty of misconduct, can we redeem it by violating that which we are and live by? The question sinks us back to the luxuriousness of a sunny relinquishment of effort in the direction against tide. Our nature becomes ingenious in devices, penetrative of the enemy, confidently citing its cause for being frankly elvish or worse. Clara saw a particular way of forcing herself to be surrendered. She shut her eyes from it. The sight carried her too violently to her escape, but her heart caught it up and huzzaed. To press the points of her fingers at her bosom, looking up to the sky as she did, and cry, "I am not my own, I am his," was instigation sufficient to make her heart leap up with all her body's blush to urge it to recklessness. A despairing creature then may say she has addressed the heavens, and has had no answer to restrain her. Happily for Miss Middleton, she had walked some minutes in her chafing fit before the falcon eye of Colonel De Craye spied her away on one of the beech knots. Vernon stood irresolute. It was decidedly not a moment for disturbing Dr. Middleton's composure. He meditated upon a conversation, as friendly as possible, with Willoughby. Round on the front lawn he beheld Willoughby and Dr. Middleton together, the latter having halted to lend attentive ear to his excellent host. Unnoticed by them or disregarded, Vernon turned back to Laetitia, and sauntered, talking with her of things current for as long as he could endure to listen to praise of his pure self-abnegation. Proof of how well he had disguised himself, but it smacked unpleasantly to him. His humorous intimacy with men's minds likened the source of this distaste to the gallant all-or-nothing of the gambler, who hates the little when he cannot have the much, and would rather stalk from the tables clean-picked than suffer ruin to be tickled by driblets of the glorious fortune he has played for and lost. If we are not to be beloved, spare us the small coin of compliments on character, especially when they compliment only our acting. It is partly endurable to win eulogy for our stately fortitude in losing, but Laetitia was unaware that he flung away a stake, so she could not praise him for its merits. "Willoughby makes the pardoning of Crossjay conditional," he said, "and the person pleading for him has to grant the terms. How could you imagine Willoughby would give her up? How could he? Who? He should, is easily said. I was no witness of the scene between them just now, but I could have foretold the end of it. I could almost recount the passages. The consequence is that everything depends upon the amount of courage she possesses. Dr. Middleton won't leave Patterne yet, and it is of no use to speak to him to-day, and she is by nature impatient and is rendered desperate." "Why is it of no use to speak to Dr. Middleton to-day?" cried Laetitia. "He drank wine yesterday that did not agree with him. He can't work. To-day he is looking forward to Patterne Port. He is not likely to listen to any proposals to leave to-day." "Goodness!" "I know the depth of that cry." "You are excluded, Mr. Whitford." "Not a bit of it. I am in with the rest. Say that men are to be exclaimed at. Men have a right to expect you to know your own minds when you close on a bargain. You don't know the world or yourselves very well, it's true. Still the original error is on your side, and upon that you should fix your attention. She brought her father here, and no sooner was he very comfortably established than she wished to dislocate him." "I cannot explain it. I cannot comprehend it," said Laetitia. "You are constancy." "No," she coloured. "I am in with rest. I do not say I should have done the same, but I have the knowledge that I must not sit in judgment on her. I can waver." She coloured again. She was anxious that he should know her to be not that stupid statue of constancy in a corner doting on the antic deception. Reminiscences of the interview overnight made it oppressive to her to hear herself praised for always pointing like the needle. Her newly enfranchised individuality pressed to assert its existence. Vernon, however, not seeing this novelty, continued, to her excessive discomfort, to baste her old abandoned image with his praises. They checked hers, and moreover he had suddenly conceived an envy of her lifelong, uncomplaining, almost unaspiring constancy of sentiment. If you know lovers when they have not reason to be blissful, you will remember that in this mood of admiring envy they are given to fits of uncontrollable maundering. Praise of constancy, moreover, smote shadowily a certain inconstant, enough to seem to ruffle her smoothness and do no hurt. He found his consolation in it, and poor Laetitia writhed. Without designing to retort, she instinctively grasped at a weapon of defence in further exalting his devotedness, which reduced him to cast his head to the heavens, and implore them to partially enlighten her. Nevertheless, maunder he must, and he recurred to it in a way so utterly unlike himself that Laetitia stared in his face. She wondered whether there could be anything secreted behind this everlasting theme of constancy. He took her awakened gaze for a summons to asseverations of sincerity, and out they came. She would have fled from him, but to think of flying was to think how little it was that urged her to fly, and yet the thought of remaining and listening to praises undeserved and no longer flattering was a torture. "Mr. Whitford, I bear no comparison with you." "I do and must set you for my example, Miss Dale." "Indeed you do wrongly. You do not know me." "I could say that. For years." "Pray, Mr. Whitford." "Well, I have admired it. You show us how self can be smothered." "An echo would be a retort on you." "On me? I am never thinking of anything else." "I could say that." "You are necessarily conscious of not swerving." "But I do. I waver dreadfully. I am not the same 2 days running." "You are the same, with ravishing divisions upon the same." "And you without the divisions. I draw such support as I have from you." "From some simulacrum of me, then, and that will show you how little you require support." "I do not speak my own opinion only." "Whose?" "I am not alone." "Again, let me say I wish I were like you." "Then let me add, I would willingly make the exchange." "You would be amazed at your bargain." "Others would be." "Your exchange would give me the qualities I'm in want of, Miss Dale." "Negative, passive at the best, Mr. Whitford. But I should have—" "Oh, pardon me, but you inflict the sensations of a boy with a dose of honesty in him, called up to receive a prize he has won by the dexterous use of a crib." "And how do you suppose she feels who has a crown of Queen of the May forced on her head when she is verging on November?" He rejected her analogy, and she his. They could neither of them bring to light the circumstances which made one another's admiration so unbearable. The more he exalted her for constancy, the more did her mind become bent upon critically examining the object of that imagined virtue, and the more she praised him for possessing the spirit of perfect friendliness, the fiercer grew the passion in him which disdained the imputation, hissing like a heated iron bar that flings the water-drops to steam. He would none of it, would rather have stood exposed in his profound foolishness. Amiable though they were, and mutually affectionate, they came to a stop in their walk, longing to separate, and not seeing how it was to be done, they had so knit themselves together with the pelting of their interlaudation. "I think it is time for me to run home to my father for an hour," said Laetitia. "I ought to be working," said Vernon. Good progress was made to the disgarlanding of themselves thus far, yet an acutely civilized pair, the abruptness of the transition from floweriness to commonplace affected them both, Laetitia chiefly, as she had broken the pause, and she remarked, "I am really constancy in my opinions." "Another title is customary where stiff opinions are concerned. Perhaps by and by you will learn your mistake, and then you will acknowledge the name for it." "How?" said she. "What shall I learn?" "If you learn that I am a grisly egoist." "You? And it would not be egoism," added Laetitia, revealing to him at the same instant as to herself that she swung suspended on a scarce credible guess. "Will nothing pierce your ears, Mr. Whitford?" He heard the intruding voice, but he was bent on rubbing out the cloudy letters Laetitia had begun to spell, and he stammered in a tone of matter-of-fact, "Just that, and no better," then turned to Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson. "Or are you resolved that you will never see Professor Crooklyn when you look on him?" said the great lady. Vernon bowed to the Professor and apologized to him shufflingly and rapidly, incoherently, and with a red face, which induced Mrs. Mountstuart to scan Laetitia's. After lecturing Vernon for his abandonment of her yesterday evening, and flouting his protestations, she returned to the business of the day. "We walked from the lodge gates to see the park and prepare ourselves for Dr. Middleton. We parted last night in the middle of a controversy, and are raging to resume it. Where is our redoubtable antagonist?" Mrs. Mountstuart wheeled Professor Crooklyn round to accompany Vernon. "We," she said, "are for modern English scholarship, opposed to the champion of German." "The contrary," observed Professor Crooklyn. "Oh, we," she corrected the heir serenely, "are for German scholarship opposed to English." "Certain editions." "We defend certain editions." "Defend is a term of imperfect application to my position, ma'am." "My dear Professor, you have in Dr. Middleton a match for you in conscientious pugnacity, and you will not waste it upon me. There they are, there he is. Mr. Whitford will conduct you. I stand away from the first shock." Mrs. Mountstuart fell back to Laetitia, saying, "He pores over a little inexactitude in phrases, and pecks at it like a domestic fowl." Professor Crooklyn's attitude and air were so well described that Laetitia could have laughed. "These mighty scholars have their flavour," the great lady hastened to add, lest her younger companion should be misled to suppose that they were not valuable to a governing hostess. "Their shadow fights are ridiculous, but they have their flavour at a table. Last night, no, I discard all mention of last night. We failed, as none else in this neighbourhood could fail, but we failed. If we have among us a cormorant devouring young lady who drinks up all the brandy and water of our inns and occupies all our flies, why our condition is abnormal, and we must expect to fail. We are deprived of accommodation for accidental circumstances. How Mr. Whitford could have missed seeing Professor Crooklyn! And what was he doing at the station, Miss Dale?" "Your portrait of Professor Crooklyn was too striking, Mrs. Mountstuart, and deceived him by its excellence. He appears to have only seen the blank side of the slate." "Ah, he is a faithful friend of his cousin, do you not think?" "He is the truest of friends." "As for Dr. Middleton," Mrs. Mountstuart diverged from her inquiry, "he will swell the letters of my vocabulary to gigantic proportions if I see much of him. He is contagious." "I believe it is a form of his humour." "I caught it of him yesterday at my dinner-table in my distress, and must pass it off as a form of mine while it lasts. I talked Dr. Middleton half the dreary night through to my pillow. Your candid opinion, my dear, come. As for me, I don't hesitate. We seemed to have sat down to a solitary performance on the bass viol. We were positively an assembly of insects during thunder. My very soul thanked Colonel De Craye for his diversions, but I heard nothing but Dr. Middleton. It struck me that my table was petrified, and every one sat listening to bowls played overhead." "I was amused." "Really? You delight me. Who knows but that my guests were sincere in their congratulations on a thoroughly successful evening? I have fallen to this, you see. And I know, wretched people, that as often as not is their way of condoling with one. I do it myself, but only where there have been amiable efforts. But imagine my being congratulated for that. Good morning, Sir Willoughby. The worst offender, and I am in no pleasant mood with him, Mrs. Mountstuart said aside to Laetitia, who drew back, retiring. Sir Willoughby came on a step or two. He stopped to watch Laetitia's figure swimming to the house. So as, for instance, beside a stream, when a flower on the surface extends its petals drowning to subside in the clear still water, we exercise our privilege to be absent in the charmed contemplation of a beautiful natural incident. A smile of pleased abstraction melted on his features. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Egoist, by George Meredith. Chapter 34. Mrs. Mountstuart and Sir Willoughby. Good morning, my dear Mrs. Mountstuart. Sir Willoughby wakened himself to address the great lady. Why has she fled? Has anyone fled? Laetitia Dale. Letty Dale? Oh, if you call that flying. Possibly to renew a close conversation with Vernon Whitford that I cut short. You frightened me with your shepherds tell me air and tone. Lead me to one of your garden seats, out of hearing to Dr. Middleton, I beg. He mesmerizes me, he makes me talk Latin. I was curiously susceptible last night. I know I shall everlastingly associate him with an abortive entertainment and solos on big instruments. We were flat. Horace was in good vein. You were not. And Laetitia, Miss Dale, talked well, I thought. She talked with you, and no doubt she talked well. We did not mix. The yeast was bad. You shot darts at Colonel De Craye. You tried to sting. You brought Dr. Middleton down on you. Dear me, that man is a reverberation in my head. Where is your lady and love? Who? Am I to name her? Clara. I have not seen her for the last hour. Wandering, I suppose. A very pretty summer bower, said Mrs. Mountstuart, seating herself. Well, my dear Sir Willoughby, preferences are not to be accounted for, and one never knows whether to pity or congratulate, whatever may occur. I want to see Miss Middleton. Your dainty rogue in porcelain will be at your beck. You lunch with us before you leave. So now you have taken to quoting me, have you? But a romantic tale on her eyelashes is hardly descriptive any longer. Descriptive of whom? Now you are upon Laetitia Dale. I quote you generally. She now has a graver look. And well may have. Not that the romance has entirely disappeared. No, it looks as if it were in print. You have hit it perfectly as usual, ma'am. Sir Willoughby mused. Like one resuming his instrument to take up the melody in a concerted piece, he said, I thought Laetitia Dale had a singularly animated air last night. Why? Mrs. Mountstuart mildly gaped. I want a new description of her. You know I collect your mottos and sentences. It seems to me she is coming 3 parts out of her shell, and wearing it as a hood for convenience. Ready to issue forth at an invitation. Admirable, exact. Ay, my good Sir Willoughby, but are we so very admirable and exact? Are we never to know our own minds? He produced a polysyllabic sigh, like those many-jointed compounds of poets in happy languages, which are copious in a single expression. Mine is known to me. It always has been. Cleverness in women is not uncommon. Intellect is the pearl. A woman of intellect is as good as a Greek statue. She is divinely wrought, and she is divinely rare. Proceed, said the lady, confiding a cough to the air. The rarity of it, and it is not mere intellect, it is a sympathetic intellect, or else it is an intellect in perfect accord with an intensely sympathetic disposition. The rarity of it makes it too precious to be parted with, when once we have met it. I prize it the more the older I grow. Are we on the feminine or the neuter? I beg pardon? The universal or the individual? He shrugged. For the rest, psychological affinities may exist coincident with and entirely independent of material or moral prepossessions, relations, engagements, ties. Well, that is not the raving of passion, certainly, said Mrs. Mountstuart, and it sounds as if it were a comfortable doctrine for men. On that plea you might all of you be having Aspasia and a wife. And we saw your fair Middleton and Colonel De Craye at a distance as we entered the park. Professor Crooklyn is under some hallucination. What more likely? The readiness and the double bearing of the reply struck her comic sense with awe. The professor must hear that. He insists on the fly, and the inn, and the wet boots, and the warming mixture, and the testimony of the landlady and the railway porter. I say, what more likely? Than that he should insist? If he is under the hallucination. He may convince others. I have only to repeat. What more likely? It's extremely philosophical, coincident with the pursuit of the psychological affinities. Professor Crooklyn will hardly descend, I suppose, from his classical altitudes to lay his hallucinations before Dr. Middleton. Sir Willoughby, you are the pink of chivalry. By harping on Laetitia he had emboldened Mrs. Mountstuart to lift the curtain upon Clara. It was offensive to him, but the injury done to his pride had to be endured for the sake of his general plan of self-protection. Simply desirous to save my guests from annoyance of any kind, he said. Dr. Middleton can look Olympus and thunder, as Vernon calls it. Don't. I see him. That look. It is dictionary bitten. Angry homed dictionary. An apparition of dictionary in the night, to a dunce. One would undergo a good deal to avoid the sight. What the man must be in a storm! Speak as you please of yourself, you are a true and chivalrous knight to dread it for her. But now, candidly, how is it you cannot condescend to a little management? Listen to an old friend. You are too lordly. No lover can afford to be incomprehensible for half an hour. Stoop a little. Sermonizings are not to be thought of. You can govern unseen. You are to know that I am one who disbelieves in philosophy and love. I admire the look of it. I give no credit to the assumption. I rather like lovers to be out at times. It makes them picturesque, and it enlivens their monotony. I perceived she had a spot of wildness. It's proper that she should wear it off before marriage. Clara, the wildness of an infant, said Willoughby paternally, musing over an inward shiver. You saw her at a distance just now, or you might have heard her laughing. Horace diverts her excessively. I owe him my eternal gratitude for his behaviour last night. She was one of my bright faces. Her laughter was delicious. Rain in the desert. It will tell you what the load on me was, when I assure you those two were merely a spectacle to me, points I scored in a lost game, and I know they were witty. They both have wit. A kind of wit. Willoughby assented. They struck together like a pair of cymbals. Not the highest description of instrument. However, they amuse me. I like to hear them when I am in the vein. That vein should be more at command with you, my friend. You can be perfect if you like. Under your tuition. Willoughby leaned to her, bowing languidly. He was easier in his pain for having hoodwinked the lady. She was the outer world to him. She could tune the world's voice, prescribe which of the two was to be pitied, himself or Clara, and he did not intend it to be himself, if it came to the worst. They were far away from that at present, and he continued. Probably a man's power of putting on a face is not equal to a girl's. I detest petty dissensions. Probably I show it when all is not quite smooth. Little fits of suspicion vex me. It is a weakness not to play them off, I know. Men have to learn the arts which come to women by nature. I don't sympathize with suspicion, from having none myself. His eyebrows shot up. That ill-omened man Flitch had sidled round by the bushes to within a few feet of him. Flitch primarily defended himself against the accusation of drunkenness, which was hurled at him to account for his audacity in trespassing against the interdict. But he admitted that he had taken something short for a fortification in visiting scenes where he had once been happy, at Christmas-tide, when all the servants, and the butler at head, grey old Mr. Chessington, sat in rows toasting the young heir of the old hall and the old port wine. Happy had he been then, before ambition for a shop, to be his own master and an independent gentleman, had led him into his quagmire. To look back envying a dog on the old estate, and sigh for the smell of Patterne stables. Sweeter than Arabia, his drooping nose appeared to say. He held up close against it something that imposed silence on Sir Willoughby as effectively as a cunning exordium in oratory will enchain mobs to swallow what is not complimenting them, and this he displayed secure in its being his licence to drivel his abominable pathos. Sir Willoughby recognized Clara's purse. He understood at once how he must have come by it. He was not so quick in devising a means of stopping the tale. Flitch foiled him. Intact, he replied to the question. What have you there? He repeated this grand word. And then he turned to Mrs. Mountstuart to speak of Paradise and Adam, in whom he saw the prototype of himself, also the Hebrew people in the bondage of Egypt, discoursed of by the clergyman, not without a likeness to him. Sorrows have done me one good, to send me attentive to church, my lady, said Flitch, when I might have gone to London, the coachman's home, and been driving some honourable family with no great advantage to my morals, according to what I hear of. And a purse found under the seat of a fly in London would have a poor chance of returning intact to the young lady losing it. Put it down on that chair. Inquiries will be made, and you will see Sir Willoughby, said Mrs. Mountstuart. Intact, no doubt. It is not disputed. With one motion of a finger she set the man rounding. Flitch halted. He was very regretful of the termination of his feast of pathos, and he wished to relate the finding of the purse, but he could not encounter Mrs. Mountstuart's look. He slouched away in very close resemblance to the ejected Adam of illustrated books. "It's my belief that naturalness among the common people has died out of the kingdom," she said. Willoughby charitably apologized for him. "He has been fuddling himself." Her vigilant considerateness had dealt the sensitive gentleman a shock, plainly telling him she had her ideas of his actual posture. Nor was he unhurt by her superior acuteness and her display of authority on his grounds. He said boldly as he weighed the purse, half tossing it, "It's not unlike Clara's." He feared that his lips and cheeks were twitching, and as he grew aware of a glassiness of aspect that would reflect any suspicion of a keen-eyed woman, he became bolder still. "Laetitia's, I know it is not. Hers is an ancient purse." "A present from you?" "How do you hit on that, my dear lady?" "Deductively." "Well, the purse looks as good as new in quality, like the owner." "The poor dear has not much occasion for using it." "You are mistaken. She uses it daily." "If it were better filled, Sir Willoughby, your old scheme might be arranged. The parties do not appear so unwilling. Professor Crooklyn and I came on them just now rather by surprise, and I assure you their heads were close, faces meeting, eyes musing." "Impossible." "Because when they approach the point you won't allow it. Selfish!" "Now," said Willoughby, very animatedly, "question Clara. Now do, my dear Mrs. Mountstuart, do speak to Clara on that head. She will convince you I have striven quite recently against myself, if you like. I have instructed her to aid me, given her the fullest instructions, carte blanche. She cannot possibly have a doubt. I may look to her to remove any you may entertain from your mind on the subject. I have proposed, seconded, and chorused it, and it will not be arranged. If you expect me to deplore that fact, I can only answer that my actions are under my control, my feelings are not. I will do everything consistent with the duties of a man of honour perpetually running into fatal errors because he did not properly consult the dictates of those feelings at the right season. I can violate them, but I can no more command them than I can my destiny. They were crushed of old, and so let them be now. Sentiments we won't discuss, though you know that sentiments have a bearing on social life, are factors, as they say in their later jargon. I never speak of mine. To you I could. It is not necessary. If old Vernon, instead of flattening his chest at a desk, had any manly ambition to take part in public affairs, she would be the woman for him. I have called her my Egeria. She would be his Cornelia. One could swear of her that she would have noble offspring. But old Vernon has had his disappointment, and will moan over it up to the end. And she? So it appears. I have tried, yes, personally, without effect. In other matters I may have influence with her, not in that one. She declines. She will live and die Laetitia Dale. We are alone. I confess to you I love the name. It's an old song in my ears. Do not be too ready with a name for me. Believe me, I speak from my experience hitherto. There is a fatality in these things. I cannot conceal from my poor girl that this fatality exists." "Which is the poor girl at present?" said Mrs. Mountstuart, cool in a mystification. "And though she will tell you that I have authorized in Clara Middleton, done as much as man can to institute the union you suggest, she will own that she is conscious of the presence of this fatality, I call it, for want of a better title, between us. It drives her in one direction, me in another, or would if I submitted to the pressure. She is not the first who has been conscious of it." "Are we laying hold of a third poor girl?" said Mrs. Mountstuart. "Ah, I remember. And I remember we used to call it playing fast and loose in those days, not fatality. It is very strange. It may be that you were unblushingly courted in those days, and excusable, and we all supposed... But away you went for your tour." "My mother's medical receipt for me. Partially it succeeded. She was for grand marriages, not I. I could make, I could not be, a sacrifice. And then I went in due time to Dr. Cupid on my own account. She has the kind of attraction. But one changes. On revient toujours. First we begin with a liking, then we give ourselves up to the passion of beauty.
Then comes the serious question of suitableness of the mate to match us, and perhaps we discover that we were wiser in early youth than somewhat later. However, she has beauty. Now, Mrs. Mountstuart, you do admire her. Chase the idea of the dainty rogue out of your view of her. You admire her. She is captivating. She has a particular charm of her own. Nay, she has real beauty. Mrs. Mountstuart fronted him to say, "Upon my word, my dear Sir Willoughby, I think she has it to such a degree that I don't know the man who could hold out against her if she took the field. She is one of the women who are the dead shots with men. Whether it's in their tongues or their eyes, or it's an effusion and an atmosphere, whatever it is, it's a spell, another fatality for you. Animal, not spiritual." "Oh, she hasn't the head of Letty Dale." Sir Willoughby allowed Mrs. Mountstuart to pause and follow her thoughts. "Dear me," she exclaimed, "I noticed a change in Letty Dale last night, and to-day. She looked fresher and younger, extremely well, which is not what I can say for you, my friend. Fatalizing is not good for the complexion." "Don't take away my health, pray," cried Willoughby with a snapping laugh. "Be careful," said Mrs. Mountstuart. "You have got a sentimental tone. You talk of feelings crushed of old. It is to a woman, not to a man, that you speak, but that sort of talk is a way of making the ground slippery. I listen in vain for a natural tongue, and when I don't hear it I suspect plotting in men. You show your underteeth, too, at times when you draw on a breath, like a condemned high-caste Hindu my husband took me to see in a jail in Calcutta, to give me some excitement when I was pining for England. The creature did it regularly as he breathed. You did it last night, and you have been doing it to-day, as if the air cut you to the quick. You have been spoilt. You have been too much anointed. What I have just mentioned is a sign with me of a settled something on the brain of a man." "The brain?" said Sir Willoughby, frowning. "Yes, you laugh sourly, to look at," said she. "Mountstuart told me that the muscles of the mouth betray men sooner than the eyes, when they have cause to be uneasy in their minds." "But, ma'am, I shall not break my word. I shall not. I have resolved to keep it. I do not fatalize, let my complexion be black or white, despite my resemblance to a high-caste malefactor of the Calcutta prison wards. Friend, you know how I chatter." He saluted her finger ends. "Despite the extraordinary display of teeth, you will find me go to execution with perfect calmness, with a resignation as good as happiness." "Like a Jacobite lord under the Georges." "You have told me that you wept to read of one. Like him, then. My principles have not changed, if I have. When I was younger I had an idea of a wife who would be with me in my thoughts as well as aims, a woman with a spirit of romance and a brain of solid sense. I shall sooner or later dedicate myself to a public life, and shall, I suppose, want the counsellor or comforter who ought always to be found at home. It may be unfortunate that I have the ideal in my head, but I would never make rigorous demands for specific qualities. The cruellest thing in the world is to set up a living model before a wife, and compel her to copy it. In any case, here we are upon the road, the die is cast. I shall not reprieve myself. I cannot release her. Marriage represents facts, courtship, fancies. She will be cured by and by of that coveting of everything that I do, feel, think, dream, imagine. Ta ad infinitum. Laetitia was invited here to show her the example of a fixed character, solid as any concrete substance you would choose to build on, and not a whit the less feminine." Ta ad infinitum. You need not tell me you have a design in all that you do, Willoughby Patterne. You smell the autocrat? Yes, he can mould and govern the creatures about him. His toughest rebel is himself. If you see Clara, you wish to see her, I think you said. Her behaviour to Lady Busshe last night was queer. If you will. She makes a mouth at porcelain. Toujours la porcelaine. For me her pettishness is one of her charms, I confess it. 10 years younger I could not have compared them. Whom? Laetitia and Clara. Sir Willoughby, in any case, to quote you, here we all are upon the road, and we must act as if events were going to happen, and I must ask her to help me on the subject of my wedding present, for I don't want to have her making mouths at mine, however pretty, and she does it prettily. Another dedicatory offering to the rogue in me, she says of porcelain. Then porcelain it shall not be. I mean to consult her. I have come determined upon a chat with her. I think I understand. But she produces false impressions on those who don't know you both. I shall have that porcelain back, says Lady Busshe to me, when we were shaking hands last night. I think, says she, it should have been the willow pattern. And she really said, he's in for being jilted a second time. Sir Willoughby restrained a bound of his body that would have sent him up some feet into the air. He felt his skull thundered at within. Rather than that it should fan upon her, ejaculated he, correcting his resemblance to the high-caste culprit as soon as it recurred to him. But you know Lady Busshe, said Mrs. Mountstuart, genuinely solicitous to ease the proud man of his pain. She could see through him to the depth of the skin, which his fencing sensitiveness vainly attempted to cover as it did the heart of him. Lady Busshe is nothing without her flights, fads, and fancies. She had always insisted that you have an unfortunate nose. I remember her saying on the day of your majority, it was the nose of a monarch destined to lose a throne. Have I ever offended Lady Busshe? She trumpets you. She carries Lady Culmer with her too, and you may expect a visit of nods and hints and pots of alabaster. They worship you. You are the hope of England in their eyes, and no woman is worthy of you. But they are a pair of fatalists, and if you begin upon Letty Dale with them, you might as well forbid your banns. They will be all over the country exclaiming on predestination and marriages made in heaven. Clara and her father, cried Sir Willoughby. Dr. Middleton and his daughter appeared in the circle of shrubs and flowers. Bring her to me, and save me from the polyglot, said Mrs. Mountstuart, in a fright at Dr. Middleton's manner of pouring forth into the ears of the downcast girl. The leisure he loved that he might debate with his genius upon any next step was denied to Willoughby. He had to place his trust in the skill with which he had sown and prepared Mrs. Mountstuart's understanding to meet the girl, beautiful abhorred that she was, detested darling, thing to squeeze to death and throw to the dust and mourn over. He had to risk it, and at an hour when Lady Busshe's prognostic grievously impressed his intense apprehensiveness of nature. As it happened that Dr. Middleton's notion of a disagreeable duty in colloquy was to deliver all that he contained, and escape the listening to a syllable of reply, Willoughby withdrew his daughter from him opportunely. Mrs. Mountstuart wants you, Clara. I shall be very happy, Clara replied, and put on a new face. An imperceptible nervous shrinking was met by another force in her bosom, that pushed her to advance without a sign of reluctance. She seemed to glitter. She was handed to Mrs. Mountstuart. Dr. Middleton laid his hand over Willoughby's shoulder, retiring on a bow before the great lady of the district. He blew and said, An opposition of female instincts to masculine intellect necessarily creates a corresponding antagonism of intellect to instinct. Her answer, sir? Her reasons? Has she named any? The cat, said Dr. Middleton, taking breath for a sentence, that humps her back in the figure of the letter H, or a Chinese bridge has given the dog her answer and her reasons, we may presume, but he that undertakes to translate them into human speech might likewise venture to propose an addition to the alphabet and a continuation of Homer. The one performance would be not more wonderful than the other. Daughters, Willoughby, daughters. Above most human peccancies, I do abhor a breach of faith. She will not be guilty of that. I demand a cheerful fulfilment of a pledge, and I sigh to think that I cannot count on it without administering a lecture. And she will soon be my care, sir. And she shall be. Why, she is as good as married. She is at the altar. She is in her house. She is... Why, where is she not? She has entered the sanctuary. She is out of the market. This Maenad's shriek for freedom would happily entitle her to the Republican cap, the Phrygian, in a revolutionary Parisian procession. To me it has no meaning, and but that I cannot credit child of mine with mania, I should be in trepidation of her wits. Sir Willoughby's livelier fears were pacified by the information that Clara had simply emitted a cry. Clara had once or twice given him cause for starting, and considering whether to think of her sex differently or condemningly of her, yet he could not deem her capable of fully unbosoming herself even to him, and under excitement. His idea of the cowardice of girls combined with his ideal of a waxwork sex to persuade him that though they are often, he had experienced it, wantonly desperate in their acts, their tongues are curbed by rosy prudency. And this was in his favour, for if she proved speechless and stupid with Mrs. Mountstuart, the lady would turn her over and beat her flat, beat her angular, in fine, turn her to any shape, despising her, and cordially believe him to be the model gentleman of Christendom. She would fill in the outlines he had sketched to her of a picture that he had small pride in by comparison with his early vision of a fortune-favoured, triumphing squire, whose career is like the sun's, intelligibly lordly to all comprehensions. Not like your model gentleman that has to be expounded, a thing for abstract esteem. However, it was the choice left to him, and an alternative was enfolded in that. Mrs. Mountstuart's model gentleman could marry either one of two women, throwing the other overboard. He was bound to marry, he was bound to take to himself one of them, and whichever one he selected would cast a lustre on his reputation. At least she would rescue him from the claws of Lady Busshe, and her owl's hoot of "willow pattern," and her hag's shriek of "twice jilted." That flying infant Willoughby, his unprotected little incorporeal omnipresent self, not thought of so much as passionately felt for, would not be scoffed at as the luckless with women. A fall indeed from his original conception of his name of fame abroad, but Willoughby had the high consolation of knowing that others have fallen lower. There is the fate of the devils to comfort us, if we are driven hard. For one of your pangs another bosom is racked by 10, we read in the solacing book. With all these nice calculations at work, Willoughby stood above himself, contemplating his active machinery, which he could partly criticise but could not stop, in a singular wonderment at the aims and schemes and tremors of one who was handsome, manly, acceptable in the world's eyes. And had he not loved himself most heartily, he would have been divided to the extent of repudiating that urgent and excited half of his being, whose motions appeared as those of a body of insects perpetually erecting and repairing a structure of extraordinary pettiness. He loved himself too seriously to dwell on the division for more than a minute or so. But having seen it, and for the first time, as he believed, his passion for the woman causing it became surcharged with bitterness, atrabiliar. A glance behind him as he walked away with Dr. Middleton showed Clara, cunning creature that she was, airily executing her malicious graces in the preliminary courtesies with Mrs. Mountstuart. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 35. Miss Middleton and Mrs. Mountstuart. "Sit beside me, fair Middleton," said the great lady. "Gladly," said Clara, bowing to her title. "I want to sound you, my dear." Clara presented an open countenance with a dim interrogation on the forehead. "Yes," she said submissively. "You were one of my bright faces last night. I was in love with you. Delicate vessels ring sweetly to a fingernail, and if the wit is true you answer to it. That I can see, and that is what I like. Most of the people one has at table are drums. A rub-a-dub-dub on them is the only way to get a sound. When they can be persuaded to do it upon one another, they call it conversation." "Colonel De Craye was very funny." "Funny, and witty too." "But never spiteful." "These Irish, or half-Irishmen, are my taste. If they're not politicians, mind. I mean Irish gentlemen. I will never have another dinner-party without one. Our men's tempers are uncertain, you can't get them to forget themselves, and when the wine is in them, the nature comes out, and they must be buffeting, and start up politics, and good-bye to harmony. My husband, I am sorry to say, was one of those who have a long account of ruined dinners against them. I have seen him and his friends red as the roast and white as the boiled, with wrath on a popular topic they had excited themselves over, intrinsically not worth a snap of the fingers. In London," exclaimed Mrs. Mountstuart, to aggravate the charge against her lord in the shades. "But town or country, the table should be sacred. I have heard women say it is a plot on the side of the men to teach us our littleness. I don't believe they have a plot. It would be to compliment them on a talent. I believe they fall upon one another blindly, simply because they are full, which is, we are told, the preparation for the fighting Englishman. They cannot eat and keep a truce. Did you notice that dreadful Mr. Capes?" "The gentleman who frequently contradicted papa. But Colonel De Craye was good enough to relieve us." "How, my dear?" "You did not hear him? He took advantage of an interval when Mr. Capes was breathing after a pain to his friend, the governor, I think, of one of the presidencies, to say to the lady beside him, 'He was a wonderful administrator and great logician. He married an Anglo-Indian widow, and soon after published a pamphlet in favour of suttee.'" "And what did the lady say?" "She said, 'Oh!'" "Hark at her! And was it heard?" "Mr. Capes granted the widow, but declared he had never seen the pamphlet in favour of suttee, and disbelieved in it. He insisted that it was to be named Sati. He was vehement." "Now I do remember, which must have delighted the Colonel. And Mr. Capes retired from the front upon a repetition of in toto, in toto. As if in toto were the language of a dinner-table. But what will ever teach these men? Must we import Frenchmen to give them an example in the art of conversation, as their grandfathers brought over marquises to instruct them in salads? And our young men, too. Women have to take to the hunting field to be able to talk with them, and be on a par with their grooms. Now there was Willoughby Patterne, a prince among them formerly. Now did you observe him last night? Did you notice how, instead of conversing, instead of assisting me, as he was bound to do, doubly owing to the defection of Vernon Whitford, a thing I don't yet comprehend, there he sat sharpening his lower lip for cutting remarks, and at my best man, at Colonel De Craye. If he had attacked Mr. Capes, with his governor of Bombi, as the man pronounces it, or Colonel Wildjohn and his Protestant Church in danger, or Sir Wilson Pettifer harping on his monarchical republic, or any other. No, he preferred to be sarcastic upon his friend Horace, and he had the worst of it. Sarcasm is so silly. What is the gain if he has been smart? People forget the epigram and remember the other's good temper. On that field, my dear, you must make up your mind to be beaten by friend Horace. I have my prejudices and I have my prepossessions, but I love good temper, and I love wit, and when I see a man possessed of both, I set my cap at him, and there's my flat confession, and highly unfeminine it is." "Not at all," cried Clara. "We are one, then." Clara put up a mouth empty of words. She was quite one with her. Mrs. Mountstuart pressed her hand. "When one does get intimate with a dainty rogue," she said. "You forgive me all that, for I could vow that Willoughby has betrayed me." Clara looked soft, kind, bright in turns, and clouded instantly when the lady resumed. "A friend of my own sex, and young, and a close neighbour, is just what I would have prayed for, and I'll excuse you, my dear, for not being so anxious about the friendship of an old woman. But I shall be of use to you, you will find. In the first place, I shall never tap for secrets. In the second, I keep them. Thirdly, I have some power. And fourth, every young married woman has need of a friend like me. Yes, and Lady Patterne heading all the county will be the stronger for my backing. You don't look so mighty well pleased, my dear. Speak out." "Dear Mrs. Mountstuart." "I tell you I am very fond of Willoughby, but I saw the faults of the boy and see the man's. He has the pride of a king, and it's a pity if you offend it. He is prodigal in generosity, but he can't forgive. As to his own errors, you must be blind to them as a saint. The secret of him is that he is one of those excessively civilized creatures who aim at perfection, and I think he ought to be supported in his conceit of having attained it, for the more men of that class, the greater our influence. He excels in manly sports because he won't be excelled in anything. But as men don't comprehend his fineness, he comes to us, and his wife must manage him by that key. You look down at the idea of managing. It has to be done. One thing you may be assured of, he will be proud of you. His wife won't be very much enamoured of herself if she is not the happiest woman in the world. You will have the best horses, the best dresses, the finest jewels in England, and an incomparable cook. The house will be changed the moment you enter it as Lady Patterne. And, my dear, just where he is, with all his graces, deficient of attraction, yours will tell. The sort of Othello he would make, or Leontes, I don't know, and none of us ever needs to know. My impression is, that if even a shadow of a suspicion flitted across him, he is a sort of man to double-die himself in guilt by way of vengeance in anticipation of an imagined offence. Not uncommon with men. I have heard strange stories of them, and so will you in your time to come, but not from me. No young woman shall ever be the sourer for having been my friend. One word of advice now we are on the topic. Never play at counterstrokes with him. He will be certain to outstroke you, and you will be driven further than you meant to go. They say we beat men at that game, and so we do, at the cost of beating ourselves. And if once we are started, it is a race-course ending on a precipice. Over goes the winner. We must be moderately slavish to keep our place, which has given us an appearance. But appearances make up a remarkably large part of life, and far the most comfortable, so long as we are discreet at the right moment. He is a man whose pride, when hurt, would run his wife to perdition to solace it. If he married a troublesome widow, his pamphlet on Suttee would be out within the year. Vernon Whitford would receive instructions about it the first frosty moon. You like Miss Dale? I think I like her better than she likes me, said Clara. Have you never warmed together? I have tried it. She is not one bit to blame. I can see how it is that she misunderstands me, or justly condemns me, perhaps I should say. The hero of two women must die and be wept over in common before they can appreciate one another. You are not cold? No. You shuddered, my dear. Did I? I do sometimes. Feet will be walking over one's grave, wherever it lies. Be sure of this, Willoughby Patterne is a man of unimpeachable honour. I do not doubt it. He means to be devoted to you. He has been accustomed to have women hanging around him like votive offerings. You cannot, of course not. Any one could see that at a glance. You are all the sweeter to me for not being tame. Marriage cures a multitude of indispositions. Oh, Mrs. Mountstuart, will you listen to me? Presently. Don't threaten me with confidences. Eloquence is a terrible thing in woman. I suspect, my dear, that we both know as much as could be spoken. You hardly suspect the truth, I fear. Let me tell you one thing about jealous men, when they are not blackamoors married to disobedient daughters. I speak of our civil creature of the drawing-rooms, and lovers, mind, not husbands. Two distinct species, married or not. They are rarely given to jealousy unless they are flighty themselves. The jealousy fixes them. They have only to imagine that we are for some fun likewise, and they grow as deferential as my footman, as harmless as the sportsman whose gun has burst. Ah, my fair Middleton, am I pretending to teach you? You have read him his lesson, and my table suffered for it last night, but I bear no rancour. You bewilder me, Mrs. Mountstuart. Not if I tell you that you have driven the poor man to try whether it would be possible for him to give you up. I have. Well, and you are successful. I am. Jump, my dear. He will? When men love stale instead of fresh, withered better than blooming, excellence in the abstract rather than the palpable, with their idle prate of feminine intellect and a grotto nymph and a mother of Gracchi, why, he must think me dazed with admiration of him to talk to me. One listens, you know, and he is one of the men who cast a kind of physical spell on you while he has you by the ear, until you begin to think of it by talking to somebody else. I suppose there are clever people who do see deep into the breast while dialogue is in progress. One reads of them. No, my dear, you have very cleverly managed to show him that it isn't at all possible. He can't. And the real cause for alarm, in my humble opinion, is lest your amiable foil should have been a trifle, as he would say, deceived, too much in earnest, led too far. One may reprove him for not being wiser, but men won't learn without groaning that they are simply weapons taken up to be put down when done with. Leave it to me to compose him. Willoughby can't give you up. I'm certain he has tried. His pride has been horribly wounded. You were shrewd, and he has had his lesson. If these little rufflings don't come before marriage, they come after, so it's not time lost, and it's good to be able to look back on them. You are very white, my child. Can you, Mrs. Mountstuart? Can you think I would be so heartlessly treacherous? Be honest, fair Middleton, and answer me. Can you say you had not a corner of an idea of producing an effect on Willoughby? Clara checked the instinct of her tongue to defend her reddening cheeks, with a sense that she was disintegrating and crumbling, but she wanted this lady for a friend, and she had to submit to the conditions and be red and silent. Mrs. Mountstuart examined her leisurely. "That will do. Conscience blushes. One knows it by the conflagration. Don't be hard on yourself. There you are in the other extreme. That blush of yours would count with me against any quantity of evidence, all the Crooklands in the kingdom. You lost your purse?" "I discovered that it was lost this morning." "Flitch has been here with it. Willoughby has it. You will ask him for it, he will demand payment, you will be a couple of yards' length or so of cramoisie, and there ends the episode. Nobody killed, only a poor man melancholy wounded, and I must offer him my hand to mend him, vowing to prove to him that suttee was properly abolished. Well, and now to business. I said I wanted to sound you. You have been overdone with porcelain. Poor Lady Busshe is in despair at your disappointment. Now I mean my wedding present to be to your taste." "Madam—" "Who is the madam you are imploring?" "Dear Mrs. Mountstuart." "Well?" "I shall fall in your esteem. Perhaps you will help me. No one else can. I am a prisoner. I am compelled to continue this imposture. Oh, I shun speaking much. You object to it, and I dislike it. But I must endeavour to explain to you that I am unworthy of the position you think a proud one." "Tut, tut, we are all unworthy. Cross our arms and bow our heads, and accept the honours. Are you playing humble handmaid? What an old organ tune that is. Well, give me reasons." "I do not wish to marry." "He's the great match of the county." "I cannot marry him." "Why, you were at the church door with him. Cannot marry him?" "It does not bind me." "The church door is as binding as the altar to an honourable girl. What have you been about? Since I am in for confidences, half ones won't do. We must have honourable young women as well as men of honour. You can't imagine he is to be thrown over now, at this hour. What have you against him? Come." "I have found that I do not—" "What?" "Love him." Mrs. Mountstuart grimaced transiently. "That is no answer. The cause," she said. "What has he done?" "Nothing." "And when did you discover this nothing?" "By degrees, unknown to myself, suddenly." "Suddenly and by degrees. I suppose it's useless to ask for a head. But if all this is true, you ought not to be here." "I wish to go. I am unable." "Have you had a scene together?" "I have expressed my wish." "In roundabout, girl's English?" "Quite clearly. Oh, very clearly." "Have you spoken to your father?" "I have." "And what does Dr. Middleton say?" "It is incredible to him." "To me too. I can understand little differences, little whims, caprices. We don't settle into harness for a tap on the shoulder as a man becomes a knight, but to break and bounce away from an unhappy gentleman at the church door is either madness, or it's one of the things without a name. You think you are quite sure of yourself?" "I am so sure that I look back with regret on the time when I was not." "But you were in love with him?" "I was mistaken." "No love?" "I have none to give." "Dear me! Yes, yes, but that tone of sorrowful conviction is often a trick. It's not new, and I know that assumption of plain sense to pass off a monstrosity." Mrs. Mountstuart struck her lap. "So! But I've had to rack my brain for it. Feminine disgust. You've been hearing imputations of his past life, moral character. No? Circumstances might make him behave unkindly, not unhandsomely. And we have no claim over a man's past, or it's too late to assert it. What is the case?" "We are quite divided." "Nothing in the way of— nothing green-eyed?" "Far from that." "Then name it." "We disagree." "Many a very good agreement is found on disagreeing. It's to be regretted that you are not portionless. If you had been, you would have made very little of disagreeing. You are just as much bound in honour as if you had the ring on your finger." "In honour? But I appeal to his. I am no wife for him." "But if he insists, you consent?" "I appeal to reason. Is it, madam?" "But I say if he insists, you consent." "He will insist upon his own misery as well as mine." Mrs. Mountstuart rocked herself. "My poor Sir Willoughby! What a fate! And I took you for a clever girl. Why, I have been admiring your management of him. And here am I bound to take a lesson from Lady Busshe. My dear good Middleton, don't let it be said that Lady Busshe saw deeper than I. I put some little vanity in it, I own. I won't conceal it. She declares that when she sent her present, I don't believe her, she had a premonition that it would come back. Surely you won't justify the extravagances of a woman without common reverence. For anatomize him as we please to ourselves, he is a splendid man, and I did it chiefly to encourage and come at you. We don't often behold such a lordly-looking man, so conversable too when he feels at home, a picture of an English gentleman, the very man we want married for our neighbourhood. A woman who can talk openly of expecting him to be twice jilted. You shrink. It is repulsive. It would be incomprehensible. Except, of course, to Lady Busshe, who rushed to one of her violent conclusions and became a prophetess. Conceive a woman's imagining it could happen twice to the same man. I am not sure she did not send the identical present that arrived and returned once before. You know, the Durham engagement. She told me last night she had it back. I watched her listening very suspiciously to Professor Crooklyn. My dear, it is her passion to foretell disasters, her passion, and when they are confirmed she triumphs, of course. We shall have her domineering over us with sapient nods at every trifle occurring. The county will be unendurable. Unsay it, my Middleton. And don't answer like an oracle because I do all the talking. Pour out to me. You'll soon come to a stop and find the want of reason in the want of words. I assure you that's true. Let me have a good gaze at you. No, said Mrs. Mountstuart, after posturing herself to peruse Clara's features. Brains you have. One can see it by the nose and the mouth. I could vow you are the girl I thought you. You have your wits on tiptoe. How of the heart? None, Clara sighed. The sigh was partly voluntary, though unforced, as one may with ready sincerity act a character that is our own only through sympathy. Mrs. Mountstuart felt the extra weight in the young lady's falling breath. There was no necessity for a deep sigh over an absence of heart or confession of it. If Clara did not love the man to whom she was betrothed, sighing about it signified what? Some pretence, and a pretence is the cloak of a secret. Girls do not sigh in that way with compassion for the man they have no heart for, unless at the same time they should be oppressed by the knowledge or dread of having a heart for some one else. As a rule they have no compassion to bestow on him. You might as reasonably expect a soldier to bewail the enemy he strikes in action. They must be very disengaged to have it. And supposing a show of the thing to be exhibited, when it has not been worried out of them, there is a reserve in the background. They are pitying themselves under a mask of decent pity of their wretch. So ran Mrs. Mountstuart's calculations, which were like her suspicion, coarse and broad, not absolutely incorrect, but not of an exact measure with the truth. That pin's head of the truth is rarely hit by design. The search after it of the professionally penetrative in the dark of a bosom may bring it forth by the heavy knocking all about the neighbourhood that we call good guessing, but it does not come out clean. Other matter adheres to it, and being more it is less than truth. The unadulterate is to be had only by faith in it or by waiting for it. A lover, thought the sagacious dame. There was no lover. Some love there was, or rather there was a preparation of the chamber with no lamp yet lighted. Do you positively tell me you have no heart for the position of First Lady of the county? Said Mrs. Mountstuart. Clara's reply was firm. None whatever. My dear, I will believe you on one condition. Look at me. You have eyes. If you are for mischief, you are armed for it. But how much better when you have won a prize to settle down and wear it! Lady Patterne will have entire occupation for her flights and whimsies in leading the county. And the man, surely the man! He behaved badly last night, but a beauty like this! She pushed her finger at Clara's cheek and doted half an instant. You have the very beauty to break in an ogre's temper. And the man is as governable as he is presentable. You have the beauty the French call... No, it's the beauty of a queen of elves. One sees them lurking about you, one here, one there. Smile, they dance. Be doleful, they hang themselves. No, there's not a trace of satanic. At least, not yet. And come, come, my Middleton. The man is a man to be proud of. You can send him into Parliament to wear off his humours. To my thinking, he has a fine style. Conscious? I never thought so before last night. I can't guess what has happened to him recently. He was once a young grand monarch. He was really a superb young English gentleman. Have you been wounding him? "It is my misfortune to be obliged to wound him," said Clara.
"Quite needlessly, my child, for marry him you must."
Clara's bosom rose, her shoulders rose too, narrowing, and her head fell slightly back. Mrs. Mountstuart exclaimed,
"But the scandal! You would never, never think of following the example of that Durham girl. Whether she was provoked to it by jealousy or not, it seems to have gone so astonishingly far with you in a very short time that one is alarmed as to where you will stop. Your look just now was downright revulsion."
"I fear it is. It is. I am past my own control. Dear madam, you have my assurance that I will not behave scandalously or dishonourably. What I would entreat of you is to help me. I know this of myself. I am not the best of women. I am impatient, wickedly. I should be no good wife. Feelings like mine teach me unhappy things of myself."
"Rich, handsome, lordly, influential, brilliant health, fine estates," Mrs. Mountstuart enumerated in petulant accents, as there started across her mind some of Sir Willoughby's attributes for the attraction of the soul of woman. "I suppose you wish me to take you in earnest?"
"I appeal to you for help."
"What help?"
"Persuade him of the folly of pressing me to keep my word."
"I will believe you, my dear Middleton, on one condition. Your talk of no heart is nonsense. A change like this, if one is to believe in the change, occurs through the heart, not because there is none. Don't you see that? But if you want me for a friend, you must not sham stupid. It's bad enough in itself, the imitation's horrid. You have to be honest with me, and answer me right out. You came here on this visit intending to marry Willoughby Patterne."
"Yes."
"And gradually you suddenly discovered since you came here that you did not intend it if you could find a means of avoiding it."
"Oh, madam, yes, it is true."
"Now comes the test. And, my lovely Middleton, your flaming cheeks won't suffice for me this time. The old serpent can blush like an innocent maid on occasion. You are to speak, and you are to tell me in 6 words why that was, and don't waste one on Madam or Mrs. Mountstuart. Why did you change?"
When I came, I was in some doubt. Indeed, I speak the truth, I found I could not give him the admiration he has, I dare say, a right to expect. I turned. It surprised me. It surprises me now, but so completely, so that to think of marrying him is—"
"Defer the simile," Mrs. Mountstuart interposed. "If you hit on a clever one, you will never get the better of it. Now, by just as much as you have outstripped my limitation of words to you, you show me you are dishonest."
"I could make a vow."
"You would forswear yourself."
"Will you help me?"
"If you are perfectly ingenuous, I may try."
"Dear lady, what more can I say?"
"It may be difficult. You can reply to a catechism."
"I shall have your help?"
"Well, yes, though I don't like stipulations between friends. There is no man living to whom you could willingly give your hand. That is my question. I cannot possibly take a step unless I know. Reply briefly, there is or there is not."
Clara sat back with bated breath, mentally taking the leap into the abyss, realizing it, and the cold prudence of abstention, and the delirium of the confession. Was there such a man? It resembled freedom to think there was; to avow it promised freedom.
"Oh, Mrs. Mountstuart!"
"Well?"
"You will help me?"
"Upon my word, I shall begin to doubt your desire for it."
"Willingly give my hand, madam."
"For shame! And with wits like yours, can't you perceive where hesitation in answering such questions lands you?"
"Dearest lady, will you give me your hand? May I whisper?"
"You need not whisper. I won't look."
Clara's voice trembled on a tense chord.
"There is one. Compared with him I feel my insignificance. If I could aid him—"
"What necessity have you to tell me more than that there is one?"
"Ah, madam, it is different, not as you imagine. You bid me be scrupulously truthful. I am. I wish you to know the different kind of feeling it is from what might be suspected from—a confession. To give my hand is beyond any thought I have ever encouraged. If you had asked me whether there is one whom I admire—yes, I do. I cannot help admiring a beautiful and brave, self-denying nature. It is one whom you must pity, and to pity casts you beneath him, for you pity him because it is his nobleness that has been the enemy of his fortunes. He lives for others."
Her voice was musically thrilling in that low muted tone of the very heart, impossible to deride or disbelieve. Mrs. Mountstuart set her head nodding on springs.
"Is he clever?"
"Very."
He talks well? Yes. Handsome? He might be thought so. Witty? I think he is. Gay, cheerful? In his manner. Why, the man would be a mountebank if he adopted any other. And poor? He is not wealthy. Mrs. Mountstuart preserved a lengthened silence, but nipped Clara's fingers once or twice to reassure her without approving. Of course he's poor, she said at last. Directly the reverse of what you could have, it must be. Well, my fair Middleton, I can't say you have been dishonest. I'll help you as far as I'm able. How, it is quite impossible to tell. We're in the mire. The best way seems to me to get this pitiable angel to cut some ridiculous capers, and present you another view of him. I don't believe in his innocence. He knew you to be a plighted woman. He has not once by word or sign hinted at disloyalty. Then how do you know? I do not know. He is not the cause of your wish to break your engagement? No. Then you have succeeded in just telling me nothing. What is? Ah, madam, you would break your engagement purely because the admirable creature is in existence? Clara shook her head. She could not say she was dizzy. She had spoken out more than she had ever spoken to herself, and in doing so she had cast herself a step beyond the line she dared to contemplate. I won't detain you any longer, said Mrs. Mountstuart. The more we learn, the more we are taught that we are not so wise as we thought we were. I have to go to school to Lady Busshe. I really took you for a very clever girl. If you change again, you will notify the important circumstance to me, I trust. I will, said Clara, and no violent declaration of the impossibility of her changing again would have had such an effect on her hearer. Mrs. Mountstuart scanned her face for a new reading of it to match with her later impressions. I am to do as I please with the knowledge I have gained? I am utterly in your hands, madam. I have not meant to be unkind. You have not been unkind. I could embrace you. I am rather too shattered, and kissing won't put me together. I laughed at Lady Busshe. No wonder you went off like a rocket with a disappointing bouquet when I told you had been successful with poor Sir Willoughby, and he could not give you up. I noticed that. A woman like Lady Busshe, always prying for the lamentable, would have required no further enlightenment. Has he a temper? Clara did not ask her to signalize the person thus abruptly obtruded. He has faults, she said. There's an end to Sir Willoughby, then. Though I don't say he will give you up even when he hears the worst, if he must hear it, and as for his own sake he should. And I won't say he ought to give you up. He'll be the pitiable angel if he does. For you, but you don't deserve compliments, they would be immoral. You have behaved badly, badly, badly. I have never had such a right-about face in my life. You will deserve the stigma. You will be notorious. You will be called number 2. Think of that, not even original. We will break the conference, or I shall twaddle to extinction. I think I heard the luncheon bell. It rang. You don't look fit for company, but you had better come. Oh, yes, every day it's the same. Whether you're in my hands or I'm in yours, we're a couple of arch conspirators against the peace of the family whose table we're sitting at, and the more we rattle, the viler we are, but we must do it to ease our minds. Mrs. Mountstuart spread the skirts of her voluminous dress, remarking further, At a certain age our teachers are young people. We learn by looking backward. It speaks highly for me that I have not called you mad. Full of faults, goodish-looking, not a bad talker, cheerful, poorish, and she prefers that to this, the great lady exclaimed in her reverie, while emerging from the circle of shrubs upon a view of the hall. Colonel De Craye advanced to her, certainly good-looking, certainly cheerful, by no means a bad talker, nothing of a Croesus, and variegated with faults. His laughing smile attacked the irresolute hostility of her mien, confident as the sparkle of sunlight in a breeze. The effect of it on herself angered her on behalf of Sir Willoughby's bride. "Good morning, Mrs. Mountstuart. I believe I am the last to greet you. And how long do you remain here, Colonel De Craye? I kissed earth when I arrived, like the Norman William, and consequently I've an attachment to the soil, ma'am." "You're not going to take possession of it, I suppose?" "A handful would satisfy me." "You play the conqueror pretty much, I have heard. But property is held more sacred than in the times of the Norman William." "And speaking of property, Miss Middleton, your purse is found," he said. "I know it is," she replied as unaffectedly as Mrs. Mountstuart could have desired, though the ingenuous air of the girl incensed her somewhat. Clara passed on. "You restore purses," observed Mrs. Mountstuart. Her stress on the word and her look thrilled De Craye, for there had been a long conversation between the young lady and the dame. "It was an article that dropped and was not stolen," said he. "Barely sweet enough to keep, then?" "I think I could have felt to it like poor Flitch, the flyman, who was the finder." "If you are conscious of these temptations to appropriate what is not your own, you should quit the neighbourhood." "And do it elsewhere. But that's not virtuous counsel." "And I'm not counselling in the interests of your virtue, Colonel De Craye." "And I dared for a moment to hope that you were, mum," he said, ruefully drooping. They were close to the dining-room window, and Mrs. Mountstuart preferred the terminating of a dialogue that did not promise to leave her features the austerely iron cast with which she had commenced it. She was under the spell of gratitude for his behaviour yesterday evening at her dinner-table. She could not be very severe. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 36. Animated Conversation at a Luncheon Table. Vernon was crossing the hall to the dining-room as Mrs. Mountstuart stepped in. She called to him. "Are the champions reconciled?" He replied, "Hardly that, but they have consented to meet at an altar to offer up victim to the gods in the shape of modern poetic imitations of the classical." "That seems innocent enough. The Professor has not been anxious about his chest?" "He recollects his cough now and then." "You must help him to forget it." "Lady Busshe and Lady Culmer are here," said Vernon, not supposing it to be a grave announcement until the effect of it on Mrs. Mountstuart admonished him. She dropped her voice. "Engage my fair friend for one of your walks the moment we rise from table. You may have to rescue her. But do. I mean it." "She's a capital walker," Vernon remarked in simpleton style. "There's no necessity for any of your pedestrian feats," Mrs. Mountstuart said, and let him go, turning to Colonel De Craye to pronounce an encomium on him. "The most open-minded man I know, warranted to do perpetual service and no mischief. If you were all, instead of catching at every prize you covet, yes, you would have your reward for unselfishness, I assure you. Yes, and where you seek it. This is what none of you men will believe." "When you behold me in your own livery," cried the Colonel. "Do I?" said she, dallying with a half-formed design to be confidential. "How is it one is always tempted to address you in the language of innuendo? I can't guess. Except that as a dog doesn't comprehend good English, we naturally talk bad to him." The great lady was tickled. Who could help being amused by this man? And after all, if her fair Middleton chose to be a fool, there could be no gainsaying her, sorry though poor Sir Willoughby's friends must feel for him. She tried not to smile. "You are too absurd. Or a baby, you might have added." "I hadn't the daring." "I'll tell you what, Colonel De Craye, I shall end by falling in love with you, and without esteeming you, I fear." "The second follows as surely as the flavour upon a draught of Bacchus, if you'll but toss off the glass, ma'am." "We women, sir, think it should be first." "'Tis to transpose the seasons, and give October the blossom and April the apple, and no sweet one. Esteem's a mellow thing that comes after bloom and fire, like an evening at home, because if it went before it would have no father, and couldn't hope for progeny, for there'd be no nature in the business. So please, ma'am, keep to the original order, and you'll be nature's child, and I the most blessed of mankind." "Really, were I 15 years younger, I am not so certain. I might try and make you harmless." "Draw the teeth of the lamb so long as you pet him." "I challenged you, Colonel, and I won't complain of your pitch. But now lay your wit down beside your candour, and descend to an everyday level with me for a minute." "Is it innuendo?" "No, though I dare say it would be easier for you to respond to, if it were." "I'm the straightforwardest of men at a word of command." "This is a whisper. Be alert, as you were last night. Shuffle the table well. A little liveliness will do it. I don't imagine malice, but there's curiosity, which is often as bad, and not so lightly foiled. We have Lady Busshe and Lady Culmer here, to sweep the cobwebs out of the sky. Well, then, can you fence with broomsticks? I have had a bout with them in my time. They are terribly direct. They give point, as Napoleon commanded his cavalry to do. You must help me to ward it. They will require variety in the conversation. Constant, you are an angel of intelligence, and if I have the judging of you, I'm afraid you'll be allowed to pass, in spite of the scandal above. Open the door, I don't unbonnet. De Craye threw the door open. Lady Busshe was at that moment saying, "And are we indeed to have you for a neighbour, Dr. Middleton?" The Reverend Doctor's reply was drowned by the new arrivals. "I thought you had forsaken us," observed Sir Willoughby to Mrs. Mountstuart. "And run away with Colonel De Craye? I'm too weighty, my dear friend. Besides, I have not looked at the wedding presents yet." "The very object of our call!" exclaimed Lady Culmer. "I have to confess I am in dire alarm about mine." Lady Busshe nodded across the table at Clara. "Oh, you may shake your head, but I would rather hear a rough truth than the most complimentary evasion." "How would you define a rough truth, Dr. Middleton?" said Mrs. Mountstuart. Like the trained warrior who was ready at all hours for the trumpet to arms, Dr. Middleton waked up for judicial allocution in a trice. "A rough truth, madam, I should define to be that description of truth which is not imparted to mankind without a powerful impregnation of the roughness of the teller. It is a rough truth, ma'am, that the world is composed of fools, and that the exceptions are knaves." Professor Crooklyn furnished that example avoided by the Reverend Doctor. "Not to precipitate myself into the jaws of the foregone definition, which strikes me as being as happy as Jonah's whale, that could carry probably the most learned man of his time inside without the necessity of digesting him," said De Craye, "a rough truth is a rather strong charge of universal nature for the firing off of a modicum of personal fact." "It is a rough truth that Plato is Moses Atticizing," said Vernant Dr. Middleton, to keep the diversion alive. "And that Aristotle had the globe under his cranium," rejoined the Reverend Doctor. "And that the moderns live on the ancients." "And that not 1 in 10,000 can refer to the particular treasury he filches." "The art of our days is a revel of rough truth," remarked Professor Crooklyn. "And the literature has laboriously mastered the adjective, wherever it may be in relation to the noun," Dr. Middleton added. "Orson's first appearance at court was in the figure of a rough truth, causing the maids of honour, accustomed to tapestry atoms, astonishment and terror," said De Craye. That he might not be left out of the sprightly play, Sir Willoughby levelled a lance at the quintain, smiling on Laetitia. "In fine, caricature is rough truth." She said, "Is one end of it, and realistic directness is the other." He bowed. "The palm is yours." Mrs. Mountstuart admired herself as each one trotted forth in turn characteristically, with one exception unaware of the aid which was being rendered to a distressed damsel wretchedly incapable of decent hypocrisy. Her intrepid lead had shown her hand to the colonel, and drawn the enemy at a blow. Sir Willoughby's "in fine," however, did not please her, still less did his lackadaisical Lothario-like bowing and smiling to Miss Dale, and he perceived it and was hurt. For how, carrying his tremendous load, was he to compete with these unhandicapped men in the game of nonsense she had such a fondness for starting at a table? He was further annoyed to hear Miss Eleanor and Miss Isabel Patterne agree together that caricature was the final word of the definition. Relatives should know better than to deliver these awards to us in public. "Well," quoth Lady Busshe, expressive of stupefaction at the strange dust she had raised. "Are they on view, Miss Middleton?" inquired Lady Culmer. "There's a regiment of us on view, and ready for inspection." Colonel De Craye bowed to her, but she would not be foiled. "Miss Middleton's admirers are always on view," said he. "Are they to be seen?" said Lady Busshe. Clara made her face a question, with a laudable smoothness. "The wedding presents," Lady Culmer explained. "No." "Otherwise, my dear, we are in danger of duplicating and triplicating and quadruplicating, not at all to the satisfaction of the bride." "But there's a worse danger to encounter in the 'on view,' my lady," said De Craye, "and that's the magnetic attraction a display of wedding presents is sure to have for the ineffable burglar, who must have a nuptial soul in him, for wherever there's that collection on view he's never a league off. and 'tis said he knows a lady's dressing-case presented to her on the occasion 15 years after the event." "As many as 15?" said Mrs. Mountstuart. "By computation of the police. And if the presents are on view, dogs are of no use, nor bolts no bars. He's worse than Cupid. The only protection to be found, singular as it may be thought, is in a couple of bottles of the oldest Jamaica rum in the British Isles." "Rum!" cried Lady Busshe. "The liquor of the Royal Navy, my lady. And with your permission I'll relate the tale in proof of it. I had a friend engaged to a young lady, niece of an old sea captain of the old school, the Benbow school, the wooden leg and pigtail school, a perfectly salt old gentleman with a pickled tongue and a dash of brine in every deed he committed. He looked rolled over to you by the last wave on the shore, sparkling. He was Neptune's own for humour. And when his present to the bride was opened, sure enough there lay a couple of bottles of the oldest Jamaica rum in the British Isles, born before himself and his father to boot. 'Tis a fabulous spirit I beg you to believe in, my lady, and the sole merit of the story being its portentous veracity. The bottles were tied to make them appear twins, as they both had the same claim to seniority, and there was a label on them, telling their great age, to maintain their identity. They were in truth a pair of patriarchal bottles, rivalling many of the biggest houses in the kingdom for antiquity. They would have made the donkey that stood between the two bundles of hay look at them with obliquity, supposing him to have, for an animal, a rum taste and a turn for hilarity. Wonderful old bottles. So, on the label just over the date was written large, "Uncle Benjamin's wedding present to his niece Bessie." Poor Bessie shed tears of disappointment and indignation enough to float the old gentleman on his native element, ship and all. She vowed it was done curmudgeonly to vex her, because her uncle hated wedding presents and had grunted at the exhibition of cups and saucers and this and that beautiful service, and epergnes and inkstands, mirrors, knives and forks, dressing-cases, and the whole mighty category. She protested, she flung herself about, she declared those two ugly bottles should not join the exhibition in the dining-room, where it was laid out for days, and the family ate their meals where they could, on the walls like flies. But there was also Uncle Benjamin's legacy on view, in the distance, so it was ruled against her that the bottles should have their place. And one fine morning down the family came after a fearful row of the domestics, shouting, screaming, cries for the police, and murder topping all. What did they see? They saw two prodigious burglars extended along the floor, each with one of the twin bottles in his hand, and a remainder of the horror of the midnight hanging about his person like a blown fog, sufficient to frighten them whilst they kicked the rascals entirely intoxicated. Never was wilder disorder of wedding presents, and not one lost, owing, you'll own, to Uncle Benjy's 2 bottles of ancient Jamaica rum. Colonel De Craye concluded with an asseveration of the truth of the story. "A most provident, far-sighted old sea-captain!" exclaimed Mrs. Mountstuart, laughing at Lady Busshe and Lady Culmer. These ladies chimed in with her gingerly. "And have you many more clever stories, Colonel De Craye?" said Lady Busshe. "Ah, my lady, when the tree begins to count its gold, 'tis nigh upon bankruptcy." "Poetic!" ejaculated Lady Culmer, spying at Miss Middleton's rippled countenance, and noting that she and Sir Willoughby had not interchanged word or look. "But that, in the case of your pattern port, a bottle of it would outvalue the catalogue of nuptial presents, Willoughby. I would recommend your stationing some such constabulary to keep watch and ward," said Dr. Middleton, as he filled his glass, taking Bordeaux in the middle of the day, under a consciousness of virtue and its reward to come at 7:30 in the evening. "The rascals would require a dozen of that, sir," said De Craye. "Then it is not to be thought of. Indeed, one." Dr. Middleton negatived the idea. "We are no further advanced than when we began," observed Lady Busshe. "If we are marked to go by stages," Mrs. Mountstuart assented. "Why, then, we shall be called old coaches," remarked the Colonel. "You," said Lady Culmer, "have the advantage of us in a closer acquaintance with Miss Middleton. You know her tastes, and how far they have been consulted in the little souvenirs already grouped somewhere, although not yet for inspection. I am at sea, and here is Lady Busshe in deadly alarm. There is plenty of time to effect a change, though we are drawing on rapidly to the fatal day, Miss Middleton. We are very near it. Oh, yes. I am one who thinks that these little affairs should be spoken of openly, without that ridiculous bourgeois affectation, so that we may be sure of giving satisfaction. It is a transaction like everything else in life. I, for my part, wish to be remembered favourably. I put it as a test of breeding to speak of these things as plain matter of fact. You marry, I wish you to have something by you to remind you of me. What shall it be, useful or ornamental? For an ordinary household the choice is not difficult, but where wealth abounds we are in a dilemma." "And with persons of decided tastes," added Lady Busshe. "I am really very unhappy," she protested to Clara. Sir Willoughby dropped Laetitia. Clara's look of a sedate resolution to preserve silence on the topic of the nuptial gifts made a diversion imperative. "Your porcelain was exquisitely chosen, and I profess to be a connoisseur," he said. "I am poor in old Saxony, as you know. I can match the country in Savres, and my inheritance of China will not easily be matched in the country." "You may consider your dragon vases a present from young Crossjay," said De Craye. "How?" "Hasn't he abstained from breaking them? The capital boy! Porcelain and a boy in the house together is a case of prospective disaster fully equal to Flitch and a fly." "You should understand that my friend Horace, whose wit is in this instance founded on another tale of a boy, brought us a magnificent piece of porcelain, destroyed by the capsizing of his conveyance from the station," said Sir Willoughby to Lady Busshe. She and Lady Culmer gave out lamentable ohs, while Miss Eleanor and Miss Isabel Patterne sketched the incident. Then the lady visitors fixed their eyes in united sympathy upon Clara, recovering from which, after a contemplation of marble, Lady Busshe emphasized, "No, you do not love porcelain, it is evident, Miss Middleton." "I am glad to be assured of it," said Lady Culmer. "Oh, I know that face, I know that look," Lady Busshe affected to remark rallyingly. "It is not the first time I have seen it." Sir Willoughby smarted to his marrow. "We will rout these fancies of an over-scrupulous generosity, my dear Lady Busshe." Her unwonted breach of delicacy in speaking publicly of her present, and the vulgar persistency of her sticking to the theme, very much perplexed him; and if he mistook her not, she had just alluded to the demoniacal Constantia Durham. It might be that he had mistaken her; he was on guard against his terrible sensitiveness. Nevertheless, it was hard to account for this behaviour of a lady greatly his friend and admirer, a lady of birth. And Lady Culmer as well, likewise a lady of birth. Were they in collusion? Had they a suspicion? He turned to Laetitia's face for the antidote to his pain. "Oh, but you are not won yet, and I shall require 2 voices to convince me," Lady Busshe rejoined after another stare at the marble. "Lady Busshe, I beg you not to think me ungrateful," said Clara. "Fiddle! Gratitude! It is to please your taste, to satisfy you. I care for gratitude as little as for flattery." "But gratitude is flattering," said Vernon. "Now, no metaphysics, Mr. Whitford." "But do care a bit for flattery, my lady," said De Craye. "'Tis the finest of the arts; we might call it moral sculpture. Adepts in it can cut their friends to any shape they like by practising it with the requisite skill. I myself, poor hand as I am, have made a man act Solomon by constantly praising his wisdom. He took a sagacious turn at an early period of the dose. He weighed the smallest question of his daily occasions with a deliberation truly oriental. Had I pushed it, he'd have hired a baby and a couple of mothers to squabble over the undivided morsel. "I shall hope for a day in London with you," said Lady Culmer to Clara. "You did not forget the Queen of Sheba," said Mrs. Mountstuart to De Craye. "With her appearance the game has to be resigned to her entirely," he rejoined. "That is," Lady Culmer continued, "if you do not despise an old woman for your comrade on a shopping excursion." "Despise whom we fleece," exclaimed Dr. Middleton. "Oh no, Lady Culmer, the sheep is sacred." "I am not so sure," said Vernon. "In what way and to what extent are you not so sure?" said Dr. Middleton. "The natural tendency is to scorn the fleeced." "I stand for the contrary. Pity, if you like, particularly when they bleat." "This is to assume that makers of gifts are a fleeced people. I demur," said Mrs. Mountstuart. "Madam, we are expected to give, we are incited to give, you have dubbed it the fashion to give, and the person refusing to give, or incapable of giving, may anticipate that he will be regarded as benignly as a sheep of a drooping and flaccid wool by the farmer, who is reminded by the poor beast's appearance of a strange dog that worried the flock. Even Captain Benjamin, as you have seen, was unable to withstand the demand on him. The hymeneal pair are licensed freebooters levying blackmail on us, survivors of an uncivilized period. but in taking without mercy I venture to trust that the manners of a happier era instruct them not to scorn us. I apprehend that Mr. Whitford has a lower order of latrons in his mind." "Permit me to say, sir, that you have not considered the ignoble aspect of the fleeced," said Vernon. "I appeal to the ladies. Would they not, if they beheld an ostrich walking down a queen's drawing-room, clean plucked, despise him though they were wearing his plumes?" "An extreme supposition indeed," said Dr. Middleton, frowning over it. "Scarcely legitimately to be suggested." "I think it fair, sir, as an instance." "Has the circumstance occurred, I would ask?" "In life? 1,000 times." "I fear so," said Mrs. Mountstuart. Lady Busshe showed symptoms of a desire to leave a profitless table. Vernon started up, glancing at the window. "Did you see Crossjay?" he said to Clara. "No, I must if he is there," said she. She made her way out, Vernon after her. They both had the excuse. "Which way did the poor boy go?" she asked him. "I have not the slightest idea," he replied. "But put on your bonnet if you would escape that pair of inquisitors." "Mr. Whitford, what humiliation!" "I suspect you do not feel it the most, and the end of it can't be remote," said he. Thus it happened that when Lady Busshe and Lady Culmer quitted the dining-room, Miss Middleton had spirited herself away from summoning voice and messenger. Sir Willoughby apologized for her absence. "If I could be jealous, it would be of that boy Crossjay." "You are an excellent man, and the best of cousins," was Lady Busshe's enigmatical answer. The exceedingly lively conversation at his table was lauded by Lady Culmer. "Though," said she, "what it all meant, and what was the drift of it, I couldn't tell to save my life. Is it every day the same with you here?" "Very much." "How you must enjoy a spell of dullness!" "If you said simplicity and not talking for effect, I generally cast anchor by Laetitia Dale." "Ah!" Lady Busshe coughed. "But the fact is, Mrs. Mountstuart is made for cleverness." "I think, my lady, Laetitia Dale is to the full as clever as any of the stars Mrs. Mountstuart assembles, or I." "A talkative cleverness, I mean." "In conversation as well. Perhaps you have not yet given her a chance." "Oh, yes, yes, she is clever, of course, poor dear. She's looking better, too." "Handsome, I thought," said Lady Culmer. "She varies," observed Sir Willoughby. The ladies took seat in their carriage and fell at once into a close bonnet colloquy. Not a single allusion had they made to the wedding presents after leaving the luncheon-table. The cause of their visit was obvious. Chapter 37